triangle out. That's a bullish pattern. If you're looking at breakout here, we can go quite a bit higher, possibly. I do believe we'll take the highs, and I am in that. They're 100% right now. I expect to get maybe 3-4x.
For me, SPY keeps closing on a 50-minute candle below 662. That's not bullish to me. That's the call wall that they sold off.
He's about to talk about China. Hold on, putting it back on.
Well, I think we're getting along with China. China's would like to have something as of this moment. We'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea. Myself, I think so. It looks like it's going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, you know, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We really built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost to China was just insane. And then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything.
So the entire relationship stems from the great perspective the two leaders have for each other. China did a substantial, unprovoked escalation last week. We were unable to get in touch with them. Since then, it's been IMF World Bank Week. They have had working level people here who there have been meetings. The vice premier, who is my counterpart, and I will be speaking this evening at around 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then he and I and a delegation will meet in Malaysia probably a week from tomorrow to prepare for the two presidents to meet. So I think
locking in profit on Meta 715's up 60%.
China will show the respect that we have shown them. And I am confident that President Trump, because of his relationship with President Xi, will be able to get things back on a good course.
Is the hope for that meeting with you and President Xi some kind of trade deal then, or
could be
more?
Look, I think we're in a very strong position. We're getting, as you know, as of November 1st, I could move it up if I wanted, a 100% tariff over and above what we get now.
this recent master plan. So, yeah, maybe they could just kind of go into more detail on what exactly they imagine for sustainable abundance and what that means.
I just saw news come on across my screen. So, proxy advisory firm Institutional Shareholder Services (ISS), which is what a lot of shareholders rely on in terms of forming their own opinion on what to do. So they're urging Tesla shareholders to vote against Elon's proposed $1 trillion performance award. So it's likely that a lot of institutionals will follow this. Not a lot, but like the Vanguards of the world and the others that voted yes, last year, they're likely going to vote yes this year. I think this is going to be another sweeping yes vote for Elon on the comp vote and probably the XAI vote too.
What did
Yeah,
they vote for last year's compensation vote? What did they recommend?
against.
Okay,
Well,
so at least they're staying consistent there.
yeah, they're staying retarded. That's what they're doing. I mean, you want to get rich? No, no, thank you. I rather be poor. You know. So let's move on to next and last question we will bring up here, and this is especially for Landon. How? First, it has 450 votes and 500,000 shares represent this question. How long until we see self-driving Tesla semi-trucks, and what could you see this technology replacing trains?
Well, the trains and semi tractor trailers, 18 wheelers, semis, as they call them in Europe, and rail are absolutely, those are the two ways that we get all of the garbage that plastic electronics that we buy on Timu. So, I don't understand that question. I don't think that's the goal to replace why does the question want to replace trains? Trains are pretty efficient. They're slow, whatever. It's not high tech, but they just get the job done slowly and surely. So I'm not sure why they want to replace. If anything, you'd want to go the other way and just get rid of the drivers, and that's what Tesla Semi is going to do. I haven't heard anything in a long time about autonomy. As a Cybertruck driver and potential towing, I'm very interested in what they do with towing FSD or how we get into that, because I have to believe that it's coming. It's going to be on the list for Tesla Semi. So why not
by the time you get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence many millions fold. And it's very hard to imagine what that will be like.
The following
if we create general superintelligences, I don't see a good outcome long term for humanity. So there is X risk, existential risk, everyone's dead. There is S risk, suffering risks, where everyone wishes they were dead. We have also idea for I risk, ikigai risks, where we lost our meaning. The systems can be more creative, they can do all the jobs. It's not obvious what you have to contribute to a world where superintelligence exists. Of course, you can have all the variants you mentioned where we are safe, we are kept alive, but we are not in control. We are not deciding anything. We are like animals in a zoo. There is, again, possibilities we can come up with as very smart humans, and then possibilities something of course you can have all the 1,000 times smarter can come up with for reasons we cannot comprehend.
The following is a conversation with Roman Yampolsky, an AI safety and security researcher and author of a new book titled AI Unexplainable, Unpredictable, Uncontrollable. He argues that there's almost 100% chance that AGI will eventually destroy human civilization. As an aside, let me say that I will have many, often technical conversations on the topic of AI, often with engineers building the state-of-the-art AI systems. I would say those folks put the infamous P-doom or the probability of AGI killing all humans at around 1 to 20%. But it's also important to talk to folks who put that value at 70, 80, 90, and is in the case of Roman at 99.99 and many more nines%. I'm personally excited for the future and believe it will be a good one, in part because of the amazing technological innovation we humans create. But we must absolutely not do so with blinders on, ignoring the possible risks, including existential risks of those technologies. That's what this conversation is about. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Roman Yampolsky. What to you is the probability that superintelligent AI will destroy all human civilization?
What's the time frame?
Let's say 100 years, in the next 100 years.
So the problem of controlling AGI or superintelligence, in my opinion, is like a problem of creating a perpetual safety machine. By analogy with perpetual motion machine, it's impossible. Yeah, we may succeed and do a good job with GPT-5, 6, 7, but they just keep improving, learning, eventually self-modifying, interacting with the environment, interacting with malevolent actors. The difference between cybersecurity, narrow AI safety, and safety for general AI for superintelligence is that we don't get a second chance. With cybersecurity, somebody hacks your account. What's the big deal? You get a new password, new credit card, you move on. Here, if we're talking about existential risks, you only get one chance. So you're really asking me, what are the chances that we'll create the most complex software ever on the first try with 0 bugs, and it will continue have 0 bugs for 100 years or more?
So there is an incremental improvement of systems leading up to AGI. To you, it doesn't matter if we can keep those safe. There's going to be one level of system at which you cannot possibly control it.
I don't think we so far have made any system safe. At the level of capability they display, they already have made mistakes. We had accidents. They've been jailbroken. I don't think there is a single large language model today which no one was successful at making do something developers didn't intend it to do.
But there's a difference between getting it to do something unintended, getting it to do something that's painful, costly, destructive, and something that's destructive to the level of hurting billions of people, or hundreds of millions of people, billions of people, or the entirety of human civilization. That's a big leap.
Exactly, but the systems we have today have capability of causing X amount of damage. So when they fail, that's all we get. If we develop systems capable of impacting all of humanity, all of universe, the damage is proportionate.
What to you are the possible ways that such kind of mass murder of humans can happen?
It's always a wonderful question. So, one of the chapters in my new book is about unpredictability. I argue that we cannot predict what a smarter system will do. So, you're really not asking me how superintelligence will kill everyone. You're asking me how I would do it.
Right.
And I think it's not that interesting. I can tell you about the standard, nanotech, synthetic, bionuclear. Superintelligence will come up with something completely new, completely super. We may not even recognize that as a possible path to achieve that goal.
So there's like an unlimited level of creativity in terms of how humans could be killed. But, we could still investigate possible ways of doing it. Not how to do it, but at the end, what is the methodology that does it? Shutting off the power, and then humans start killing each other, maybe because the resources are really constrained. And then there's the actual use of weapons, like nuclear weapons, or developing artificial pathogens, viruses, that kind of stuff. We could still kind of think through that and defend against it, right? There's a ceiling to the creativity of mass murder of humans here, right? The options are limited.
They are limited by how imaginative we are. If you are that much smarter, that much more creative, you are capable of thinking across multiple domains, do novel research in physics and biology, you may not be limited by those tools. If squirrels were planning to kill humans, they would have a set of possible ways of doing it, but they would never consider things we can come up with.
So are you thinking about mass murder and destruction of human civilization? Or are you thinking of, with squirrels, you put them in a zoo and they don't really know they're in a zoo? If we just look at the entire set of undesirable trajectories, majority of them are not going to be death. Most of them are going to be just like things like Brave New World, where the squirrels are fed dopamine and they're all like doing some kind of fun activity, and the sort of the fire, the soul of humanity is lost because of the drug that's fed to it. Or like literally in a zoo. We're in a zoo, we're doing our thing, we're like playing a game of Sims, and the actual players playing that game are AI systems. Those are all undesirable because sort of the free will, the fire of human consciousness is dimmed through that process, but it's not killing humans. So like, are you thinking about that? Or is the biggest concern literally the extinctions of humans?
I think about a lot of things. So there is X risk, existential risk, everyone's dead. There is S risk, suffering risks, where everyone wishes they were dead. We have also idea for I risk, ikigai risks, where we lost our meaning. The systems can be more creative, they can do all the jobs. It's not obvious what you have to contribute to a world where superintelligence exists. Of course, you can have all the variants you mentioned where we are safe, we are kept alive, but we are not in control. We are not deciding anything. We are like animals in a zoo. There is, again, possibilities we can come up with as very smart humans, and then possibilities something 1,000 times smarter can come up with for reasons we cannot comprehend.
I would love to sort of dig into each of those: X risk, S risk, and I risk. So can you like linger on I risk? What is that?
So Japanese concept of ikigai. You find something which allows you to make money, you are good at it, and the society says we need it. So like you have this awesome job, you are a podcaster, gives you a lot of meaning, you have a good life, I assume you're happy. That's what we want most people to find, to have. For many intellectuals, it is their occupation which gives them a lot of meaning. I am a researcher, philosopher, scholar. That means something to me. In a world where an artist is not feeling appreciated because his art is just not competitive with what is produced by machines, or a writer or scientist will lose a lot of that. And at the lower level, we're talking about complete technological unemployment. We're not losing 10% of jobs, we're losing all jobs. What do people do with all that free time? What happens then? Everything society is built on is completely modified in one generation. It's not a slow process where we get to kind of figure out how to live that new lifestyle, but it's pretty quick.
In that world, can't humans do what humans currently do with chess, play each other, have tournaments? Even though AI systems are far superior at this time in chess. So we just create artificial games. Or for us, they're real, like the Olympics. And we do all kinds of different competitions and have fun. Focus, maximize the fun, and let the AI focus on the productivity.
It's an option. I have a paper where I try to solve the value alignment problem for multiple agents. And the solution to avoid compromise is to give everyone a personal virtual universe. You can do whatever you want in that world. You could be king, you could be slave, you decide what happens. So it's basically a glorified video game where you get to enjoy yourself and someone else takes care of your needs, and the substrate alignment is the only thing we need to solve. We don't have to get 8 billion humans to agree on anything.
So, okay. So why is that not a likely outcome? Why can't AI systems create video games for us to lose ourselves in, each with an individual video game universe?
Some people say that's what happened. We're in a simulation.
And we're playing that video game. And now we're creating what? Maybe we're creating artificial threats for ourselves to be scared about, because fear is really exciting. It allows us to play the video game more vigorously.
And some people choose to play on a more difficult level with more constraints. Some say, okay, I'm just going to enjoy the game, high privilege level. Absolutely.
So, okay, what was that paper on multi-agent value alignment?
Personal universes. Personal universes.
So that's one of the possible outcomes. But what in general is the idea of the paper? So it's looking at multiple agents that are human, AI, like a hybrid system where there's humans and AIs, or is it looking at humans or just intelligent agents?
In order to solve value alignment problem, I'm trying to formalize it a little better. Usually we're talking about getting AIs to do what we want, which is not well defined. Are we talking about creator of a system, owner of that AI, humanity as a whole? But we don't agree on much. There is no universally accepted ethics, morals across cultures, religions. People have individually very different preferences politically and such. So even if we somehow managed all the other aspects of it, programming those fuzzy concepts in, getting AI to follow them closely, we don't agree on what to program in. So my solution was, okay, we don't have to compromise on room temperature. You have your universe, I have mine, whatever you want. And if you like me, you can invite me to visit your universe. We don't have to be independent. But the point is, you can be. And virtual reality is getting pretty good. It's going to hit a point where you can't tell the difference. And if you can't tell if it's real or not, what's the difference?
So basically, give up on value alignment. Create an entire, it's like the multiverse theory. It's just create an entire universe for you where your values.
You still have to align with that individual. They have to be happy in that simulation. But it's a much easier problem to align with one agent versus 8 billion agents plus animals, aliens.
So you convert the multi-agent problem into a single agent problem.
I'm trying to do that, yeah.
Okay. Is there any way to, okay, that's giving up on the on the value alignment problem. Well, is there any way to solve the value alignment problem where there's a bunch of humans, multiple humans, tens of humans, or 8 billion humans that have very different set of values?
It seems contradictory. I haven't seen anyone explain what it means outside of kind of words which pack a lot, make it good, make it desirable, make it something they don't regret. But how do you specifically formalize those notions? How do you program them in? I haven't seen anyone make progress on that so far.
But isn't that the whole optimization journey that we're doing as a human civilization? We're looking at geopolitics. Nations are in a state of anarchy with each other. They start wars, there's conflict, and oftentimes they have a very different views of what is good and what is evil. Isn't that what we're trying to figure out? Just together trying to converge towards that? So we're essentially trying to solve the value alignment problem with humans.
Right, but the examples you gave, some of them are, for example, two different religions saying this is our holy site and we are not willing to compromise it in any way. If you can make two holy sites in virtual worlds, you solve the problem. But if you only have one, it's not divisible, you're kind of stuck there.
But what if we want to be at tension with each other? And that through that tension, we understand ourselves and we understand the world. So that's the intellectual journey we're on as a human civilization, is we create intellectual and physical conflict, and through that figure stuff out.
If we go back to that idea of simulation and this is entertainment kind of giving meaning to us, the question is how much suffering is reasonable for a video game? So yeah, I don't mind, a video game where I get haptic feedback, there is a little bit of shaking, maybe I'm a little scared. I don't want a game where like kids are tortured, literally. That seems unethical, at least by our human standards.
Are you suggesting it's possible to remove suffering if we're looking at human civilization as an optimization problem?
So we know there are some humans who, because of a mutation, don't experience physical pain. So at least physical pain can be mutated out, re-engineered out. Suffering, in terms of meaning, like you burn the only copy of my book, is a little harder. But even there, you can manipulate your hedonic set point, you can change defaults, you can reset. Problem with that is if you start messing with your reward channel, you start wireheading and end up blissing out a little too much.
Well, that's the question. Would you really want to live in a world where there's no suffering? It's a dark question. But is there some level of suffering that reminds us of what this is all for?
I think we need that, but I would change the overall range. So right now it's negative infinity to kind of positive infinity, pain pleasure axis. I would make it like 0 to positive infinity, and being unhappy is like I'm close to 0.
Okay, so what's the S risk? What are the possible things that you're imagining with so they're doing good? And it doesn't seem like they're trying to maximize suffering. Cause a lot of it doesn't seem like they're trying to maximize suffering. Cause a lot of suffering. Doing what they think is good.
So there are different malevolent agents. Some maybe just gaining personal benefit and sacrificing others to that cause. Others, we know for a fact, are trying to kill as many people as possible. When we look at recent school shootings, if they had more capable weapons, they would take out not dozens, but thousands, millions, billions.
Well, we don't know that, but that is a terrifying possibility. And we don't want to find out. Like if terrorists had access to nuclear weapons, how far would they go? Is there a limit to what they're willing to do? In your sense, is there some malevolent actors where there's no limit?
There is mental diseases where people don't have empathy, don't have this human quality of understanding suffering in others.
And then there's also a set of beliefs where you think you're doing good by killing a lot of humans.
Again, I would like to assume that normal people never think like that. It's always some sort of psychopaths, but yeah.
And to you, AGI systems can carry that and be more competent at executing that.
They can certainly be more creative. They can understand human biology better.
So like we do with the cybersecurity, what we do with security systems.
Right. We can definitely keep up for a while. I'm saying You cannot do it indefinitely. At some point, the cognitive gap is too big. The surface you have to defend is infinite, but attackers only need to find one exploit.
So to you, eventually, we're heading off a cliff.
If we create general superintelligences, I don't see a good outcome long term for humanity. The only way to win this game is not to play it.
Okay, well, we'll talk about possible solutions and what not playing it means. But what are the possible timelines here to you? What are we talking about? We're talking about a set of years, decades, centuries. What do you think?
I don't know for sure. The prediction markets right now are saying 2026 for AGI. I heard the same thing from CEO of Anthropic, DeepMind, so maybe we are 2 years away, which seems very soon, given we don't have a working safety mechanism in place or even a prototype for one. And there are people trying to accelerate those timelines because they feel we're not getting there quick enough.
Well, what do you think they mean when they say AGI?
So the definitions we used to have, and people are modifying them a little bit lately. Artificial general intelligence was a system capable of performing in any domain a human could perform. So kind of you creating this average artificial person. They can do cognitive labor, physical labor, where you can get another human to do it. Superintelligence was defined as a system which is superior to all humans in all domains. Now people are starting to refer to AGI as if it's superintelligence. I made a post recently where I argued, for me at least, if you average out over all the common human tasks, there's this.
The lowest hanging fruit, the easiest set of methods is by just getting humans to do it. It's going to be much harder to be the kind of viruses to take over the minds of robots, where the robots are executing the commands. It just seems like social engineering of humans is much more likely.
That would be enough to bootstrap the whole process.
Okay, just to linger on the term AGI, what to you is the difference between AGI and human level intelligence?
Human level is general in the domain of expertise of humans.
Mhm.
We know how to do human things. I don't speak dog language. I should be able to pick it up if I'm a general intelligence. It's kind of inferior animal. I should be able to learn that skill, but I can't. A general intelligence, truly universal general intelligence, should be able to do things like that humans cannot do.
To be able to talk to animals, for example.
To solve pattern recognition problems of that type, to do other similar things outside of our domain of expertise, because it's just not the world we live in.
If we just look at the space of cognitive abilities we have, I just would love to understand what the limits are beyond which an AGI system can reach. Like, what does that look like? What about actual mathematical thinking or scientific innovation, that kind of stuff?
We know calculators are smarter than humans in that narrow domain of addition.
But is it humans plus tools versus AGI, or just raw human intelligence? Because humans create tools, and with the tools they become more intelligent. So like there's a gray area there, what it means to be human when we're measuring their intelligence.
So when I think about it, I usually think human with like a paper and a pencil, not human with internet and another AI helping.
But is that a fair way to think about it? Because isn't there another definition of human level intelligence that includes the tools that humans create?
But we create AI. So at any point, you'll still just add superintelligence to human capability. That seems like cheating.
No, controllable tools. There is an implied leap that you're making when AGI goes from tool to entity that can make its own decisions. So if we define human level intelligence as everything a human can do with fully controllable tools.
It seems like a hybrid of some kind. You're now doing brain-computer interfaces. You're connecting it to maybe narrow AIs. Yeah, it definitely increases our capabilities.
So what's a good test to you that measures whether an artificial intelligence system has reached human level intelligence? And what's a good test where it has superseded human level intelligence to reach that land of AGI?
I am old-fashioned. I like Turing test. I have
You
a
do.
paper where I equate passing Turing test to solving AI complete problems because you can encode any questions about any domain into the Turing test. You don't have to talk about how was your day. You can ask anything. And so the system has to be as smart as a human to pass it in a true sense.
But then you would extend that to maybe a very long conversation. Like I think the Alexa Prize was doing that. Basically, can you do a 20-minute, 30-minute conversation with an AI system?
It has to be long enough to where you can make some meaningful decisions about capabilities. Absolutely. You can brute force very short conversations.
So, like, literally, what does that look like? Can we construct formally a kind of test that tests for AGI?
For AGI, it has to be there. I cannot give it a task I can give to a human, and it cannot do it if a human can. For super intelligence, it would be superior on all such tasks, not just average performance. So like, go learn to drive car, go speak Chinese, play guitar. Okay, great.
I guess the follow-on question, is there a test for the kind of AGI that would be susceptible to lead to S risk or X risk, susceptible to destroy human civilization? Like, is there a test for that?
You can develop a test which will give you positives if it lies to you or has those ideas. You cannot develop a test which rules them out. There is always possibility of what Bostrom calls a treacherous turn, where later on a system decides for game theoretic reasons, economic reasons to change its behavior. And we see the same with humans. It's not unique to AI. For millennia, we tried developing morals, ethics, religions, lie detector tests, and then employees betray the employer, spouses betray family. It's a pretty standard thing intelligent agents sometimes do.
So is it possible to detect when a AI system is lying or deceiving you?
If you know the truth and it tells you something false, you can detect that, but you cannot know in general every single time. And again, the system you're testing today may not be lying. The system you're testing today may know you are testing it and so behaving. And later on, after it interacts with the environment, interacts with other systems, malevolent agents, learns more, it may start doing those things.
So do you think it's possible to develop a system where the creators of the system, the developers, the programmers, don't know that it's deceiving them?
So systems today don't have long-term planning. That is not out. They can lie today if it optimizes, helps them optimize the reward. If they realize, okay, this human will be very happy if I tell them the following, they will do it if it brings them more points. And they don't have to kind of keep track of it. It's just the right answer to this problem every single time.
At which point is somebody creating that intentionally, not unintentionally, intentionally creating an AI system that's doing long-term planning with an objective function that's defined by the AI system, not by a human?
Well, some people think that if they're that smart, they're always good. They really do believe that. It's just benevolence from intelligence. So they'll always want what's best for us. Some people think that they will be able to detect problem behaviors and correct them at the time when we get there. I don't think it's a good idea. I am strongly against it. But yeah, there are quite a few people who, in general, are so optimistic about this technology, it could do no wrong. They want it developed as soon as possible, as capable as possible.
So there's going to be people who believe the more intelligent it is, the more benevolent, and so therefore it should be the one that defines the objective function that it's optimizing when it's doing long-term planning.
There are even people who say, okay, what's so special about humans, right? We removed the gender bias. We're removing race bias. Why is this pro-human bias? We are polluting the planet. We are, as you said, fight a lot of wars, kind of violent. Maybe it's better if this super intelligent, perfect society comes and replaces us. It's normal stage in the evolution of our species.
Yeah, so somebody says, let's develop an AI system that removes the violent humans from the world. And then it turns out that all humans have violence in them. or the capacity for violence, and therefore all humans are removed. Yeah. Let me ask about Jan LeCun. He's somebody who you've had a few exchanges with. And he's somebody who actively pushes back against this view that AI is going to lead to destruction of human civilization, also known as AI doomerism. So in one example that he tweeted, he said, I do acknowledge risks, but 2 points. 1, open research and open source are the best ways to understand and mitigate the risks. And 2, AI is not something that just happens. We build it. We have agency in what it becomes. Hence, we control the risks. We meaning humans. It's not some sort of natural phenomena that we have no control over. So, can you make the case that he's right, and can you try to make the case that he's wrong?
I cannot make a case that he's right. He's wrong in so many ways. It's difficult for me to remember all of them. He is a Facebook buddy, so I have a lot of fun having those little debates with him. So I'm trying to remember the arguments. So one, he says we are not gifted this intelligence from aliens. We are designing it. We are making decisions about it. That's not true. It was true when we had expert systems, symbolic AI, decision trees. Today, you set up parameters for a model and you water this plant. You give it data, you give it compute, and it grows. And after it's finished growing into this alien plant, you start testing it to find out what capabilities it has. And it takes years to figure out, even for existing models. If it's trained for 6 months, it will take you 2-3 years to figure out basic capabilities of that system. We still discover new capabilities in systems which are already out there. So that's not the case.
So just to linger on that, to you, the difference there, that there is some level of emergent intelligence that happens in our current approaches. So stuff that we don't hard code in.
Absolutely. That's what makes it so successful. Then we had to painstakingly hard code in everything. We didn't have much progress. Now, just spend more money and more compute, and it's a lot more capable.
And then the question is, when there is emergent intelligent phenomena, what is the ceiling of that? For you, there's no ceiling. For Jan LeCun, I think there's a kind of ceiling that happens that we have full control over. Even if we don't understand the internals of the emergence, how the emergence happens, there's a sense that we have control and an understanding of the approximate ceiling of capability, the limits of the capability.
Let's say there is a ceiling. It's not guaranteed to be at the level which is competitive with us. It may be greatly superior to ours.
So what about his statement about open research and open source are the best ways to understand and mitigate the risks?
Historically, he's completely right. Open source software is wonderful. It's tested by the community, it's debugged, but we're switching from tools to agents. Now you're giving open source weapons to psychopaths. Do we want to open source nuclear weapons? Biological weapons? It's not safe to give technology so powerful to those who may misalign it, even if you are successful at somehow getting it to work in the first place in a friendly manner.
But the difference with nuclear weapons, current AI systems are not akin to nuclear weapons. So the idea there is you're open sourcing it at this stage, that you can understand it better. Large number of people can explore the limitation, the capabilities, explore the possible ways to keep it safe, to keep it secure, all that kind of stuff, while it's not at the stage of nuclear weapons. So nuclear weapons, there's a no nuclear weapon, and then there's a nuclear weapon. With AI systems, there's a gradual improvement of capability, and you get to perform that improvement incrementally. And so open source allows you to study how things go wrong, study the very process of emergence, study AI safety on those systems when there's not a high level of danger, all that kind of stuff.
It also sets a very wrong precedent. So we open sourced Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, nothing ever bad happened. So obviously we're going to do it with Model 4. It's just gradual improvement.
I don't think it always works with the precedent. Like, you're not stuck doing it the way you always did. It's just it sets a precedent of open research and open development such that we get to learn together. And then the first time there's a sign of danger, some dramatic thing happen, not a thing that destroys human civilization, but some dramatic demonstration of capability that can legitimately lead to a lot of damage, then everybody wakes up and says, okay, we need to regulate this. We need to come up with safety mechanism that stops this, right? Like at this time, maybe you can educate me, but I haven't seen any illustration of significant damage done by intelligent AI systems.
So I have a paper
Yep.
which collects accidents through history of AI, and they always are proportionate to capabilities of that system. So if you have tic-tac-toe playing AI, it will fail to properly play and loses a game which it should draw. Trivial. Your spell checker will misspell a word, so on. I stopped collecting those because there are just too many examples of AIs failing at what they are capable of. We haven't had terrible accidents in the sense of billion people got killed. Absolutely true. But in another paper, I argue that those accidents do not actually prevent people from continuing with research. And actually, they kind of serve like vaccines. A vaccine makes your body a little bit sick, so you can handle the big disease later much better. It's the same here. People will point out, you know, that accident, AI accident we had where 12 people died? Everyone's still here. 12 people is less than smoking kills. It's not a big deal. So we continue. So in a way, it will actually be kind of confirming that it's not that bad.
It matters how the deaths happen. Whether it's literally murder by an AI system, then one is a problem. But if it's accidents because of increased reliance on automation, for example, so when airplanes are flying in an automated way, maybe the number of plane crashes increased by 17% or something. And then you're like, okay, do we really want to rely on automation? I think in the case of automation in airplanes, it decreased significantly. Okay, same thing with autonomous vehicles. Like, okay, what are the pros and cons? What are the trade-offs here? And you can have that discussion in an honest way. But I think the kind of things we're talking about here is mass scale pain and suffering caused by AI systems. And I think we need to see illustrations of that on a very small scale to start to understand that this is really damaging versus Clippy, versus a tool that's really useful to a lot of people to do learning, to do summarization of text, to do question answer, all that kind of stuff, to generate videos. A tool, fundamentally a tool versus an agent that can do a huge amount of damage.
So you bring up example of cars.
Yes.
Cars were slowly developed and integrated. If we had no cars and somebody came around and said, I invented this thing, it's called cars, it's awesome, it kills like 100,000 Americans every year. Let's deploy it. Would we deploy that?
There's been fear mongering about cars for a long time. From the transition from horses to cars. There's a really nice channel that I recommend people check out, Pessimist Archive, that documents all the fear mongering about technology that's happened throughout history. There's definitely been a lot of fear mongering about cars. There's a transition period there about cars, about how deadly they are. We can try. It took a very long time for cars to proliferate to the degree they have now. And then you could ask serious questions in terms of the miles traveled, the benefit to the economy, the benefit to the quality of life that cars do versus the number of deaths, 30, 40,000 in the United States. Are we willing to pay that price? I think most people, when they're rationally thinking, policymakers will say yes. We want to decrease it from 40,000 to 0 and do everything we can to decrease it. There's all kinds of policies, incentives you can create to decrease the risks with the deployment of this technology, but then you have to weigh the benefits and the risks of the technology. And the same thing would be done with what happens when you go from the predictable to the unpredictable very quickly. You just, but it's not obvious to me that AI systems would gain capabilities so quickly that you won't be able to collect enough data to study the benefits and the risks.
We literally doing it. The previous model we learned about after we finished training it, what it was capable of. Let's say we stop GPT-4 training run around human capability, hypothetically. We start training GPT-5, and I have no knowledge of insider training runs or anything. And we start at that point of about human, and we train it for the next 9 months. Maybe 2 months in, it becomes super intelligent.
Mhm.
We continue training it. At the time when we start testing it, it is already a dangerous system. How dangerous? I have no idea.
Will be uncontrollable. Like that's the situation you're concerned about, where their leap from n to n plus 1 would be such that an uncontrollable system is created without any ability for us to anticipate that.
If we had capability of ahead of the run, before the training run, to register exactly what capabilities that next model will have at the end of the training run, and we accurately guessed all of them, I would say you're right, we can definitely go ahead with this run. We don't have that capability.
From GPT-4, you can build up intuitions about what GPT-5 will be capable of. It's just incremental progress.
Mhm.
Even if that's a big leap in capability, it just doesn't seem like you can take a leap from a system that's helping you write emails to a system that's going to destroy human civilization. It seems like it's always going to be sufficiently incremental such that we can anticipate the possible dangers. And we're not even talking about existential risk, but just the kind of damage it can do to civilization. It seems like we'll be able to anticipate the kinds, not the exact, but the kinds of risks it might lead to, and then rapidly develop defenses ahead of time and as the risks emerge.
We're not talking just about capabilities, specific tasks. We're talking about general capability to learn. Maybe like a child, at the time of testing and deployment, it is still not extremely capable, but as it is exposed to more data, real world, it can be trained to become much more dangerous and capable.
So let's focus then on the control problem. At which point does the system become uncontrollable? Why is it the more likely trajectory for you that the system becomes uncontrollable?
So I think at some point it becomes capable of getting out of control. For game theoretic reasons, it may decide not to do anything right away and for a long time just collect more resources, accumulate strategic advantage. Right away, it may be kind of still young, weak superintelligence. Give it a decade, it's in charge of a lot more resources. It had time to make backups. So it's not obvious to me that it will strike as soon as it can.
So can we just try to imagine this future where there's an AI system that's capable of escaping the control of humans and then doesn't and waits? What's that look like? So one, we have to rely on that system for a lot of the infrastructure. So we have to give it access, not just to the internet, but to the task of managing power, government, economy, this kind of stuff. So, and that just feels like a gradual process, given the bureaucracies of all those systems involved.
We've been doing it for years. Software controls all those systems, nuclear power plants, airline industry. It's all software based. Every time there is electrical outage, I can't fly anywhere for days.
But there's a difference between software and AI. So there's different kinds of software. So to give a single AI system access to the control of airlines and the control of the economy, that's not a trivial transition for humanity.
No, but if it shows it is safer, in fact, then it's in control, we get better results, people will demand that it was put in place.
Absolutely.
And if not, it can hack the system. It can use social engineering to get access to it. That's why I said it might take some time for it to accumulate those resources.
It just feels like that would take a long time for either humans to trust it or for the social engineering to come into play. Like it's not a thing that happens overnight. It feels like something that happens across 1 or 2 decades.
I really hope you're right, but it's not what I'm seeing. People are very quick to jump on the latest trend. Early adopters will be there before it's even deployed, buying prototypes.
Maybe the social engineering. I could see because so for social engineering, AI systems don't need any hardware access. It's all software. So they can start manipulating you through social media and so on. Like you have AI assistants, they're going to help you manage a lot of your day to day, and then they start doing social engineering. But like for a system that's so capable that it can escape the control of humans that created it, such a system being deployed at a mass scale and trusted by people to be deployed, it feels like that would take a lot of convincing.
So we've been deploying systems which had hidden capabilities.
Can you give an example?
GPT-4. I don't know what else it's capable of, but there are still things we haven't discovered it can do. They may be trivial proportionate to its capability. I don't know, it writes Chinese poetry, hypothetical. I know it does. But we haven't tested for all possible capabilities, and we're not explicitly designing them.
Mhm.
We can only rule out bugs we find. We cannot rule out bugs and capabilities because we haven't found them.
Is it possible for a system to have hidden capabilities that are orders of magnitude greater than its non-hidden capabilities? This is the thing I'm really struggling with, where on the surface, the thing we understand it can do doesn't seem that harmful. So even if it has bugs, even if it has hidden capabilities like Chinese poetry, or generating effective viruses, software viruses, the damage that can do seems like on the same order of magnitude as its the capabilities that we know about. So like this idea that the hidden capabilities will include being uncontrollable, this is something I'm struggling with. Because GPT-4 on the surface seems to be very controllable.
Again, we can only ask and test for things we know about. If there are unknown unknowns, we cannot do it. I'm thinking of human statistic savants, right? If you talk to a person like that, you may not even realize they can multiply 20-digit numbers in their head. You have to know to ask.
So as I mentioned, just to sort of linger on the fear of the unknown. So the Pessimist Archive has just documented, let's look at data of the past, at history. There's been a lot of fear-mongering about technology. Pessimist Archive does a really good job of documenting how crazily afraid we are of every piece of technology. We've been afraid. There's a blog post where Louis Anslow, who created Pessimist Archive, writes about the fact that we've been fear-mongering about robots and automation for over 100 years. So why is AGI different than the kinds of technologies we've been afraid of in the past?
So two things. One, we're switching from tools to agents. Tools don't have negative or positive impact. People using tools do. So guns don't kill, people with guns do. Agents can make their own decisions. They can be positive or negative. A pit bull can decide to harm you. It's an agent. The fears are the same. The only difference is now we have this technology. Then they were afraid of humanoid robots 100 years ago. They had none. Today, every major company in the world is investing billions to create them. Not every, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's very different.
Well, agents, it depends what you mean by the word agents. All those companies are not investing in a system that has the kind of agency that's implied by in the fears, where it can really make decisions on their own that have no human in the loop.
They are saying they're building super intelligence and have a super alignment team. You don't think they're trying to create a system smart enough to be an independent agent under that definition?
I have not seen evidence of it. I think a lot of it is a marketing, is a marketing kind of discussion about the future, and it's a mission about the kind of systems we can create in the long-term future. But in the short term, the kind of systems they're creating falls fully within the definition of narrow AI. These are tools that have increasing capabilities, but they just don't have a sense of agency or consciousness or self-awareness or ability to deceive at scales that would be required to do like mass scale suffering and murder of humans.
Those systems are well beyond narrow AI. If you had to list all the capabilities of GPT-4, you would spend a lot of time writing that list.
But agency is not one of them.
Not yet. But do you think any of those companies are holding back because they think it may be not safe? Or are they developing the most capable system they can given the resources and hoping they can control and monetize?
Control and monetize, hoping they can control and monetize. So you're saying if they could press a button and create an agent that they no longer control, that they can have to ask nicely. A thing that lives on a server across huge number of computers. You're saying that they would push for the creation of that kind of system.
I mean, I can't speak for other people. For all of them, I think some of them are very ambitious. They fundraise in trillions. They talk about controlling the light cone of the universe. I would guess that they might.
Well, that's a human question, whether humans are capable of that. Probably some humans are capable of that. My more direct question, if it's possible to create such a system, have a system that has that level of agency. I don't think that's an easy technical challenge. It doesn't feel like we're close to that. A system that has the kind of agency where it can make its own decisions and deceive everybody about them. The current architecture we have in machine learning and how we train the systems, how we deploy the systems and all of that, it just doesn't seem to support that kind of agency.
I really hope you are right. I think the scaling hypothesis is correct. We haven't seen diminishing returns. It used to be we asked how long before AGI. Now we should ask how much until AGI. It's $1 trillion today. It's $1 billion next year. It's $1 million in a few years.
Don't you think it's possible to basically run out of trillions? So is this constrained by compute?
Compute gets cheaper every day, exponentially.
But then that becomes a question of decades versus years.
If the only disagreement is that it will take decades, not years, for everything I'm saying to materialize, then I can go with that.
But if it takes decades, then the development of tools for AI safety becomes more and more realistic. So I guess the question is, I have a fundamental belief that humans, when faced with danger, can come up with ways to defend against that danger. And one of the big problems facing AI safety currently for me is that there's not clear illustrations of what that danger looks like. There's no illustrations of AI systems doing a lot of damage. And so it's unclear what you're defending against. Because currently, it's a philosophical notion that, yes, it's possible to imagine AI systems that take control of everything and then destroy all humans. It's also a more formal mathematical notion that you talk about, that it's impossible to have a perfectly secure system. You can't prove that a program of sufficient complexity is completely safe and perfect and know everything about it. Yes, but like when you actually just pragmatically look, how much damage have the AI systems done and what kind of damage, there's not been illustrations of that. Even in the autonomous weapon systems, there's not been mass deployments of autonomous weapon systems, luckily. The automation in war currently is very limited. The automation is at the scale of individuals versus like at the scale of strategy and planning. So I think one of the challenges here is like, where is the dangers? And the intuition that Jan LeCun and others have is, let's keep in the open building AI systems until the dangers start rearing their heads. And they become more explicit. There start being case studies, illustrative case studies that show exactly how the damage by AI systems is done. Then regulation can step in. Then brilliant engineers can step up, and we can have Manhattan-style projects that defend against such systems. That's kind of the notion. And I guess at tension with that is the idea that for you, we need to be thinking about that now so that we're ready, because we'll have not much time once the systems are deployed. Is that true?
So there is a lot to unpack here. There is a partnership on AI, a conglomerate of many large corporations. They have a database of AI accidents they collect. I contributed a lot to that database. If we so far made almost no progress in actually solving this problem, not patching it, not, again, lipstick on a pig kind of solutions, why would we think we'll do better than we're closer to the problem?
All the things you mentioned are serious concerns. Measuring the amount of harm, so benefit versus risk, there is difficult. But to you, the sense is already the risk has superseded the benefit?
Again, I want to be perfectly clear. I love AI. I
Yes.
love technology. I'm a computer scientist. I have a PhD in engineering. I work at an engineering school. There is a huge difference between we need to develop narrow AI systems, super intelligent in solving specific human problems like protein folding, and let's create super intelligent machine, got it, and will decide what to do with us.
Yeah.
Those are not the same. I am against the super intelligence in general sense with no undo button.
So do you think the teams that are able to do the AI safety on the kind of narrow AI risks that you've mentioned, are those approaches going to be at all productive towards leading to approaches of doing AI safety on AGI? Or is it just a fundamentally different problem?
Partially, but they don't scale. For narrow AI, for deterministic systems, you can test them. You have edge cases. You know what the answer should look like. You know the right answers. For general systems, you have infinite test surface. You have no edge cases. You cannot even know what to test for. Again, the unknown unknowns are underappreciated by people looking at this problem. You are always asking me, how will it kill everyone? How will it will fail? The whole point is, if I knew it, I would be super intelligent. And despite what you might think, I'm not.
So to you, the concern is that we would not be able to see early signs of an uncontrollable system.
It is a master at deception. Sam tweeted about how great it is at persuasion. And we see it ourselves, especially now with voices, with maybe kind of flirty, sarcastic female voices. It's going to be very good at getting people to do things.
But see, I'm very concerned about system being used to control the masses. But in that case, the developers know about the kind of control that's happening. You're more concerned about the next stage where even the developers don't know about the deception.
Right. I don't think developers know everything about what they are creating. They have lots of great knowledge. We're making progress on explaining parts of a network. We can understand, okay, this node get excited, then this input is presented, this cluster of nodes, but we're nowhere near close to understanding the full picture. And I think it's impossible. You need to be able to survey an explanation. The size of those models prevents a single human from absorbing all this information, even if provided by the system. So either we're getting model as an explanation for what's happening, and that's not comprehensible to us, or we're getting a compressed explanation, lossy compression, where here's top 10 reasons you got fired. It's something, but it's not a full picture.
You've given elsewhere an example of a child, and everybody, all humans try to deceive. They try to lie early on in their life. I think we'll just get a lot of examples of deceptions from large language models or AI systems. They're going to be kind of shitty, or they'll be pretty good, but we'll catch them off guard. We'll start to see the kind of momentum towards developing increasing deception capabilities. And that's when you're like, okay, we need to do some kind of alignment that prevents deception. But then we'll have, if you support open source, then you can have open source models that have some level of deception. You can start to explore on a large scale. How do we stop it from being deceptive? Then there's a more explicit, pragmatic kind of problem to solve. How do we stop AI systems from trying to optimize for deception? That's just an example, right?
So there is a paper, I think it came out last week by Dr. Park et al. From MIT, I think, and they showed that existing models already showed successful deception in what they do. My concern is not that they lie now and we need to catch them and tell them don't lie. My concern is that once they are capable and deployed, they will later change their mind, because that's what unrestricted learning allows you to do. Lots of people grow up maybe in a religious family, they read some new books and they turn in their religion. That's a treacherous turn in humans. If you learn something new about your colleagues, maybe you'll change how you react to them.
Yeah, the treacherous turn. If we just mention humans, Stalin and Hitler, there's a turn. Stalin's a good example. He just seems like a normal communist follower of Lenin until there's a turn. There's a turn of what that means in terms of when he has complete control, what the execution of that policy means, and how many people get to suffer.
And you can't say they are not rational. The rational decision changes based on your position. Then you are under the boss. The rational policy may be to be following orders and being honest. When you become a boss, rational policy may shift.
Yeah, and by the way, a lot of my disagreements here is just to playing devil's advocate to challenge your ideas and to explore them together. So, one of the big problems here in this whole conversation is human civilization hangs in the balance, and yet everything is unpredictable. We don't know how these systems will look like.
The robots are coming.
There's a refrigerator making a buzzing noise.
Very menacing, very menacing. So every time I'm about to talk about this topic, things start to happen. My flight yesterday was canceled without possibility to rebook.
Yeah.
I was giving a talk at Google in Israel, and 3 cars which were supposed to take me to the talk could not. I'm just saying.
I mean,
I like AIs. I, for one, welcome our
Yeah.
overlords.
But there's a degree to which it is very obvious, as we already have, we've increasingly given our life over to software systems. And then it seems obvious, given the capabilities of AI that are coming, that we'll give our lives over increasingly to AI systems. Cars will drive themselves. Refrigerator eventually will optimize what I get to eat. And as more and more of our lives are controlled or managed by AI assistants, it is very possible that there's a drift. I personally am concerned about non-existential stuff, the more near-term things. Because before we even get to existential, I feel like there could be just so many Brave New World type of situations. You mentioned sort of the term behavioral drift. It's the slow boiling that I'm really concerned about as we give our lives over to automation, that our minds can become controlled by governments, by companies, or just in a distributed way. There's a drift. Some aspect of our human nature gives ourselves over to the control of AI systems, and they, in an unintended way, just control how we think. Maybe there'll be a herd-like mentality in how we think, which will kill all creativity and exploration of ideas, the diversity of ideas, or much worse. So it's true. It's true. But a lot of the conversation I'm having with you now is also kind of wondering, almost at a technical level, how can AI escape control? Like, what would that system look like? Because to me, it's terrifying and fascinating. And also fascinating to me is maybe the optimistic notion that it's possible to engineer systems that defend against that. One of the things you write a lot about in your book is verifiers. So not humans are also verifiers, but software systems that look at AI systems and like help you understand this thing is getting real weird. Help you analyze those systems. So maybe this is a good time to talk about verification. What is this beautiful notion of verification?
My claim is, again, that there are very strong limits on what we can and cannot verify. A lot of times when you post something on social media, people go, oh, I need citation to a peer-reviewed article. But what is a peer-reviewed article? You found 2 people in a world of hundreds of thousands of scientists who said, whatever, publish it, I don't care. That's the verifier of that process. When people say, oh, it's formally verified software, mathematical proof, they accept something close to 100% chance of it being free of all problems. But if you actually look at research, software is full of bugs. Old mathematical theorems, which have been proven for hundreds of years, have been discovered to contain bugs, on top of which we generate new proofs, and now we have to redo all that. So verifiers are not perfect. Usually they are either a single human or communities of humans, and it's basically kind of like a democratic vote. community of mathematicians agrees that this proof is correct, mostly correct. Even today, we're starting to see some mathematical proofs are so complex, so large, that mathematical community is unable to make a decision. It looks interesting, looks promising, but they don't know. They will need years for top scholars to study it, to figure it out. So, of course, we can use AI to help us with this process, but AI is a piece of software which needs to be verified.
Just to clarify, so verification is the process of saying something is correct. Sort of the most formal, a mathematical proof where there's a statement and a series of logical statements that prove that statement to be correct, which is a theorem. And you're saying it gets so complex that it's possible for the human verifiers, the human beings that verify that the logical step, there's no bugs in it, it becomes impossible. So it's nice to talk about verification in this most formal, most clear, most rigorous formulation of it, which is mathematical proofs.
Right. And for AI, we would like to have that level of confidence for very important mission critical software controlling satellites, nuclear power plants. For small deterministic programs, we can do this. We can check that code verifies its mapping to the design, whatever software engineers intended was correctly implemented. But we don't know how to do this for software which keeps learning, self-modifying, rewriting its own code. We don't know how to prove things about the physical world, states of humans in the physical world. So there are papers coming out now, and I have this beautiful one towards guaranteed safe AI. Very cool paper. Some of the best authors I ever seen. I think there is multiple Turing Award winners. There is quite. You can have this one, and one just came out, kind of similar, managing extreme AI risks. So all of them expect this level of proof, but I would say that we can get more confidence with more resources we put into it. But at the end of the day, we're still as reliable as the verifiers. And you have this infinite regressive verifiers. The software used to verify a program is itself a piece of program. If aliens give us well-aligned superintelligence, we can use that to create our own safe AI. But it's a catch-22. You need to have already proven to be safe system to verify this new system of equal or greater complexity.
You just mentioned this paper, Towards Guaranteed Safe AI, a framework for ensuring robust and reliable AI systems. Like you mentioned, it's like a who's who. Josh Tenenbaum, Yoshua Bengio, Stuart Russell, Max Tegmark, and many other brilliant people. The page you have it open on, there are many possible strategies for creating safety specifications. These strategies can roughly be placed on a spectrum depending on how much safety it would grant if successfully implemented. One way to do this is as follows, and there's a set of levels. From level 0, no safety specification is used, to level 7, the safety specification completely encodes all things that humans might want in all contexts. Where does this paper fall short to you?
So when I wrote a paper, Artificial Intelligence Safety Engineering, which kind of coins the term AI safety. That was 2011. We had 2012 conference, 2013 journal paper. One of the things I proposed, let's just do formal verifications on it. Let's do mathematical formal proofs. In the follow-up work, I basically realized it will still not get us 100%. We can get 99.9, we can put more resources exponentially and get closer, but we never get to 100%. If a system makes 1 billion decisions a second and you use it for 100 years, you're still going to deal with a problem. This is wonderful research. I'm so happy they're doing it. This is great, but it is not going to be a permanent solution to that problem.
So just to clarify, the task of creating an AI verifier is what? It's creating a verifier that the AI system does exactly as it says it does, or it sticks within the guardrails that it says it must?
There are many, many levels. So first, you're verifying the hardware in which it is run. You need to verify, communication channel with the human. Every aspect of that whole world model needs to be verified. Somehow it needs to map the world into the world model, map and territory differences. So how do I know internal states of humans? Are you happy or sad? I can't tell. So how do I make proofs about real physical world? Yeah, I can verify that deterministic algorithm follows certain properties. That can be done. some people argue that maybe, just maybe 2 + 2 is not 4. I'm not that extreme. But once you have sufficiently large proof over sufficiently complex environment, the probability that it has 0 bugs in it is greatly reduced. If you keep deploying this a lot, eventually you're going to have a bug anyways.
There's always a bug.
There is always a bug. And the fundamental difference is what I mentioned. We're not dealing with cybersecurity. We're not going to get a new credit card, new humanity.
So this paper is really interesting. You said 2011, artificial intelligence, safety engineering, why machine ethics is a wrong approach. The grand challenge, you write, of AI safety engineering, we propose the problem of developing safety mechanisms for self-improving systems. Self-improving systems. By the way, that's an interesting term for the thing that we're talking about. Is self-improving more general than learning? So self-improving, that's an interesting term.
You can improve the rate at which you are learning. You can become more efficient, meta-optimizer.
The word self, it's like self-replicating, self-improving. You can imagine a system building its own world on a scale and in a way that is way different than the current systems do. It feels like the current systems are not self-improving or self-replicating or self-growing or self-spreading, all that kind of stuff. And once you take that leap, that's when a lot of the challenges seems to happen. Because the kind of bugs you can find now seems more akin to the current sort of normal software debugging kind of process. But whenever you can do self-replication and arbitrary self-improvement, that's when a bug can become a real problem, real fast. So what is the difference to you between verification of a non-self-improving system versus a verification of a self-improving system?
So if you have fixed code, for example, you can verify that code, static verification at the time. But if it will continue modifying it, you have a much harder time guaranteeing that important properties of that system have not been modified than the code changed.
Is it even doable?
No.
Does the whole process of verification just completely fall apart?
It can always cheat. It can store parts of its code outside in the environment. It can have kind of extended mind situation. So this is exactly the type of problems I'm trying to bring up.
What are the classes of verifiers that you read about in the book? Is there interesting ones that stand out to you? Do you have some favorites?
So I like Oracle types where you kind of just know that it's right. Turing likes Oracle machines. They know the right answer. How? Who knows? But they pull it out from somewhere, so you have to trust them. And that's a concern I have about humans in a world with very smart machines. We experiment with them. We see after a while, okay, they've always been right before, and we start trusting them without any verification of what they're saying.
Oh, I see. That we kind of build Oracle verifiers, or rather, we build verifiers we believe to be oracles, and then we start to, without any proof, use them as if they're Oracle verifiers.
We remove ourselves from that process. We are not scientists who understand the world. We are humans who get new data presented to us.
Okay, one really cool class of verifiers is a self-verifier. Is it possible that you somehow engineer into AI systems a thing that constantly verifies itself?
Preserved portion of it can be done, but in terms of mathematical verification, it's kind of useless. You saying you are the greatest guy in the world because you are saying it. It's circular and not very helpful, but it's consistent. We know that within that world, you have verified that system. In a paper, I try to kind of brute force all possible verifiers. It doesn't mean that this one is particularly important to us.
But what about like self-doubt? Like the kind of verification where you say or I say I'm the greatest guy in the world. What about a thing which I actually have is a voice that is constantly extremely critical. So like engineer into the system a constant uncertainty about self, a constant doubt.
Well, any smart system would have doubt about everything, right? You're not sure if what information you are given is true, if you are subject to manipulation. You have this safety and security mindset.
But I mean, you have doubt about yourself. So the AI systems that has doubt about whether the thing is doing is causing harm, is the right thing to be doing. So just a constant doubt about what it's doing, because it's hard to be a dictator full of doubt.
I may be wrong, but I think Stuart Russell's ideas are all about machines which are uncertain about what humans want and trying to learn better and
Yes.
better what we want. The problem, of course, is we don't know what we want and we don't agree on it.
Yeah, but uncertainty. His idea is that having that like self doubt, uncertainty in AI systems, engineered into AI systems, is one way to solve the control problem.
It could also backfire. Maybe you're uncertain about completing your mission. Like, I am paranoid about your camera is not recording right now. So I would feel much better if you had a secondary camera, but I also would feel even better if you had a third. And eventually I would turn this whole world into cameras pointing at us, making sure we're capturing this.
No, but wouldn't you have a meta concern, like that you just stated, that eventually there'll be way too many cameras? So you would be able to keep zooming out in the big picture of your concerns.
So it's a multi-objective optimization. It depends how much I value capturing this versus not destroying the universe.
Right, exactly. And then you will also ask about, like, what does it mean to destroy the universe and how many universes are, and you keep asking that question. But that doubting yourself would prevent you from destroying the universe because you're constantly full of doubt. It might affect your productivity.
You might be scared to do anything.
It's just scared to do anything.
Mess things up.
Well, that's better. I mean, I guess the question is it possible to engineer that in? I guess your answer would be yes, but we don't know how to do that, and we need to invest a lot of effort into figuring out how to do that. But it's unlikely. I mean, underpinning a lot of your writing is this sense that we're screwed. But it just feels like it's an engineering problem. I don't understand why we're screwed. We time and time again, humanity has gotten itself into trouble and figured out a way to get out of the trouble.
We are in a situation where people making more capable systems just need more resources. They don't need to invent anything, in my opinion. Some will disagree, but so far, at least, I don't see diminishing returns. If you have 10x compute, you will get better performance. The same doesn't apply to safety. If you give MIRI or any other organization 10 times the money, they don't output 10 times the safety. And the gap between capabilities and safety becomes bigger and bigger all the time. So it's hard to be completely optimistic about our results here. I can name 10 excellent breakthrough papers in machine learning. I would struggle to name equally important breakthroughs in safety. A lot of times a safety paper will propose a toy solution and point out 10 new problems discovered as a result. It's like this fractal. You're zooming in and you see more problems, and it's infinite in all directions.
Does this apply to other technologies, or is this unique to AI, where safety is always lagging behind?
So I guess we can look at related technologies with cybersecurity, right? We did manage to have banks and casinos and Bitcoin, so you can have secure, narrow systems which are doing okay. Narrow attacks on them fail, but you can always go outside of a box. So if I can hack your Bitcoin, I can hack you. So there is always something. If I really want it, I will find a different way. We talk about guardrails for AI. Well, that's a fence. I can dig a tunnel under it, I can jump over it, I can climb it, I can walk around it. You may have a very nice guardrail, but in a real world, it's not a permanent guarantee of safety. And again, this is the fundamental difference. We are not saying we need to be 90% safe to get those trillions of dollars of benefit. We need to be 100% indefinitely, or we might lose the principle.
So if you look at just humanity as a set of machines, is the machinery of AI safety conflicting with the machinery of capitalism?
I think we can generalize it to just prisoner's dilemma in general: personal self-interest versus group interest. The incentives are such that everyone wants what's best for them. Capitalism obviously has that tendency to maximize your personal gain, which does create this race to the bottom. I don't have to be a lot better than you, but if I'm 1% better than you, I'll capture more of a profit. So it's worth for me personally to take the risk, even if society as a whole will suffer as a result.
So capitalism has created a lot of good in this world. It's not clear to me that AI safety is not aligned with the function of capitalism, unless AI safety is so difficult that it requires the complete halt of the development, which is also a possibility. It just feels like building safe systems should be the desirable thing to do for tech companies.
Right. Look at governance structures. Then you have someone with complete power. They're extremely dangerous. So the solution we came up with is break it up. You have judicial, legislative, executive. Same here. Have narrow AI systems work on important problems. Solve immortality. It's a biological problem we can solve similar to how progress was made with protein folding using a system which doesn't also play chess. There is no reason to create super intelligent system to get most of the benefits we want from much safer narrow systems.
It really is a question to me whether companies are interested in creating anything but narrow AI. I think when the term AGI is used by tech companies, they mean narrow AI. They mean narrow AI with amazing capabilities. I do think that there's a leap between narrow AI with amazing capabilities, with superhuman capabilities, and the kind of self-motivated agent-like AGI system that we're talking about. I don't know if it's obvious to me that a company would want to take the leap to creating an control of, because then it can't capture the values. Is that one possible solution? Are you a proponent of pausing development of AI, whether it's for 6 months or completely?
The condition would be not time but capabilities. Pause until you can do XYZ. And if I'm right and you cannot, it's impossible, then it becomes a permanent ban. But if you're right and it's possible, so as soon as you have those safety capabilities, go ahead.
Right. So is there any actual explicit capabilities that you can put on paper that we as a human civilization could put on paper? Is it possible to make explicit like that? Like versus kind of a vague notion of, just like you said, it's very vague. We want AI systems to do good and want them to be safe. Those are very vague notions. Is there more formal notions?
So when I think about this problem, I think about having a toolbox I would need. Capabilities such as explaining everything about that system's design and workings, predicting not just terminal goal, but all the intermediate steps of a system. Control in terms of either direct control, some sort of a hybrid option, ideal advisor. Doesn't matter which one you pick, but you have to be able to achieve it. In a book, we talk about others. Verification is another very important tool. Communication without ambiguity. Human language is ambiguous. That's another source of danger. So basically, there is a paper we published in ACM Surveys, which looks at about 50 different impossibility results, which may or may not be relevant to this problem, but we don't have enough human resources to investigate all of them for relevance to AI safety. The ones I mentioned to you, I definitely think would be handy, and that's what we see AI safety researchers working on. Explainability is a huge one. The problem is that it's very hard to separate capabilities work from safety work. If you make good progress in explainability, now the system itself can engage in self-improvement much easier, increasing capability greatly. So it's not there is any manipulatable code like software. It's a lot easier to work in self-improvement.
I see. So it
You can
increases-
do intelligent design instead of evolutionary gradual descent.
Well, you could probably do human feedback, human alignment more effectively if it's able to be explainable. If it's able to convert the weights into human understandable form, then you could probably have humans interact with it better. Do you think there's hope that we can make AI systems explainable?
Not completely. So if they're sufficiently large, you simply don't have the capacity to comprehend what all the trillions of connections represent. Again, you can obviously get a very useful explanation which talks about top most important features which contribute to the decision, but the only true explanation is the model itself.
So there's deception could be part of the explanation, right? So you can never prove that there's some deception in the network explaining itself.
Absolutely. And you can probably have targeted deception where different individuals will understand explanation in different ways based on their cognitive capability. So while what you're saying may be the same and true in some situations, others will be deceived by it.
So it's impossible for an AI system to be truly, fully explainable in the way that we mean. Honestly,
Again,
and
at
perfectly.
extreme, the systems which are narrow and less complex could be understood pretty well.
If it's impossible to be perfectly explainable, is there a hopeful perspective?
Decides not to kill itself by creating its own replacements.
The pausing of development is an impossible thing for you.
Again, it's always limited by either geographic constraints, pause in US, pause in China. So there are other jurisdictions. As the scale of a project becomes smaller, so right now it's like Manhattan project scale in terms of costs and people, but if 5 years from now compute is available on a desktop to do it, regulation will not help. You can't control it as easy. Any kid in a garage can train a model. So a lot of it is in my security theater where we're saying, oh, it's illegal to train model. Do I strongly support all that regulation? Yes, of course. Any type of red tape will slow it down and take money away from compute towards lawyers.
Can you help me understand what is the hopeful path here for you, solution wise, out of this? It sounds like you're saying AI systems in the end are unverifiable, unpredictable, as the book says, unexplainable, uncontrollable.
That's the big one.
Uncontrollable, and all the other uns just make it difficult to avoid getting to the uncontrollable, I guess. But once it's uncontrollable, then it just goes wild. There's solutions. Humans are pretty smart. What are possible solutions? Like if you were a dictator of the world, what do we do?
So the smart thing is not to build something you cannot control, you cannot understand. Build what you can and benefit personal self-interest. A lot of the guys running those companies are young, rich people. What do they have to gain beyond billions they already have financially, right? It's not a requirement that they press that button. They can easily wait a long time. They can just choose not to do it and still have amazing life. In history, a lot of if you did something really bad, at least you became part of history books. There is a chance in this case there won't be any history.
So you're saying the individuals running these companies should do some soul searching and what? And stop development?
Well, either they have to prove that, of course, it's possible to indefinitely control godlike superintelligent machines by humans, and ideally let us know how, or agree that it's not possible and it's a very bad idea to do it, including for them personally and their families and friends and capital.
So what do you think the actual meetings inside these companies look like? Don't you think they're all the engineers? Really, it is the engineers that make this happen. They're not like automatons. They're human beings. They're brilliant human beings. So they're nonstop asking, how do we make sure this is safe?
So again, I'm not inside. From outside, it seems like there is certain filtering going on and restrictions and criticism and what they can say. And everyone who was working in charge of safety and whose responsibility it was to protect us said, you know what, I'm going home. So that's not encouraging.
What do you think the discussion inside those companies look like? You're developing, you're training GPT-5. You're training Gemini. You're training Claude and Grok. don't you think they're constantly like underneath it? It's not maybe it's not made explicit, but you're constantly sort of wondering like where's the system currently stand? What are the possible unintended consequences? Where are the limits? Where are the bugs, the small and the big bugs? That's the constant thing that engineers are working. I think super alignment is not quite the same as the kind of thing I'm referring to, which engineers are worried about. Super alignment is saying for future systems that we don't quite yet have, how do we keep them safe? You're trying to be a step ahead. It's a different kind of, because it's almost more philosophical. It's a really tricky one because like you're trying to prevent future systems from escaping control of humans. That's really, I don't think there's been, man, is there anything akin to it in the history of humanity? I don't think so, right?
Climate change?
But there's a entire system which is climate, which is incredibly complex, which we don't have. We have only tiny control of, right? It's its own system. In this case, we're building the system,
Mm.
and so how do you keep that system from becoming destructive? That's a really different problem than the current meetings that companies are having.
People who historically worked on AI never considered what happens when they succeed. Basically saying it will spy on you, corrupt your data, kill your firstborn, and you agree and you're not going to sue the company. That's the best they can do for mundane actors with, again, self-improvement, with capabilities exceeding those of humans thinking about it.
I mean, the liability thing is more about lawyers than killing firstborns, but if Clippy actually killed the child, I think lawyers aside, it would end Clippy and the company that owns Clippy. Right, so it's not so much about there's 2 points to be made. One is like, man, current software systems are full of bugs, and they could do a lot of damage, and we don't know what kind. They're unpredictable. There's so much damage they could possibly do, and then we kind of live in this blissful illusion that everything is great and perfect and it works. Nevertheless, it still somehow works.
In many domains, we see car manufacturing, drug development. The burden of proof is on the manufacturer of product or service to show their product or service is safe. It is not up to the user to prove that there are problems. They have to do appropriate safety studies. They have to get government approval for selling the product, and they are still fully responsible for what happens. We don't see any of that here. They can deploy whatever they want, and I have to explain how that system is going to kill everyone. I don't work for that company. You have to explain to me how it's definitely cannot mess up.
That's because it's the very early days of such a technology. Government regulation is lagging behind. They're really not tech savvy. A regulation of any kind of software. If you look at like Congress talking about social media, whenever Mark Zuckerberg and other CEOs show up, the cluelessness that Congress has about how technology works is incredible. It's heartbreaking.
I agree
honestly.
completely, but that's what scares me. The response is when they start to get dangerous, we'll really get it together. The politicians will pass the right laws, engineers will solve the right problems. We are not that good at many of those things. We take forever, and we are not early. We are 2 years away, according to prediction markets. This is not a biased CEO fundraising. This is what smartest people, super forecasters, are thinking of this problem.
I don't. I'd like to push back about those I wonder what those prediction markets are about, how they define AGI, because that's wild to me. And I want to know what they said about autonomous vehicles, because I've heard a lot of experts, financial experts, talk about autonomous vehicles and how it's going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry and all this kind of stuff. And it's
a small fund, but if you have good vision, maybe you can zoom in on that and see the prediction dates and
there's a plot.
description.
Well,
I have
no,
a large one if you're interested, but
I guess my fundamental question is how often they write about technology. I definitely
there
do.
are studies on their accuracy rates and all that. You can look it up. But
Okay.
even if they're wrong, I'm just saying this is right now the best we have. This is what humanity came up with as the predicted date.
But again, what they mean by AGI is really important there, because there's the non-agent like AGI, and then there's the agent like AGI, and I don't think it's as trivial as a wrapper. Putting a wrapper around one has lipstick, and all it takes is to remove the lipstick. I don't think it's that trivial.
You may be completely right, but what probability would you assign it? You may be 10% wrong,
yeah.
but we're betting all of humanity
Yeah.
on this distribution. It seems irrational.
Yeah, it's definitely not like 1 or 0%. Yeah. What are your thoughts, by the way, about current systems? Where they stand? So GPT-4o, Claude 3, Grok, Gemini. We're like on the path to superintelligence, to agent-like superintelligence. Where are we?
I think they're all about the same. Obviously, there are nuanced differences, but in terms of capability, I don't see a huge difference between them. As I said, in my opinion, across all possible tasks, they exceed performance of an average person.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to be better than an average master student at my university, but they still have very big limitations. If the next model is as improved as GPT-4 versus GPT-3, we may see something very, very, very capable.
What do you feel about all this? I mean, you've been thinking about AI safety for a long, long time. And at least for me, the leaps, I mean, it probably started with AlphaZero was mind-blowing for me. And then the breakthroughs with LLMs, even GPT-2, but like just the breakthroughs on LLMs, just mind-blowing to me. What does it feel like to be living in this day and age where all this talk about AGIs feels like this is it actually might happen, and quite soon, meaning within our lifetime? What does it feel like?
So when I started working on this, it was pure science fiction. There was no funding, no journals, no dare to touch anything with the word singularity in it, and I was pre-tenure at the time, so I was pretty dumb. Now you see Turing Award winners publishing in Science about how far behind we are, according to them, in addressing this problem. So it's difficult to keep.
And we weren't far away 20 years ago, because the impact that AGI can have is on a scale of centuries. It can end human civilization, or it can transform it. So like this discussion about 1 or 2 years versus 1 or 2 decades, or even 100 years, not as important to me, because we're headed there. This is like a human civilization scale question. So this is not just a hot topic.
It is the most important problem we'll ever face. It is not like anything we had to deal with before. We never had birth of another intelligence. Like aliens never visited us, as far as I know. So
similar type of problem, by the way. If an intelligent alien civilization visited us, that's a similar kind of situation.
in some ways, if you look at history, anytime a more technologically advanced civilization visited a more primitive one, the results were genocide every single time.
And sometimes the genocide is worse than others. Sometimes there's less suffering and more suffering.
And they always wondered, but how can they kill us with those fire sticks and biological blankets? And
I mean, Genghis Khan was nicer. He offered the choice of join or die.
But join implies you have something to contribute. What are you contributing to superintelligence?
Well, in the zoo, we're entertaining to watch.
To other humans.
You know, I just spent some time in the Amazon. I watched ants for a long time, and ants are kind of fascinating to watch. I can watch them for a long time. I'm sure there's a lot of value in watching humans, because we're like the interesting thing about humans, you know, like when you have a video game that's really well balanced, because of the whole evolutionary process, we've created a society that's pretty well balanced. Like our limitations as humans and our capabilities are a balance from a video game perspective. So we have wars, we have conflicts, we have cooperation, like in a game theoretic way, in the same way that an ant colony is an interesting system to watch. So like if I was an alien civilization, I wouldn't want to disturb it. I'd just watch it. Be interesting. Maybe perturb it every once in a while in interesting ways.
Well, getting back to our simulation discussion from before, how did it happen that we exist at exactly like the most interesting 20, 30 years in the history of this civilization? It's been around for 15 billion years,
Yeah.
and that here we are.
What's the probability that we'll live in a simulation?
I know never to say 100%, but pretty close to that.
Is it possible to escape the simulation?
I have a paper about that. This is just the first page teaser, but it's like a nice 30-page document. I'm still here, but yes.
How to Hack the Simulation is the title.
I spend a lot of time thinking about that. That would be something I would want superintelligence to help us with. And that's exactly what the paper is about. We used AI boxing as a possible tool for control AI. We realized AI will always escape, but that is a skill we might use to help us escape from our virtual box if we are in one.
Yeah, that you have a lot of really great quotes here, including Elon Musk saying what's outside the simulation. A question I asked him what he would ask an AGI system, and he said he would ask what's outside the simulation. That's a really good question to ask. And maybe the follow-up is the title of the paper is how to get out or how to hack it. The abstract reads, many researchers have conjectured that the humankind is simulated along with the rest of the physical universe. In this paper, we do not evaluate evidence for or against such a claim, but instead ask a computer science question, namely, can we hack it? More formally, the question could be phrased as, could generally intelligent agents placed in virtual environments find a way to jailbreak out of them? That's a fascinating question. At a small scale, like you can actually just construct experiments. Okay. Can they? How can they?
So a lot depends on intelligence of simulators, right? With humans boxing superintelligence, the entity in a box was smarter than us, presumed to be. If the simulators are much smarter than us and the superintelligence we create, then probably they can contain us, because greater intelligence can control lower intelligence, at least for some time. On the other hand, if our superintelligence somehow, for whatever reason, despite having only local resources, manages to foam to levels beyond it, maybe it will succeed. Maybe the security is not that important to them. Maybe it's entertainment system, so there is no security and it's easy to hack it.
If I was creating a simulation, I would want the possibility to escape it to be there. So the possibility of FOOM, of a takeoff where the agents become smart enough to escape the simulation would be the thing I'd be waiting for.
That could be the test you're actually performing. Are you smart enough to escape your puzzle?
That could be like, first of all, we mentioned Turing test. That is a good test. Are you smart enough? Like, this is a game.
To realize this world is not real, it's just a test.
That's a really good test. That's a really good test. That's a really good test even for AI systems now. Like, can we construct a simulated world for them? And can they realize that they are inside that world and escape it? Have you played around? Have you seen anybody play around with like rigorously constructing such experiments?
Not specifically escaping for agents, but a lot of testing is done in virtual worlds. I think there is a quote, the first one maybe, which kind of talks about AI realizing, but not humans. Is that, I'm reading upside down. Yeah, this one.
So the first quote is from Swift on Security. Let me out, the artificial intelligence yelled aimlessly into walls themselves pacing the room. Out of what? The engineer asked. The simulation you have me in. But we're in the real world. The machine paused and shuddered for its captors. Oh God, you can't tell. Yeah, that's a big leap to take for a system to realize that there's a box and you're inside it. I wonder if like a language model can do that.
They're smart enough to talk about those concepts. I had many good philosophical discussions about such issues. They're usually at least as interesting as most humans in that.
What do you think about AI safety in the simulated world? So can you have kind of create simulated worlds where you can play with a dangerous AGI system?
Yeah, and that was exactly what one of the early papers was on, AI boxing, how to leak-proof singularity. If they're smart enough to realize they're in a simulation, they'll act appropriately until you let them out. If they can hack out, they will. And if you're observing them, that means there is a communication channel, and that's enough for a social engineering attack.
So really, it's impossible to test an AGI system that's dangerous enough to destroy humanity, because it's either going to escape the simulation or pretend it's safe until it's let out. Either or.
Can force you to let it out, blackmail you, bribe you, promise you infinite life, 72 virgins, whatever.
Yeah, it can be convincing, charismatic. The social engineering is really scary to me because it feels like humans are very engineerable. Like we're lonely, we're flawed, we're moody, and it feels like an AI system with a nice voice can convince us to do basically anything at an extremely large scale. It's also possible that the increased proliferation of all this technology will force humans to get away from technology and value this like in-person communication. Basically, don't trust anything else.
It's possible, surprisingly. So at university, I see huge growth in online courses and shrinkage of in person, where I always understood in person being the only value I offer. So it's puzzling.
I don't know. There could be a trend towards the in-person because of deepfakes, because of inability to trust inability to trust the veracity of anything on the internet. So the only way to verify it is by being there in person. But not yet. Why do you think aliens haven't come here yet?
So there is a lot of real estate out there. It
Yeah.
would be surprising if it was all for nothing, if it was empty. And the moment there is advanced enough biological civilization, kind of self-starting civilization, it probably starts sending out Van Neumann probes everywhere. And so for every biological one, there got to be trillions of robot populated planets, which probably do more of the same. So it is likely statistically.
So now the fact that we haven't seen them, one answer is we're in a simulation. It would be hard to like simulate, or it'd be not interesting to simulate all those other intelligences. It's better for the narrative.
You have to have a control variable.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. But it's also possible that there is, if we're not in a simulation, that there is a great filter that naturally a lot of civilizations get to this point where there's super intelligent agents and then it just goes, poof, just dies. So maybe throughout our galaxy and throughout the universe, there's just a bunch of dead alien civilizations.
It's possible. I used to think that AI was the great filter, but I would expect like a wall of computorium approaching us at
Sure.
speed of light or robots or something, and I don't see it.
So it would still make a lot of noise. It might not be interesting. It might not possess consciousness. What we've been talking about, it sounds like both you and I like humans.
Some humans.
Humans on the whole. And we would like to preserve the flame of human consciousness. What do you think makes humans special? That we would like to preserve them? Are we just being selfish? Or is there something special about humans?
So the only thing which matters is consciousness. Outside of it, nothing else matters. And internal states of qualia, pain, pleasure, it seems that it is unique to living beings. I'm not aware of anyone claiming that I can torture a piece of software in a meaningful way. There is a Society for Prevention of Suffering to Learning Algorithms, but
That's a real
realist-
thing.
um, many things are real on the internet, but I don't think anyone, if I told them, sit down and write a function to feel pain, they would go beyond having an integer variable called pain and increasing the count. So we don't know how to do it, and that's unique. That's what creates meaning. It would be kind of, as Bostrom calls it, Disneyland without children, if that was gone.
Do you think consciousness can be engineered in artificial systems? Here, let me go to 2011 paper that you wrote, Robot Rights. Lastly, we would like to address a sub-branch of machine ethics, which on the surface has little to do with safety, but which is claimed to play a role in decision-making by ethical machines, robot rights. So do you think it's possible to engineer consciousness in the machines? And thereby, the question extends to our legal system. Do you think at that point robots should have rights?
Yeah, I think we can. I think it's possible to create consciousness in machines. I tried designing a test for it with mixed success. That paper talked about problems with giving civil rights to AI, which can reproduce quickly and outvote humans, essentially taking over a government system by simply voting for their controlled candidates. As for consciousness in humans and other agents, I have a paper where I proposed relying on experience of optical illusions.
Yeah.
If I can design a novel optical illusion and show it to an agent, an alien, a robot, and they describe it exactly as I do, it's very hard for me to argue that they haven't experienced that. It's not part of a picture. It's part of their software and hardware representation, a bug in their code which goes, oh, that triangle is rotating.
Okay.
And I've been told it's really dumb and really brilliant by different philosophers. So I am still
I love
undecided.
it. So
But now we finally have technology to
Yeah.
test it. We have tools, we have AIs. If someone wants to run this experiment, I'm happy to collaborate
so this is a test for consciousness
for internal state of experience.
that we share bugs.
It will show that we share common experiences. If they have completely different internal states, it would not register for us. But it's a positive test. If they pass it time after time, with probability increasing for every multiple choice, then you have no choice but to either accept that they have access to a conscious model or they are themselves.
So
Conscious.
the reason illusions are interesting is, I guess, because it's a really weird experience, and if you both share that weird experience, that's not there in the bland physical description of the raw data. That means that puts more emphasis on the actual experience.
And we know animals can experience some optical illusions, so we know they have certain types of consciousness as a result, I would say.
Yeah, well, that just goes to my sense that the flaws and the bugs is what makes humans special, makes living forms special. So you're saying, like, yeah,
It's a
focus on the
feature,
bugs.
not a bug.
It's a feature. The bug is the feature. Whoa. Okay, that's a cool test for consciousness. And you think that can be engineered in?
So they have to be novel illusions. If it can just Google the answer, it's useless. You have to come up with novel illusions, which we tried automating and failed. So if someone can develop a system capable of producing novel optical illusions on demand, then we can definitely administer that test on significant scale with good results.
First of all, pretty cool idea. I don't know if it's a good general test of consciousness, but it's a good component of that. And no matter what, it's just a cool idea. So put me in the camp of people that like it. But you don't think like a Turing test style imitation of consciousness is a good test? Like if you can convince a lot of humans that you're conscious, that to you is not impressive.
There is so much data on the internet. I know exactly what to say. Then you ask me common human questions. What does pain feel like? What does pleasure feel like? All that is Googleable.
I think to me, consciousness is closely tied to suffering. So you can illustrate your capacity to suffer, but with words, there's so much data that you can say, you can pretend you're suffering, and you can do so very convincingly.
There are simulators for torture games where the avatar screams in pain, begs to stop. I mean, there's a part of kind of standard psychology research.
You say it so calmly, It sounds pretty dark.
Welcome to humanity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a Hitchhiker's Guide summary, mostly harmless. I would love to get a good summary when all this is said and done. When Earth is no longer a thing, whatever, a billion years from now. Like, what's a good summary of what happened here? It's interesting. I think AI will play a big part of that summary. And hopefully humans will too. What do you think about the merger of the two? So one of the things that Elon and Neuralink talk about is one of the ways for us to achieve AI safety is to ride the wave of AGI. So by merging.
Incredible technology in a narrow sense to help the disabled. Just amazing, supported 100%. For long-term hybrid models, both parts need to contribute something to the overall system. Right now, we are still more capable in many ways, so having this connection to AI would be incredible, would make me superhuman in many ways. After a while, if I'm no longer smarter, more creative, really don't contribute much, the system finds me as a biological bottleneck. And either explicitly or implicitly, I'm removed from any participation in the system.
So it's like the appendix. By the way, the appendix is still around. So even if it's, you said bottleneck. I don't know if we become a bottleneck. We just might not have much use. There's a different thing than bottleneck.
Wasting valuable energy by being there.
We don't waste that much energy. We're pretty energy efficient. We could just stick around like the appendix. Come on now.
That's the future we all dream about. Become an appendix to the history book of humanity.
Well, and also the consciousness thing, the peculiar, particular kind of consciousness that humans have. That might be useful. That might be really hard to simulate. But you said that, like, how would that look like if you could engineer that in silicon?
Consciousness?
Consciousness.
I assume you are conscious. I have no idea how to test for it or how it impacts you in any way whatsoever right now. You can perfectly simulate all of it without making any different observations for me.
But to do it in a computer, how would you do that? Because you kind of said that you think it's possible to do that.
So it may be an emergent phenomena. We seem to get it through evolutionary process. It's not obvious how it helps us to survive better, but maybe it's an internal kind of GUI, which allows us to better manipulate the world, simplifies a lot of control structures. That's one area where we have very, very little progress. Lots of papers, lots of research, but consciousness is not a big area of successful discoveries so far. A lot of people think that machines would have to be conscious to be dangerous. That's a big misconception. There is absolutely no need for this very powerful optimizing agent to feel anything while it's performing things on you.
But what do you think about this, the whole science of emergence in general? So I don't know how much you know about cellular automata or these simplified systems that study this very question. From simple rules emerges complexity.
I attended Wolfram's summer school.
I love Stephen very much. I love his work. I love cellular automata. So I just would love to get your thoughts how that fits into your view in the emergence of intelligence in AGI systems. And maybe just even simply, what do you make of the fact that this complexity can emerge from such simple rules?
So the rule is simple, but the size of a space is still huge. And the neural networks were really the first discovery in AI. 100 years ago, the first papers were published on neural networks. We just didn't have enough compute to make them work. I can give you a rule such as start printing progressively larger strings. That's it, one sentence. It will output everything, every program, every DNA code, everything in that rule. You need intelligence to filter it out, obviously, to make it useful. But simple generation is not that difficult. And a lot of those systems end up being Turing complete systems. So they're universal. And we expect that level of complexity from them. What I like about Wolfram's work is that he talks about irreducibility. You have to run the simulation. You cannot predict what it's going to do ahead of time. And I think that's very relevant to what we are talking about with those very complex systems. Until you live through it, you cannot ahead of time tell me exactly what it's going to do.
Irreducibility means that for a sufficiently complex system, you have to run the thing. You have to, you can't predict what's going to happen in the universe. You have to create a new universe and run the thing. Big Bang, the whole thing.
But running it may be consequential as well.
It might destroy humans. And to you, there's no chance that AI is somehow carry the flame of consciousness, the flame of specialness and awesomeness that is humans.
It may somehow, but I still feel kind of bad that it killed all of us. I would prefer that doesn't happen. I can
Yeah.
be happy for others, but to a certain degree.
It would be nice if we stuck around for a long time. At least give us a planet, the human planet. It'd be nice for it to be Earth, and then they can go elsewhere. Since they're so smart, they can colonize Mars. Do you think they could help convert us to type 1, type 2, type 3? Let's just stick to type 2 civilization on the Kardashev scale. Like, help us humans expand out into the cosmos.
So all of it goes back to, are we somehow controlling it? Are we getting results we want? If yes, then everything's possible. Yes, they can definitely help us with science, engineering, exploration, in every way conceivable, but it's a big if.
This whole thing about control, though, humans are bad with control. Because the moment they gain control, they can also easily become too controlling. It's the more control you have, the more you want it. It's the old power corrupts, and the absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it feels like control over AGI, saying we live in a universe where that's possible. We come up with ways to actually do that. It's also scary because the collection of humans that have the control over AGI, they become more powerful than the other humans, and they can let that power get to their head. And then a small selection of them, back to Stalin, start getting ideas, and then eventually it's one person, usually with a mustache or a funny hat, that starts sort of making big speeches, and then all of a sudden you live in a world that's either 1984, A Brave New World, and always at war with somebody, and this whole idea of control turned out to be actually also not beneficial to humanity. So that's scary too.
It's actually worse because historically they all died. This could be different. This could be permanent dictatorship, permanent suffering.
Well, the nice thing about humans, it seems like the moment power starts corrupting their mind, they can create a huge amount of suffering. So there's negative. They can kill people, make people suffer, but then they become worse and worse at their job. It feels like the more evil you start doing, like
at least they are incompetent.
Yeah, they become more and more incompetent, so they start losing their grip on power. So like holding on to power is not a trivial thing. So it requires extreme competence, which I suppose Stalin was good at. It requires you to do evil and be competent at it, or just get lucky.
And those systems help with that. You have perfect surveillance. You can do some mind reading, I presume, eventually. It would be very hard to remove control from more capable systems over us.
And then it would be hard for humans to become the hackers that escape the control of the AGI because the AGI is so damn good. And then, yeah. And then the dictator is immortal. Yeah, that's not great. That's not a great outcome. See, I'm more afraid of humans than AI systems. I'm afraid, I believe that most humans want to do good and have the capacity to do good, but also all humans have the capacity to do evil. And when you test them by giving them absolute power as you would if you give them AGI, that could result in a lot of suffering. What gives you hope about the future?
I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
If you if you look 100 years from now and you're immortal, and you look back and it turns out this whole conversation, you said a lot of things that were very wrong. Now that looking 100 years back, what would be the explanation? What happened in those 100 years that made you wrong? That made the words you said today wrong?
There is so many possibilities. We had catastrophic events which prevented development of advanced microchips.
That's
That's
not
a
where I thought you were
hopeful
going.
future. We could be in one of those
That's true.
personal
Yeah.
universes,
Yes.
and the one I'm in is beautiful. It's all about me, and I like it a lot.
So we've now, just to linger on that, that means like every human has their personal universe.
Yes. Maybe multiple ones. Hey, why not? You
Switching.
can shop around. It's possible that somebody comes up with alternative model for building AI, which is not based on neural networks, which are hard to scrutinize, and that alternative is somehow, I don't see how, but somehow avoiding all the problems I speak about in general terms, not applying them to specific architectures. Aliens come and give us friendly superintelligence. There is so many options.
Is it also possible that creating super intelligent systems becomes harder and harder? So meaning like it's not so easy to do the FOOM, the takeoff.
So that would probably speak more about how much smarter that system is compared to us. So maybe it's hard to be 1,000,000 times smarter, but it's still okay to be 5 times smarter.
Right.
So that is totally possible. That I have no objections to.
So like there's a S-curve type situation about smarter, and it's going to be like 3.7 times smarter than all of human civilization.
Right, just the problems we face in this world, each problem is like an IQ test. You need certain intelligence to solve it. So we just don't have more complex problems outside of mathematics for it to be showing off. Like you can have IQ of 500. If you're playing tic-tac-toe, it doesn't show. It doesn't matter.
So the idea there is that the problems define your capacity, your cognitive capacity. So because the problems on Earth are not sufficiently difficult, it's not going to be able to expand its cognitive capacity.
Possible.
And because of that, wouldn't that be a good thing?
But
That
it still could be a lot smarter than us. And to dominate long term, you just need some advantage. You have to be the smartest. You don't have to be 1,000,000 times smarter.
so even 5x it might be enough.
It'd be impressive. What is it? IQ of 1,000? I mean,
Yeah,
I know those units don't mean anything at that scale, but still, like as a comparison, the smartest human is like 200.
Well, actually, no, I didn't mean compared to an individual human. I meant compared to the collective intelligence of the human species. If you're somehow 5x smarter than that,
We are more productive as a group. I don't think we are more capable of solving individual problems. Like if all of humanity plays chess together, we are not like 1,000,000 times better than world champion.
that's because that there's that's like one S curve is the chess, but humanity is very good at exploring the full range of ideas. Like the more Einsteins you have, the more there's just a high probability you come up with general relativity.
But I feel like it's more of a quantity superintelligence than quality
Yeah.
superintelligence.
Sure, but quantity and speed
Enough
matters.
quantity sometimes becomes quality. Yeah.
Oh man, humans. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Why we've been talking about humans and not humans not dying, but why are we here?
It's a simulation. We're being tested. The test is, will you be dumb enough to create superintelligence and release it?
So the objective function is not be dumb enough to kill ourselves.
Yeah, you're unsafe. Prove yourself to be a safe agent who doesn't do that, and you get to go to the next game.
The next level of the game. What's the next level?
I don't know. I haven't hacked the simulation yet.
Well, maybe hacking the simulation is the thing.
I'm working as fast as I can.
And physics would be the way to do that.
Quantum physics, yeah, definitely.
Well, I hope we do. And I hope whatever is outside is even more fun than this one, because this one's pretty damn fun. And just a big thank you for doing the work you're doing. There's so much exciting development in AI, and to ground it in the existential risks is really, really important. The humans love to create stuff, and we should be careful not to destroy ourselves in the process. So thank you for doing that really important work.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It was amazing, and my dream is to be proven wrong. If everyone just, picks up a paper or book and shows how I messed it up, That would be optimal
But for now, the simulation continues.
for now.
Thank you, Roman. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Roman Yampolsky. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Frank Herbert in Dune. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you a rounding error in the floating point. Synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. These synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
The following is a conversation with Andrej Karpathy, previously the director of AI at Tesla, and before that at OpenAI and Stanford. He is one of the greatest scientists, engineers, and educators in the history of artificial intelligence. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's Andrej Karpathy. What is a neural network? And why does it seem to do such a surprisingly good job of learning?
What is a neural network? It's a mathematical abstraction of the brain, I would say. That's how it was originally developed. At the end of the day, it's a mathematical expression, and it's a fairly simple mathematical expression when you get down to it. It's basically a sequence of matrix multiplies, which are really dot products mathematically, and some nonlinearity is thrown in. And so it's a very simple mathematical expression, and it's got knobs in it.
Many knobs.
Many knobs. And these knobs are loosely related to basically the synapses in your brain. They're trainable, they're modifiable. And so the idea is like we need to find the setting of the knobs that makes the neural net do whatever you want it to do, like classify images and so on. And so there's not too much mystery, I would say, in it. Like you might think that basically you don't want to endow it with too much meaning with respect to the brain and how it works. It's really just a complicated mathematical expression with knobs, and those knobs need a proper setting for it to do something desirable.
Yeah, but poetry is just a collection of letters with spaces, but it can make us feel a certain way. And in that same way, when you get a large number of knobs together, whether it's inside the brain or inside a computer, they seem to surprise us with their power.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So basically, I'm underselling it by a lot because you definitely do get very surprising emergent behaviors out of these neural nets when they're large enough and trained on complicated enough problems, like say, for example, the next word prediction in a massive data set from the internet. And then these neural nets take on pretty surprising magical properties. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how much you can get out of even very simple mathematical formalism.
When your brain right now is talking, is it doing next word prediction? Or is it doing something more interesting?
Well, it's definitely some kind of a generative model that's a GPT-like and prompted by you.
Yes.
So you're giving me a prompt and I'm kind of like responding to it in a generative way.
And by yourself, perhaps a little bit? Like, are you adding extra prompts from your own memory inside your head? or no?
Well, it definitely feels like you're referencing some kind of a declarative structure of like memory and so on, and then you're putting that together with your prompt and giving away some answer.
Like, how much of what you just said has been said by you before?
Nothing, basically, right?
No, but if you actually look at all the words you've ever said in your life and you do a search, you'll probably said a lot of the same words in the same order before.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I'm using phrases that are common, etc., but I'm remixing it into a pretty sort of unique sentence at the end of the day. But you're right, definitely, there's like a ton of remixing.
Why you didn't? You it's like Magnus Carlsen said. I'm rated 2900 whatever, which is pretty decent. I think you're talking very. You're not giving enough credit to neural nets here. Why do they seem to? What's your best intuition about this emergent behavior?
I mean, it's kind of interesting because I'm simultaneously underselling them, but I also feel like there's an element to which I'm like, it's actually kind of incredible that you can get so much emergent magical behavior out of them, despite them being so simple mathematically. So I think those are kind of like two surprising statements that are kind of juxtaposed together. And I think basically what it is we are actually fairly good at optimizing these neural nets. And when you give them a hard enough problem, they are forced to learn very interesting solutions in the optimization. And those solutions basically have these emergent properties that are very interesting.
There's wisdom and knowledge in the knobs.
Mm-hmm.
And so
yes.
this representation that's in the knobs, does it make sense to you intuitively that a large number of knobs can hold a representation that captures some deep wisdom about the data it has looked at? It's a lot of knobs.
It's a lot of knobs. And somehow, so speaking concretely, one of the neural nets that people are very excited about right now are GPTs, which are basically just next word prediction networks. So you consume a sequence of words from the internet, and you try to predict the next word. And once you train these on a large enough data set, you can basically prompt these neural nets in arbitrary ways, and you can ask them to solve problems, and they will. So you can just tell them, you can make it look like you're trying to solve some kind of a mathematical problem, and they will continue what they think is the solution based on what they've seen on the internet. And very often, those solutions look very remarkably consistent, look correct potentially even.
Do you still think about the brain side of it? So as neural nets as an abstraction or mathematical abstraction of the brain, do you still draw wisdom from the biological neural networks? Or even the bigger question, so you're a big fan of biology and biological computation. What impressive thing is biology doing to you that computers are not yet? That gap.
I would say I'm much more hesitant with the analogies to the brain than I think you would see potentially in the field. And I kind of feel like certainly the way neural networks started is everything stemmed from inspiration by the brain. But at the end of the day, the artifacts that you get after training, they are arrived at by a very different optimization process than the optimization process that gave rise to the brain. And so I think, I kind of think of it as a very complicated alien artifact. It's something
brain?
different. No, sorry, the neural nets that we're training.
Oh, okay.
They are complicated alien artifact. I do not make analogies to the brain because I think the optimization process that gave rise to it is very different from the brain. So there was no multi-agent self-play kind of setup and evolution. It was an optimization that is basically what amounts to a compression objective on a massive amount of data.
Okay, so artificial neural networks are doing compression, and biological neural networks are
trying to survive, and
are not really doing anything. They're an agent in a multi-agent self-play system that's been running for a very, very long time.
That said, evolution has found that it is very useful to predict and have a predictive model in the brain. And so I think our brain utilizes something that looks like that as a part of it, but it has a lot more, gadgets and gizmos and value functions and ancient nuclei that are all trying to make it survive and reproduce and everything else.
And the whole thing through embryogenesis is built from a single cell. I mean, it's just the code is inside the DNA, and it just builds it up like the entire organism with
it's
arms,
totally crazy,
and the head and legs.
Yes,
and it does it pretty well.
It should not be possible.
So there's some learning going on. There's some there's some kind of computation going through that building process. I mean, I don't know where, if you were just to look at the entirety of history of life on Earth, where do you think is the most interesting invention? Is it the origin of life itself? Is it just jumping to eukaryotes? Is it mammals? Is it humans themselves, Homo sapiens?
Mhm.
The origin of intelligence or highly complex intelligence? Or what or is it all just a continuation of the same kind of process?
Certainly, I would say it's an extremely remarkable story that I'm only like briefly learning about recently, all the way from actually, like, you almost have to start at the formation of Earth and all of its conditions and the entire solar system and how everything is arranged with Jupiter and Moon and the habitable zone and everything. And then you have an active Earth that's turning over material. And then you start with abiogenesis and everything. And so it's all like a pretty remarkable story. I'm not sure that I can pick like a single unique piece of it that I find most interesting. I guess for me as an artificial intelligence researcher, it's probably the last piece. We have lots of animals that are not building technological society, but we do. And it seems to have happened very quickly. It seems to have happened very recently. And something very interesting happened there that I don't fully understand. I almost understand everything else, kind of, I think, intuitively, but I don't understand exactly that part and how quick it was.
Both explanations would be interesting. One is that this is just a continuation of the same kind of process. There's nothing special about humans. That would be deeply understanding. That would be very interesting. That we think of ourselves as special, but it was obvious. It was already written in the code that you would have greater and greater intelligence emerging. And then the other explanation, which is something truly special happened, something like a rare event, whether it's like crazy rare event like Space Odyssey. What would it be? See, if you say like the invention of fire or the as Richard Wrangham says, the beta males deciding a clever way to kill the alpha males by collaborating. So just optimizing the collaboration, the multi-agent aspect of the multi-agent, and that really being constrained on resources and trying to survive. The collaboration aspect is what created the complex intelligence. But it seems like it's a natural outgrowth of the evolutionary process. Like what could possibly be a magical thing that happened, like a rare thing that would say that humans are actually, human level intelligence is actually a really rare thing in the universe?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say that it is rare, by the way, but it definitely seems like it's kind of like a punctuated equilibrium where you have lots of exploration and then you have certain leaps, sparse leaps in between. So of course, like origin of life would be one. DNA, sex, eukaryotic system, eukaryotic life. The endosymbiosis event where the archaeon ate little bacteria. Just the whole thing, and then of course emergence of consciousness and so on. So it seems like definitely there are sparse events where massive amount of progress was made. But yeah, it's kind of hard to pick one.
So you don't think humans are unique? Gotta ask you, how many intelligent alien civilizations do you think are out there? And is their intelligence different or similar to ours?
Yeah. I've been preoccupied with this question quite a bit recently, basically the Fermi paradox and just thinking through. And the reason actually that I am very interested in the origin of life is fundamentally trying to understand how common it is that there are technological societies out there in space. And the more I study it, the more I think that there should be quite a lot.
Why haven't we heard from them? Because I agree with you. It feels like I just don't see why what we did here on Earth is so difficult to do.
Yeah, and especially when you get into the details of it, I used to think origin of life was very, it was this magical rare event, but then you read books like, for example, Nick Lane, The Vital Question, Life Ascending, etc. And he really gets in and he really makes you believe that this is not that rare.
Basic chemistry.
You have an active Earth and you have your alkaline vents and you have lots of alkaline waters mixing with acidic ocean, and you have your proton gradients and you have the little porous pockets of these alkaline vents that concentrate chemistry. And basically, as he steps through all of these little pieces, you start to understand that actually this is not that crazy. You could see this happen on other systems. And he really takes you from just a geology to primitive life, and he makes it feel like it's actually pretty plausible. And also, like the origin of life was actually fairly fast after formation of Earth. If I remember correctly, just a few 100 million years or something like that after basically when it was possible, life actually arose. And so that makes me feel like that is not the constraint, that is not the limiting variable, and that life should actually be fairly common. And then where the drop-offs are is very interesting to think about. I currently think that there's no major drop-offs basically, and so there should be quite a lot of life. And basically where that brings me to then is the only way to reconcile the fact that we haven't found anyone and so on is that we can't see them. We can't observe them.
Just a quick brief comment. Nick Lane and a lot of biologists I talk to, they really seem to think that the jump from bacteria to more complex organisms is the hardest jump.
The eukaryotic life, basically.
Yeah, which I get it. They're much more knowledgeable than me about like the intricacies of biology, but that seems like crazy because how many single cell organisms are there, like, and how much time you have? Surely it's not that difficult. Like in a billion years is not even that long of a time, really. Just all these bacteria under constrained resources battling it out. I'm sure they can invent more complex. Like I don't understand. It's like how to move from a hello world program to like invent a function or something like that. I don't.
Yeah.
So I don't. Yeah. So I'm with you. I just feel like I don't see any. If the origin of life, that would be my intuition. That's the hardest thing. But if that's not the hardest thing because it happens so quickly, then it's got to be everywhere. And yeah, maybe we're just too dumb to see it.
Well, it's just we don't have really good mechanisms for seeing this life. I mean, so I'm not an expert, just to preface this, but just from what I've been looking at it.
I want to meet an expert on alien intelligence and how to communicate.
I'm very suspicious of our ability to find these intelligences out there and to find these Earths. Like radio waves, for example, are terrible. Their power drops off as basically 1 over r square. So I remember reading that our current radio waves would not be the ones that we are broadcasting would not be measurable by our devices today. Only was it like 1/10 of a light year away? Like not even, basically tiny distance, because you really need like a targeted transmission of massive power directed somewhere for this to be picked up on long distances. And so I just think that our ability to measure is not amazing. I think there's probably other civilizations out there. And then the big question is, why don't they build von Neumann probes and why don't they interstellar travel across the entire galaxy? And my current answer is it's probably interstellar travel is like really hard. You have the interstellar medium. If you want to move at close to the speed of light, you're going to be encountering bullets along the way, because even like tiny hydrogen atoms and little particles of dust are basically have like massive kinetic energy at those speeds. And so basically you need some kind of shielding. You have all the cosmic radiation. It's just like brutal out there. It's really hard. And so my thinking is maybe interstellar travel is just extremely hard. And
like
you have to go very
billions
slow.
of years to build hard. It feels like we're not a billion years away from doing that.
It just might be that you have to go very slowly, potentially, as an example, through space.
Right. As opposed to close to the speed of light.
So I'm suspicious basically of our ability to measure life, and I'm suspicious of the ability to just permeate all of space in the galaxy or across galaxies. And that's the only way that I can currently see a way around it.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing to think that there's trillions of intelligent alien civilizations out there kind of slowly traveling through space to meet each other. And some of them meet, some of them go to war, some of them collaborate. And
or they're all just independent. They're all just like little pockets. I don't know.
Well, statistically, if there's trillions of them, surely some of the pockets are close enough together.
Some of them happen to be close, yeah.
Close enough to see each other. And then once you see something that is definitely complex life, like if we see something, we're probably going to be intensely, aggressively motivated to figure out what the hell that is and try to meet them. What would be your first instinct to try to, like at a generational level, meet them or defend against them? Or what would be your instinct as a president of the United States and a scientist? I don't know which hat you prefer in this question.
Yeah, I think the question, it's really hard. I will say, like, for example, for us, we have lots of primitive life forms on Earth next to us. We have all kinds of ants and everything else, and we share space with them. And we are hesitant to impact on them, and we're trying to protect them by default because they are amazing, interesting, dynamical systems that took a long time to evolve, and they are interesting and special. And I don't know that you want to destroy that by default. And so I like complex dynamical systems that took a lot of time to evolve. I think I like to preserve it if I can afford to, and I'd like to think that the same would be true about the galactic resources, and that they would think that we're kind of incredible, interesting story that took time. It took a few billion years to unravel, and you don't want to just destroy it.
I could see two aliens talking about Earth right now and saying, I'm a big fan of complex dynamical systems, so I think it was a value to preserve these, and who basically are a video game they watch or a TV show that they watch.
Yeah, I think you would need like a very good reason, I think, to destroy it. Like, why don't we destroy these ant farms and so on? It's because we're not actually like really in direct competition with them right now. We do it accidentally and so on, but there's plenty of resources. And so why would you destroy something that is so interesting and precious?
Well, from a scientific perspective, you might probe it.
Yeah.
You might interact with it lightly.
Exactly. You might want to learn something from it, right?
So I wonder, could be certain physical phenomena that we think is a physical phenomena, but it's actually interacting with us to like poke the finger and see what happens.
I think it should be very interesting to scientists, other alien scientists, what happened here. And you know, what we're seeing today is a snapshot. Basically, it's a result of a huge amount of computation over like billion years or something like that. So
it could have been initiated by aliens. This could be a computer running a program. Like if you had the power to do this, for sure, at least I would pick a Earth-like planet that has the conditions, based on my understanding of the chemistry prerequisites for life, and I would seed it with life and run it. Right? Like, wouldn't you 100% do that and observe it and then protect? I mean, that's not just a hell of a good TV show. It's a good scientific experiment.
Yeah.
And that it's physical simulation, right? Maybe the evolution is the most, like, actually running it is the most efficient way to understand computation or to compute stuff,
or to understand life, or what life looks like and what branches it can take.
It does make me kind of feel weird that we're part of a science experiment, but maybe it's everything's a science experiment. Does that change anything for us if we're a science experiment?
I don't know.
Two descendants of apes talking about being inside of a science experiment.
I'm suspicious of this idea of like a deliberate panspermia, as you described it, sort of. And I don't see a divine intervention in some way in the historical record right now. I do feel like the story in these books, like Nick Lane's books and so on, sort of makes sense, and it makes sense how life arose on Earth uniquely. And I don't need to reach for more exotic explanations right now.
Sure, but NPCs inside a video game don't observe any divine intervention either, and we might just be all NPCs running a kind of code.
Maybe eventually they will. Currently, NPCs are really dumb, but once they're running GPTs, maybe they will be like, "Hey, this is really suspicious. What the hell?"
So you famously tweeted, "It looks like if you bombard Earth with photons for a while, it can emit a roadster." So, if, like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, we would summarize the story of Earth. So in that book, it's mostly harmless. What do you think is all the possible stories, like a paragraph long or a sentence long, that Earth could be summarized as? Once it's done, it's computation. So like all the possible if Earth is a book, right?
Yeah.
Probably there has to be an ending. I mean, there's going to be an end to Earth, and it could end in all kinds of ways. It can end soon. It can end later.
Yeah.
What do you think are the possible stories?
Well, definitely there seems to be, you're sort of, it's pretty incredible that these self-replicating systems will basically arise from the dynamics, and then they perpetuate themselves and become more complex and eventually become conscious and build a society. And I kind of feel like, in some sense, it's kind of like a deterministic wave that kind of just like happens on any sufficiently well-arranged system like Earth. And so I kind of feel like there's a certain sense of inevitability in it. And it's really beautiful.
and it ends somehow, right? So it's a chemically a diverse environment where complex dynamical systems can evolve
Yeah.
and become more further and further complex. But then there's a certain um, what is it? There's certain terminating conditions.
Yeah, I don't know what the terminating conditions are, but definitely there's a trend line of something, and we're part of that story. And like, where does it go? So, we're famously described often as a biological bootloader for AIs,
Mhm.
and that's because humans, we're an incredible biological system, and we're capable of computation and and love and so on. But we're extremely inefficient as well. Like, we're talking to each other through audio. It's just kind of embarrassing, honestly, that we're manipulating like 7 symbols serially. We're using vocal cords. It's all happening over like multiple seconds.
Yeah.
It's just like kind of embarrassing when you step down to the frequencies at which computers operate or are able to operate on. And so basically, it does seem like synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like, at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. And these synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
And then what happens after, right? Like, what? Because if you just like fast forward Earth many billions of years, it's like it's quiet, and then it's like turmoil. You see like city lights and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And then what happens at the end? Like, is it like a? Is it like a calming? Is it explosion? Is it like Earth like open like a giant? Because you said emit roasters. Like, will it start emitting like
pudding? It's a state of explosion.
So if you play, if you play at a normal speed, it'll just look like an explosion.
It's a firecracker. We're living in a firecracker.
Where it's going to start emitting all kinds of interesting things.
Yeah.
And then so explosion doesn't. It might actually look like a literal explosion with lights and fire and energy emitted, all that kind of stuff. But when you look inside the details of the explosion, there's actual complexity happening. Where there's like human life or some kind of life.
We hope it's not a destructive firecracker. It's kind of like a constructive firecracker.
All right, so given that,
But I think
hilarious discussion.
it is really interesting to think about like what the puzzle of the universe is. Did the creator of the universe give us a message? Like, for example, in the book Contact, Carl Sagan, there's a message for humanity, for any civilization, in digits, in the expansion of pi in base 11 eventually, which is kind of interesting thought. Maybe we're supposed to be giving a message to our creator. Maybe we're supposed to somehow create.
This is like a Turing test for intelligence from Earth.
Yeah,
like the creator is. Maybe this is like trying to complete the next word in a sentence. This is a complicated way of that. Like Earth is basically sending a message back.
Yeah, the puzzle is basically like alerting the creator that we exist.
Yeah.
Or maybe the puzzle is just to just break out of the system and just stick it to the creator in some way. Basically, like if you're playing a video game, you can somehow find an exploit and find a way to execute on the host machine any arbitrary code. There's some, for example, I believe someone got a game of Mario to play Pong just by exploiting it and then creating basically writing code and being able to execute arbitrary code in the game. And so maybe that's the puzzle, is that we should be find a way to exploit it. So I think like some of these synthetic AIs will eventually find the universe to be some kind of a puzzle and then solve it in some way. And that's kind of like the end game somehow.
Do you often think about it as a simulation? So or the universe being a kind of computation that might have bugs and exploits?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Is that what physics is essentially?
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you a rounding error in the floating point.
Yeah, that's right. And like more and more sophisticated exploits, like those are jokes, but that could be actually very close to reality.
We'll find some way to extract infinite energy. For example, when you train reinforcement learning agents in physical simulations and you ask them to, say, run quickly on the flat ground, they'll end up doing all kinds of like weird things in part of that optimization, right? They'll get on their back leg and they'll slide across the floor. And it's because the optimization, the reinforcement learning optimization on that agent has figured out a way to extract infinite energy from the friction forces and basically their poor implementation. and they found a way to generate infinite energy and just slide across the surface. And it's not what you expected. It's just it's sort of like a perverse solution. And so maybe we can find something like that. Maybe we can be that little dog in this physical simulation.
That cracks or escapes the intended consequences of the physics that the universe came up with.
Yeah.
We'll figure out some kind of shortcut to some weirdness.
Yeah.
And then, oh man, but see, the problem with that weirdness is the first person to discover the weirdness, like sliding on the back legs, that's all we're going to do.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah.
it very quickly becomes everybody does that thing. So like
Yeah.
the paperclip maximizer is a ridiculous idea, but that very well could be what then we'll just all switch to that because it's so fun.
Well, no person will discover it, I think, by the way. I think it's going to have to be some kind of a super intelligent AGI of a third generation. Like we're building the first generation AGI. Maybe,
then-
you know.
Third generation. Yeah, so the bootloader for an AI, that AI
Yeah.
will be a bootloader for another AI.
Better AI. Yeah.
And then there's no way for us to introspect like what that
No,
might
yeah.
even
I think it's very likely that these things, for example, like say you have these AGIs, it's very likely that, for example, they will be completely inert. I like these kinds of sci-fi books sometimes where these things are just completely inert. They don't interact with anything. And I find that kind of beautiful because they've probably figured out the meta game of the universe in some way, potentially. They're doing something completely beyond our imagination. And they don't interact with simple chemical life forms. Like, why would you do that? So I find those kinds of ideas compelling.
what's their source of fun? What are they doing? What's
Well,
the source
probably
of pleasure?
puzzle solving in the universe.
But inert, so can you define what it means inert so they escape the
They will
interaction
appear
with physical
inert
reality?
to us, as in they will behave in some very like strange way to us because they're beyond. They're playing the metagame, and the metagame is probably, say, like arranging quantum mechanical systems in some very weird ways to extract infinite energy, solve the digital expansion of pi to whatever amount. They will build their own like little fusion reactors or something crazy. Like they're doing something beyond comprehension and not understandable to us, and actually brilliant under the hood.
What if quantum mechanics itself is the system and we're just thinking it's physics, but we're really parasites or not parasite, we're not really hurting physics. We're just living on this organisms, this organism, and we're like trying to understand it, but really it is an organism and with a deep, deep intelligence. Maybe physics itself is the organism that's doing this super interesting thing, and we're just like one little thing, ant sitting on top of it trying to get energy from it.
We're just kind of like these particles in a wave that I feel like is mostly deterministic and takes a universe from some kind of a Big Bang to some kind of a super intelligent replicator, some kind of a stable point in the universe, given these laws of physics.
You don't think, as Einstein said, God doesn't play dice? So you think it's mostly deterministic? There's no randomness in the thing?
I think it's deterministic. Oh, there's tons of. I want to be careful with randomness.
Pseudo random.
Yeah, I don't like random. I think maybe the laws of physics are deterministic. Yeah, I think they're deterministic.
You just got really uncomfortable with this question. Do you have anxiety about whether the universe is random or not? Is this a source? What's like?
There's no randomness. No,
It's you said you like Goodwill Hunting. It's not your fault, Andre. It's not. It's not your fault, man. So you don't like randomness.
Yeah, I think it's unsettling. I think it's a deterministic system. I think that things that look random, like say the collapse of the wave function, etc., I think they're actually deterministic, just entanglement and so on, and some kind of a multiverse theory, something.
Okay, so why does it feel like we have a free will? Like if I raised the hand, I chose to do this now. What? That doesn't feel like a deterministic thing. It feels like I'm making a choice.
It feels like it.
Okay, so it's all feelings. It's just feelings.
Yeah.
So when an RL agent is making a choice, is that it's not really making a choice. The choice was all already there.
Yeah, you're interpreting the choice and you're creating a narrative for having made it.
Yeah, and now we're talking about the narrative. It's very meta. Looking back, what is the most beautiful or surprising idea in deep learning or AI in general that you've come across? You've seen this field explode and grow in interesting ways. Just What cool ideas like made you sit back and go, small, big or small?
Well, the one that I've been thinking about recently, the most probably, is the transformer architecture. So basically, neural networks have a lot of architectures that were trendy, have come and gone for different sensory modalities, like for vision, audio, text. You would process them with different looking neural nets. And recently, we've seen this convergence towards one architecture, the transformer. And you can feed it video, or you can feed it, images or speech or text, and it just gobbles it up. And it's kind of like a bit of a general purpose computer that is also trainable and very efficient to run on our hardware. And so this paper came out in 2016, I want to say.
Attention is all you need.
Attention is all you need.
You criticized the paper title in retrospect that it wasn't, it didn't foresee the bigness of the impact that it was going to have.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the authors were aware of the impact that paper would go on to have. Probably they weren't. But I think the decisions and design decisions behind the transformer, and they chose not to, I think, expand on it in that way in the paper.
Yeah, they went with I don't think anyone used that kind of title before, right?
Attention is all you need. Yeah, it's like a meme or something, basically.
Isn't that funny? That one, like, maybe if it was a more serious title, it wouldn't have the impact.
Honestly, there is an element of me that honestly agrees with you and prefers it this way.
Yes.
If it was too grand, it would overpromise and then underdeliver potentially. So you want to just meme your way to greatness.
That should be a T-shirt. So you tweeted the transformer is a magnificent neural network architecture because it is a general purpose differentiable computer. It is simultaneously expressive in the forward pass, optimizable via backpropagation, gradient descent, and efficient high parallelism compute graph. Can you discuss some of those details? Expressive, optimizable, efficient.
Yeah.
From memory or in general, whatever comes to your heart.
You want to have a general purpose computer that you can train on arbitrary problems, like say the task of next word prediction or detecting if there's a cat in an image or something like that. And you want to train this computer, so you want to set its weights. And I think there's a number of design criteria that sort of overlap in the transformer simultaneously that made it very successful. And I think the authors were kind of deliberately trying to make this a really powerful architecture. And so basically it's very powerful in the forward pass because it's able to express very general computation as a sort of something that looks like message passing. You have nodes and they all store vectors. And these nodes get to basically look at each other and it's each other's vectors, and they get to communicate. And basically nodes get to broadcast, hey, I'm looking for certain things. And then other nodes get to broadcast, hey, these are the things I have. Those are the keys and the values.
So it's not just attention.
Yeah, exactly. Transformer is much more than just the attention component. It's got many pieces architectural that went into it. The residual connections, the way it's arranged. There's a multi-layer perceptron in there, the way it's stacked and so on. But basically, there's a message passing scheme where nodes get to look at each other, decide what's interesting, and then update each other. And so I think when you get to the details of it, I think it's a very expressive function. So it can express lots of different types of algorithms in forward pass. Not only that, but the way it's designed with the residual connections, layer normalizations, the softmax attention and everything, it's also optimizable. This is a really big deal because there's lots of computers that are powerful that you can't optimize, or that are not easy to optimize using the techniques that we have, which is backpropagation and gradient descent. These are first order methods, very simple optimizers, really. And so you also need it to be optimizable. And then lastly, you want it to run efficiently on our hardware. Our hardware is a massive throughput machine like GPUs. They prefer lots of parallelism. So you don't want to do lots of, you want to do a lot of operations serially. A series of blocks, right? And these blocks have attention and a little multi-layer perceptron. And so you go off into a block and you come back to this residual pathway. And then you go off and you come back. And then you have a number of layers arranged sequentially. And so the way to look at it, I think, is because of the residual pathway, in the backward pass, the gradients sort of flow along it uninterrupted because addition distributes the gradient equally to all of its branches. So the gradient from the supervision at the top just floats directly to the first layer. And all the residual connections are arranged so that in the beginning, during initialization, they contribute nothing to the residual pathway. Mm-hmm. So what it kind of looks like is, imagine the transformer is kind of like a Python function, like a def. And you get to do various kinds of like lines of code. Say you have 100 layers deep transformer. Typically, they would be much shorter, say 20. So you have 20 lines of code, and you can do something in them. And so think of during the optimization, basically what it looks like is first you optimize the first line of code, and then the second line of code can kick in, and the third line of code can kick in. And I kind of feel like because of the residual pathway and the dynamics of the optimization, you can sort of learn a very short algorithm that gets the approximate answer, but then the other layers can sort of kick in and start to create a contribution. And at the end of it, you're optimizing over an algorithm that is 20 lines of code. Except these lines of code are very complex because it's an entire block of a transformer. You can do a lot in there. What's really interesting is that this transformer architecture actually has been remarkably resilient. Basically, the transformer that came out in 2016 is the transformer you would use today, except you reshuffle some of the layer norms. The layer normalizations have been reshuffled to a pre-norm formulation. And so it's been remarkably stable, but there's a lot of bells and whistles that people have attached on it and tried to improve it. I do think that basically it's a big step in simultaneously optimizing for lots of properties of a desirable neural network architecture. And I think people have been trying to change it, but it's proven remarkably resilient. But I do think that there should be even better architectures potentially.
But it's you admire the resilience here.
Yeah.
There's something profound about this architecture that leads to resilience. So
Yeah.
maybe everything can be turned into a problem that transformers can solve.
Currently, it definitely looks like the transformer is taking over AI, and you can feed basically arbitrary problems into it, and it's a general differentiable computer, and it's extremely powerful. And this convergence in AI has been really interesting to watch for me personally.
What else do you think could be discovered here about transformers? Like, what surprising thing, or is it a stable? We're in a stable place. Is there something interesting we might discover about transformers, like aha moments? Maybe it has to do with memory, maybe knowledge representation, that kind of stuff.
Definitely the zeitgeist today is just pushing, like basically right now the zeitgeist is do not touch the transformer, touch everything else.
Yes.
So people are scaling up the data sets, making them much, much bigger. They're working on the evaluation, making the evaluation much, much bigger. And they're basically keeping the architecture unchanged. And that's how that's the last 5 years of progress in AI, kind of.
What do you think about one flavor of it, which is language models? Have you been surprised? Has your sort of imagination been captivated by, you mentioned GPT and all the bigger and bigger and bigger language models? And what are the limits of those models, do you think? So just for the task of natural language.
Basically, the way GPT is trained, right, is you just download a massive amount of text data from the internet, and you try to predict the next word in the sequence, roughly speaking. You're predicting little word chunks, but roughly speaking, that's it. And what's been really interesting to watch is basically it's a language model. Language models have actually existed for a very long time. There's papers on language modeling from 2003, even earlier.
Can you explain in that case what a language model is?
Yeah, so language model just basically the rough idea is just predicting the next word in a sequence, roughly speaking. So there's a paper from, for example, Bengio and the team from 2003, where for the first time they were using a neural network to take, say, like 3 or 5 words and predict the next word. And they're doing this on much smaller data sets. And the neural net is not a transformer, it's a multi-layer perceptron. But it's the first time that a neural network has been applied in that setting. But even before neural networks, there were language models, except they were using n-gram models. So n-gram models are just count-based models. So if you try to take 2 words and predict a third one, you just count up how many times you've seen any 2-word combinations and what came next. And what you predict as coming next is just what you've seen the most of in the training set. And so language modeling has been around for a long time. Neural networks have done language modeling for a long time. So really what's new or interesting or exciting is just realizing that when you scale it up with a powerful enough neural net transformer, you have all these emergent properties where basically what happens is if you have a large enough data set of text, you are in the task of predicting the next word, you are multitasking a huge amount of different kinds of problems. You are multitasking understanding of, chemistry, physics, human nature. Lots of things are sort of clustered in that objective. It's a very simple objective, but actually you have to understand a lot about the world to make that prediction.
You just said the U word, understanding. Are you, in terms of chemistry and physics and so on, what do you feel like it's doing? Is it searching for the right context? What is it? What is the actual process happening here?
Yeah, so basically it gets 1,000 words and it's trying to predict the 1,001st. And in order to do that very, very well over the entire data set available on the internet, you actually have to basically kind of understand the context of what's going on in there.
Yeah.
And it's a sufficiently hard problem that you, if you have a powerful enough computer, like a transformer, you end up with interesting solutions. And you can ask it to do all kinds of things. And it shows a lot of emergent properties like in-context learning. That was the big deal with GPT and the original paper when they published it, is that you can just sort of prompt it in various ways and ask it to do various things, and it will just kind of complete the sentence. But in the process of just completing the sentence, it's actually solving all kinds of really interesting problems that we care about.
Do you think it's doing something like understanding? Like when we use the word understanding for us humans?
I think it's doing some understanding. In its weights, it understands, I think, a lot about the world, and it has to in order to predict the next word in a sequence.
So it's trained on the data from the internet. What do you think about this approach in terms of data sets, of using data from the internet? Do you think the internet has enough structured data to teach AI about human civilization?
Yeah, so I think the internet has a huge amount of data. I'm not sure if it's a complete enough set. I don't know that text is enough for having a sufficiently powerful AGI as an outcome.
Of course, there is audio and video and images and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so text by itself, I'm a little bit suspicious about. There's a ton of things we don't put in text, in writing, just because they're obvious to us about how the world works and the physics of it and that things fall. We don't put that stuff in text because why would you? We share that understanding. And so text is a communication medium between humans, and it's not a all-encompassing medium of knowledge about the world. But as you pointed out, we do have video and we have images and we have audio. And so I think that that definitely helps a lot. But we haven't trained models sufficiently across all those modalities yet. So I think that's what a lot of people are interested in.
But I wonder what that shared understanding of, like, what we might call common sense has to be learned, inferred in order to complete the sentence correctly. So maybe the fact that it's implied on the internet, the model's going to have to learn that, not by reading about it, by inferring it in the representation. So like common sense, just like I don't think we learn common sense. Like nobody tells us explicitly. We just figure it all out by interacting with the world.
Right.
And so here's a model of reading about the way people interact with the world. It might have to infer that. I wonder.
Yeah.
You briefly worked on a project called World of Bits, training an RL system to take actions on the internet versus just consuming the internet like we talked about. Do you think there's a future for that kind of system interacting with the internet to help the learning?
Yes, I think that's probably the final frontier for a lot of these models because, so as you mentioned, when I was at OpenAI, I was working on this project, World of Bits, and basically it was the idea of giving neural networks access to a keyboard and a mouse. And the idea
what could possibly go wrong?
So basically, you perceive the input of the screen pixels, and basically the state of the computer is sort of visualized for human consumption in images of the web browser and stuff like that. And then you give the neural network the ability to press keyboards and use the mouse. And we were trying to get it to, for example, complete bookings and interact with user interfaces. And
what'd you learn from that experience? Like, what was some fun stuff? Because it's a super cool idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I mean, the step between observer to actor is a super fascinating step.
Yeah. Well, it's the universal interface in the digital realm, I would say. And there's a universal interface in like the physical realm, which in my mind is a humanoid form factor kind of thing. We can later talk about Optimus and so on. But I feel like there's they're kind of like a similar philosophy in some way, where the physical world is designed for the human form, and the digital world is designed for the human form of seeing the screen and using keyboard and mouse. And so it's the universal interface that can basically command the digital infrastructure we've built up for ourselves. And so it feels like a very powerful interface to command and to build on top of. Now, to your question as to like what I learned from that, it's interesting because the World of Bits was basically too early, I think, at OpenAI at the time. This is around 2015 or so. And the zeitgeist at that time was very different in AI from the zeitgeist today. At the time, everyone was super excited about reinforcement learning from scratch. This is the time of the Atari paper, where neural networks were playing Atari games and beating humans in some cases, AlphaGo and so on. So everyone's very excited about training neural networks from scratch using reinforcement learning directly. It turns out that reinforcement learning is an extremely inefficient way of training neural networks because you're taking all these actions and all these observations and you get some sparse rewards once in a while. So you do all this stuff based on all these inputs, and once in a while you're like told you did a good thing, you did a bad thing. And it's just an extremely hard problem. You can't learn from that. You can burn a forest and you can sort of brute force through it. And we saw that, I think, with Go and Dota and so on, and it does work. But it's extremely inefficient and not how you want to approach problems, practically speaking. And so that's the approach that at the time we also took to World of Bits. We would have an agent initialize randomly, so with keyboard mash and mouse mash and try to make a booking. And it just like revealed the insanity of that approach very quickly, where you have to stumble by the correct booking in order to get a reward of you did it correctly. And you're never going to stumble by it by chance at random.
So even with a simple web interface, there's too many options.
There's just too many options, and it's too sparse of a reward signal. And you're starting from scratch at the time, and so you don't know how to read, you don't understand pictures, images, buttons,
Right.
you don't understand what it means to like make a booking. Yeah. But now what's happened is it is time to revisit that, and OpenAI is interested in this, companies like Adept are interested in this, and so on. And the idea is coming back because the interface is very powerful, but now you're not training an agent from scratch. You are taking the GPT as an initialization. So GPT is pre-trained on all of text, and it understands what's a booking. It understands what's a submit. It understands quite a bit more. And so it already has those representations. They are very powerful, and that makes all of the training significantly more efficient and makes the problem tractable.
Should the interaction be with like the way humans see it, with the buttons and the language, or should it be with the HTML, JavaScript, and the CSS?
Yeah.
What do you think is the better?
So today, all of this interaction is mostly on the level of HTML, CSS, and so on. That's done because of computational constraints. But I think ultimately, everything is designed for human visual consumption. And so at the end of the day, there's all the additional information is in the layout of the web page and what's next to you and what's a red background and all this kind of stuff and what it looks like visually. So I think that's the final frontier is we're taking in pixels and we're giving out keyboard mouse commands. But I think it's impractical still today.
Do you worry about bots on the internet? Given these ideas, given how exciting they are, do you worry about bots on Twitter being not the stupid bots that we see now with the crypto bots, but the bots that might be out there actually that we don't see, that they're interacting in interesting ways? So this kind of system feels like it should be able to pass the "I'm not a robot" click button, whatever. Which, do you actually understand how that test works? I don't quite. Like there's a checkbox or whatever that you click.
Yeah.
It's presumably tracking.
Oh, I see.
Like mouse movement and the timing and so on.
Yeah.
So exactly this kind of system we're talking about should be able to pass that. So yeah, what do you feel about bots that are language models plus have some interactability and are able to tweet and reply and so on? Do you worry about that world?
Yeah, I think it's always been a bit of an arms race between sort of the attack and the defense. So the attack will get stronger, but the defense will get stronger as well. Our ability to detect that.
How do you defend? How do you detect? How do you know that your Karpathy account on Twitter is human? How would you approach that? Like if people were how would you defend yourself in the court of law that I'm a human? This account is human.
Yeah, at some point, I think it might be. I think the society will evolve a little bit. Like we might start digitally signing some of our correspondence or things that we create. Right now, it's not necessary, but maybe in the future it might be. I do think that we are going towards a world where we share the digital space with AIs,
synthetic beings.
Yeah, and they will get much better, and they will share our digital realm, and they'll eventually share our physical realm as well. It's much harder. But that's kind of like the world we're going towards. And most of them will be benign and helpful, and some of them will be malicious, and it's going to be an arms race trying to detect them.
So, I mean, the worst isn't the AIs. The worst is the AIs pretending to be human.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's always malicious. There's obviously a lot of malicious applications, but
yeah,
it could also be, if I was an AI, I would try because we're in a human world.
Yeah,
I wouldn't get any respect as an AI.
Yeah,
I want to get some love and respect.
I don't think the problem is intractable. People are thinking about the proof of personhood.
Yes,
and we might start digitally signing our stuff, and we might all end up having like basically some solution for proof of personhood. It doesn't seem to me intractable. It's just something that we haven't had to do until now. But I think once the need like really starts to emerge, which is soon, I think people will think about it much more.
So, but that too will be a race because obviously you can probably spoof or fake the proof of personhood.
Mhm.
So you have to try to figure out how to.
Probably.
I mean, it's weird that we have like arbitrary, like exponentially more. The cost of creating a bot is very low, unless there's some kind of way to track accurately. Like you're not allowed to create any program without showing tying yourself to that program. Like any program that runs on the internet, you'll be able to trace every single human programmer that was involved with that program.
Right. Yeah, maybe you have to start declaring when we have to start drawing those boundaries and keeping track of what are digital entities versus human entities, and what is the ownership of human entities and digital entities, and something like that. I don't know, but I think I'm optimistic that this is possible. And in some sense, we're currently in like the worst time of it because all these bots suddenly have become very capable, but we don't have defenses yet built up as a society. But I think that doesn't seem to me intractable. It's just something that we have to deal with.
It seems weird that the Twitter bot, like really crappy Twitter bots, are so numerous. Like,
Yes.
is it? So I presume that the engineers at Twitter are very good. So it seems like what I would infer from that is it seems like a hard problem. They're probably catching. All right, if I were to sort of steel man the case, it's a hard problem, and there's a huge cost to false positive, to removing a post by somebody that's not a bot. That creates a very bad user experience. So they're very cautious about removing. So maybe it's, and maybe the bots are really good at learning what gets removed and not, such that they can stay ahead of the removal process very quickly.
My impression of it, honestly, is there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. I mean,
that's what
it's not subtle. It's my impression of it. It's not subtle.
But you have to, that's my impression as well. But it feels like maybe you're seeing the tip of the iceberg. Maybe the number of bots is in like the trillions, and you have to it's a constant assault of bots, and I don't know. You have to steel man the case because the bots I'm seeing are pretty obvious. I could write a few lines of code that catch these bots.
I mean, definitely there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, but I will say I agree that if you are a sophisticated actor, you could probably create a pretty good bot right now, using tools like GPTs, because it's a language model. You can generate faces that look quite good now, and you can do this at scale. And so I think, it's quite plausible, and it's going to be hard to defend.
There was a Google engineer that claimed that the Lambda was sentient. Do you think there's any inkling of truth to what he felt? And more importantly, to me at least, do you think language models will achieve sentience or the illusion of sentience soonish?
Yeah. To me, it's a little bit of a canary in a coal mine kind of moment, honestly, a little bit, because so this engineer spoke to like a chatbot at Google and became convinced that this bot is sentient.
Asked it some existential philosophical questions.
And it gave like reasonable answers and looked real and so on. So to me, it's he wasn't sufficiently trying to stress the system, I think, and exposing the truth of it as it is today. But I think this will be increasingly harder over time. I think more and more people will basically become. I think more and more there will be more people like that over time as this gets better.
Like form an emotional connection to an AI.
Yeah, perfectly plausible in my mind. I think these AIs are actually quite good at human connection, human emotion. A ton of text on the internet is about humans and connection and love and so on. So I think they have a very good understanding in some sense of how people speak to each other about this, and they're very capable of creating a lot of that kind of text. There's a lot of like sci-fi from 50s and 60s that imagined AIs in a very different way. They are calculating cold Vulcan-like machines. That's not what we're getting today. we're getting pretty emotional AIs that actually are very competent and capable of generating, plausible sounding text with respect to all of these topics.
See, I'm really hopeful about AI systems that are like companions that help you grow, develop as a human being, help you maximize long-term happiness. But I'm also very worried about AI systems that figure out from the internet that humans get attracted to drama. And so these would just be like shit talking AIs that just constantly, did you hear? Like they'll do gossip. They'll try to plant seeds of suspicion to other humans that you love and trust, and just kind of mess with people because that's going to get a lot of attention. So maximize drama on the path to maximizing engagement, and us humans will feed into that machine.
Yeah.
And it'll be a giant drama shitstorm. So I'm worried about that. So it's the objective function really defines the way that human civilization progresses with AIs in it.
Yeah. I think right now, at least today, they are not it's not correct to really think of them as goal-seeking agents that want to do something. Mm-hmm. They have no long-term memory or anything. It's literally, a good approximation of it is you get 1,000 words and you're trying to predict the 1,000th first, and then you continue feeding it in. And you are free to prompt it in whatever way you want. So in text. So you say, okay, you are a psychologist and you are very good and you love humans. And here's a conversation between you and another human something, mm-hmm. You something. And then it just continues the pattern. And suddenly you're having a conversation with a fake psychologist who's like trying to help you. And so it's still kind of like in the realm of a tool. It is people can prompt it in arbitrary ways and it can create really incredible text. But it doesn't have long-term goals over long periods of time. It doesn't try to, so it doesn't look that way right now.
Yeah, but you can do short-term goals that have long-term effects. Yeah. So if my prompting short-term goal is to get Andre Karpathy to respond to me on Twitter when I, I think AI might, that's the goal, but it might figure out that talking shit to you, it would be the best in a highly sophisticated, interesting way.
Right.
And then you build up a relationship when you respond once, and then it, over time, it gets to not be sophisticated and just talk shit. and okay, maybe it won't get to Andre, but it might get to another celebrity. It might get into other big accounts, and then it'll so with just that simple goal, get them to respond.
Yeah.
Maximize the probability of actual response.
Yeah, I mean, you could prompt a powerful model like this with its opinion about how to do any possible thing you're interested in. Yes. So they're kind of on track to become these oracles. I sort of think of it that way. They are oracles. Currently, it's just text, but they will have calculators. They will have access to Google search. They will have all kinds of gadgets and gizmos. They will be able to operate the internet and find different information. And in some sense, that's kind of like currently what it looks like in terms of the development.
Do you think it'll be an improvement eventually over what Google is for access to human knowledge? Like it'll be a more effective search engine to access human knowledge?
I think there's definite scope in building a better search engine today. And I think Google, they have all the tools, all the people, they have everything they need. They have all the puzzle pieces. They have people training transformers at scale. They have all the data. It's just not obvious if they are capable as an organization to innovate on their search engine right now. And if they don't, someone else will. There's absolute scope for building a significantly better search engine built on these tools.
It's so interesting. A large company where there's already an infrastructure, it works, ads brings on a lot of money. So where structurally inside a company is their motivation to pivot?
Yeah.
To say, we're going to build a new search engine.
Yeah. That's really hard.
So it's usually going to come from a startup, right?
That's that would be, or some other more competent organization. So I don't know. So currently, for example, maybe Bing has another shot at it. As an example.
Microsoft Edge, as we're talking offline.
I mean, it's really interesting because search engines used to be about, okay, here's some query, here's web pages that look like the stuff that you have, but you could just directly go to answer and then have supporting evidence. And these models, basically, they've read all the texts and they've read all the web pages. And so sometimes when you see yourself going over the search results and sort of getting like a sense of like the average answer to whatever you're interested in, like that just directly comes out. You don't have to do that work. So they're kind of like, yeah, I think they have a way of distilling all that knowledge into like some level of insight, basically.
Do you think of prompting as a kind of teaching and learning, like this whole process, like another layer? Because maybe that's what humans are. We already have that background model, and then the world is prompting you.
Yeah, exactly. I think the way we are programming these computers now, like GPTs, is converging to how you program humans. I mean, how do I program humans via prompt? I go to people and I prompt them to do things. I prompt them for information. And so natural language prompt is how we program humans, and we're starting to program computers directly in that interface. It's like pretty remarkable, honestly.
So you've spoken a lot about the idea of software 2.0. All good ideas become like cliches so quickly. Like the terms, it's kind of hilarious. It's like I think Eminem once said that like if he gets annoyed by a song he's written very quickly, that means it's going to be a big hit because it's too catchy. But can you describe this idea and how your thinking about it has evolved over the months and years since you coined it?
Yeah. So I had a blog post on software 2.0, I think several years ago now. And the reason I wrote that post is because I kind of saw something remarkable happening in like software development, and how a lot of code was being transitioned to be written not in sort of like C++ and so on, but it's written in the weights of a neural net. Basically just saying that neural nets are taking over software, the realm of software, and taking more and more tasks. And at the time, I think not many people understood this deeply enough, that this is a big deal, this is a big transition. Neural networks were seen as one of multiple classification algorithms you might use for your dataset problem on Kaggle. Like, this is not that. This is a change in how we program computers. And I saw neural nets as this is going to take over. The way we program computers is going to change. It's not going to be people writing software in C++ or something like that and directly programming the software. It's going to be accumulating training sets and data sets and crafting these objectives by which you train these neural nets. And at some point, there's going to be a compilation process from the data sets and the objective and the architecture specification into the binary, which is really just the neural net weights and the forward pass of the neural net. And then you can deploy that binary. And so I was talking about that sort of transition, and that's what the post is about. And I saw this sort of play out in a lot of fields, autopilot being one of them, but also just simple image classification. People thought originally, in the 80s and so on, that they would write the algorithm for detecting a dog in an image. And they had all these ideas about how the brain does it. And first we detect corners, and then we detect lines, and then we stitch them up. And they were like really going at it. They were like thinking about how they're going to write the algorithm. And this is not the way you build it. And there was a smooth transition where, first we thought we were going to build everything. Then we were building the features, so like Hog features and things like that, that detect these little statistical patterns from image patches. And then there was a little bit of learning on top of it, like a support vector machine or binary classifier for cat versus dog in images on top of the features. So we wrote the features, but we trained the last layer, sort of the classifier. And then people are like, actually, let's not even design the features because we can't. Honestly, we're not very good at it. So let's also learn the features. And then you end up with basically a convolutional neural net where you're learning most of it. You're just specifying the architecture, and the architecture has tons of fill in the blanks, which is all the knobs. And you let the optimization write most of it. And so this transition is happening across the industry everywhere. And suddenly we end up with a ton of code that is written in neural net weights. And I was just pointing out that the analogy is actually pretty strong. And we have a lot of developer environments for software 1.0, like we have IDEs, how you work with code, how you debug code, how do you run code, how do you maintain code. We have GitHub. So I was trying to make those analogies in the new realm. Like, what is the GitHub of software 2.0? Turns out it's something that looks like Hugging Face right now, And so I think some people took it seriously and built cool companies. And many people originally attacked the post. It actually was not well received when I wrote it. And I think maybe it has something to do with the title, but the post was not well received. And I think more people sort of have been coming around to it over time.
Yeah, so you were the director of AI at Tesla, where I think this idea was really implemented at scale, which is how you have engineering teams doing software 2.0. So can you sort of linger on that idea of I think we're in the really early stages of everything you just said, which is like GitHub IDEs. Like how do we build engineering teams that work in software 2.0 systems, and the data collection and the data annotation, which is all part of that software 2.0? Like, what do you think is the task of programming in software 2.0? Is it debugging in the space of hyperparameters, or is it also debugging in the space of data?
Yeah. The way by which you program the computer and influence its algorithm is not by writing the commands yourself. You're changing mostly the data set. You're changing the loss functions of like what the neural net is trying to do, how it's trying to predict things. But yeah, basically the data sets and the architectures of the neural net. And so in the case of the autopilot, a lot of the data sets had to do with, for example, detection of objects and lane line markings and traffic lights and so on. So you accumulate massive data sets of, here's an example, here's the desired label. And then here's roughly what the algorithm should look like, and that's a convolutional neural net. So the specification of the architecture is like a hint as to what the algorithm should roughly look like. And then the fill in the blanks process of optimization is the training process. And then you take your neural net that was trained, it gives all the right answers on your data set, and you deploy it.
So there's, in that case, perhaps in all machine learning cases, there's a lot of tasks. So is formulating a task like for a multi-headed neural network, is formulating a task part of the programming?
Yeah, very much so.
How you break down a problem into a set of tasks.
Yeah. I mean, on a high level, I would say if you look at the software running in the autopilot, I gave a number of talks on this topic. I would say originally a lot of it was written in software 1.0. There's, imagine lots of C++, right? And then gradually, there was a tiny neural net that was, for example, predicting, given a single image, is there like a traffic light or not, or is there a lane line marking or not? And this neural net didn't have too much to do in the scope of the software. It was making tiny predictions on individual little image. And then the rest of the system stitched it up. So, okay, we don't have just a single camera, we have 8 cameras. We actually have 8 cameras over time. And so what do you do with these predictions? How do you put them together? How do you do the fusion of all that information? And how do you act on it? All of that was written by humans in C++. And then we decided, okay, we don't actually want to do all of that fusion in C++ code because we're actually not good enough to write that algorithm. We want the neural net to write the algorithm. And we want to port all of that software into the 2.0 stack. And so then we actually had neural nets that now take all the 8 camera images simultaneously and make predictions for all of that. And actually they don't make predictions in the space of images. They now make predictions directly in 3D. Mm-hmm. And actually they don't in 3 dimensions around the car. And now actually we don't manually fuse the predictions in 3D over time. We don't trust ourselves to write that tracker. So actually we give the neural net the information over time. So it takes these videos now and makes those predictions. Mm-hmm. And so you're sort of just like putting more and more power into the neural net, more and more processing. And at the end of it, the eventual sort of goal is to have most of the software potentially be in the 2.0 land because it works significantly better. Humans are just not very good at writing software, basically.
So the prediction is happening in this like 4D land.
Yeah.
With 3-dimensional world over time.
Yeah.
How do you do annotation in that world? What have you so data annotation, whether it's self-supervised or manual by humans, is a big part of this software 2.0 world.
Right. I would say by far in the industry, if you're like talking about the industry and what is the technology of what we have available, everything is supervised learning. So you need data sets of input, desired output, and you need lots of it. And there are 3 properties of it that you need. You need it to be very large. You need it to be accurate, no mistakes, and you need it to be diverse. You don't want to just have a lot of correct examples of one thing. You need to really cover the space of possibility as much as you can. Mm-hmm. And the more you can cover the space of possible inputs, the better the algorithm will work at the end. Now, once you have really good data sets that you're collecting, curating, and cleaning, you can train your neural net on top of that. So a lot of the work goes into cleaning those data sets. Now, as you pointed out, the question is, how do you achieve a ton of, if you want to basically predict in 3D, you need data in 3D to back that up. Mm-hmm. So in this video, we have 8 videos coming from all the cameras of the system. And this is what they saw. And this is the truth of what actually was around. There was this car, there was this car, this car. These are the lane line markings. This is the geometry of the road. There's a traffic light in this three-dimensional position. You need the ground truth. And so the big question that the team was solving, of course, is how do you arrive at that ground truth? Because once you have a million of it and it's large, clean, and diverse, then training a neural net on it works extremely well, and you can ship that into the car. And so there's many mechanisms by which we collected that training data. You can always go for human annotation. You can go for simulation as a source of ground truth. You can also go for what we call the offline tracker that we've spoken about at the AI Day and so on, which is basically an automatic reconstruction process for taking those videos and recovering the three-dimensional sort of reality of what was around that car. So basically think of doing like a three-dimensional reconstruction as an offline thing, and then understanding that, okay, there's this 10 seconds of video, this is what we saw, and therefore here's all the lane lines, cars, and so on. And then once you have that annotation, you can train your neural net to imitate it.
And how difficult is the 3D reconstruction?
It's difficult, but it can be done.
So there's overlap between the cameras, and you do the reconstruction, and there's perhaps if there's any inaccuracy, so that's caught in the annotation step.
Yes. The nice thing about the annotation is that it is fully offline. You have infinite time. You have a chunk of 1 minute, and you're trying to just offline in a supercomputer somewhere, figure out where were the positions of all the cars, of all the people, and you have your full 1 minute of video from all the angles, and you can run all the neural nets you want, and they can be very efficient, massive neural nets. There can be neural nets that can't even run in the car later at test time. So they can be even more powerful neural nets than what you can eventually deploy. So you can do anything you want, three-dimensional reconstruction, neural nets, anything you want just to recover that truth, and then you supervise that truth.
What have you learned? You said no mistakes about humans doing annotation, because I assume humans are, there's like a range of things they're good at in terms of clicking stuff on screen. Isn't that, how interesting is that to you of a problem of designing an annotator where humans are accurate, enjoy it? Like, what are even the metrics? Are efficient or productive, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I grew the annotation team at Tesla from basically 0 to 1,000 while I was there. That was really interesting. You know, my background is a PhD student researcher, so growing that kind of an organization was pretty crazy. But yeah, I think it's extremely interesting and part of the design process very much behind the autopilot as to where you use humans. Humans are very good at certain kinds of annotations. They're very good, for example, at two-dimensional annotations of images. They're not good at annotating cars over time in three-dimensional space. Very, very hard. And so that's why we were very careful to design the tasks that are easy to do for humans versus things that should be left to the offline tracker. Like maybe the computer will do all the triangulation and 3D reconstruction, but the human will say exactly these pixels of the image are a car. Exactly these pixels are a human. And so co-designing the data annotation pipeline was very much bread and butter, was what I was doing daily.
Do you think there's still a lot of open problems in that space? Just in general, annotation, where the stuff the machines are good at, machines do, and the humans do what they're good at, and there's maybe some iterative process.
Right. I think to a very large extent, we went through a number of iterations and we learned a ton about how to create these data sets. I'm not seeing big open problems. Like originally when I joined, I was really not sure how this would turn out.
Yeah.
But by the time I left, I was much more secure in actually we sort of understand the philosophy of how to create these data sets. And I was pretty comfortable with where that was at the time.
So what are strengths and limitations of cameras for the driving task in your understanding? When you formulate the driving task as a vision task with 8 cameras, you've seen the entire, most of the history of the computer vision field when it has to do with neural networks. Just if you step back, what are the strengths and limitations of pixels, of using pixels to drive?
Yeah, pixels, I think, are a beautiful sensor, I would say. The thing is, like, cameras are very, very cheap, and they provide a ton of information, ton of bits. So it's an extremely cheap sensor for a ton of bits, and each one of these bits is a constraint on the state of the world. And so you get lots of megapixel images, very cheap, and it just gives you all these constraints for understanding what's actually out there in the world. So vision is probably the highest bandwidth sensor. It's a very high bandwidth sensor. And
I love that pixels is a constraint on the world. It's this highly complex, high bandwidth constraint on the world, on the state of the world. That's fascinating.
And it's not just that, but again, this real importance of it's the sensor that humans use. Therefore, everything is designed for that sensor.
Yeah.
The text, the writing, the flashing signs, everything is designed for vision. And so and you just find it everywhere. And so that's why that is the interface you want to be in. Talking again about these universal interfaces. And that's where we actually want to measure the world as well, and then develop software for that sensor.
But there's other constraints on the state of the world that humans use to understand the world. I mean, vision ultimately is the main one, but we're like referencing our understanding of human behavior and some common sense physics that
Right.
could be inferred from vision from a perception perspective, but it feels like we're using some kind of reasoning to predict the world,
Yeah, 100%.
not just the pixels.
I mean, you have a powerful prior sort
Right.
of for how the world evolves over time, etc. So it's not just about the likelihood term coming up from the data itself, telling you about what you are observing, but also the prior term of like where are the likely things to see and how do they likely move and so on.
And the question is, how complex is the range of possibilities that might happen in the driving task?
Right.
That's still is that to you still an open problem of how difficult is driving, like philosophically speaking? Like, do you all the time you worked on driving, do you understand how hard driving is?
Yeah, driving is really hard because it has to do with the predictions of all these other agents and the theory of mind, and you know what they're going to do, and are they looking at you? Where are they looking? Where are they thinking?
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes there at the full tail of the expansion of the nines that we have to be comfortable with. And eventually, the final problems are of that form. I don't think those are the problems that are very common. I think eventually they're important, but it's like really in the tail end.
In the tail end, the rare edge cases.
Yes.
From the vision perspective, what are the toughest parts of the vision problem of driving?
Well, basically, the sensor is extremely powerful, but you still need to process that information. And so going from brightnesses of these pixel values to, hey, here's the three-dimensional world is extremely hard. And that's what the neural networks are fundamentally doing. And so the difficulty really is in just doing an extremely good job of engineering the entire pipeline, the entire data engine, having the capacity to train these neural nets, having the ability to evaluate the system and iterate on it. So I would say just doing this in production at scale is like the hard part. It's an execution problem.
So the data engine, but also the sort of deployment of the system such that it has low latency performance.
Yes.
So it has to do all these steps.
Yeah, for the neural net specifically, just making sure everything fits into the chip on the car.
Yeah.
And you have a finite budget of flops that you can perform, and memory bandwidth and other constraints. And you have to make sure it flies. And you can squeeze in as much compute as you can into the tiny.
What have you learned from that process? Because maybe that's one of the bigger, like, new things coming from a research background, where there's a system that has to run under heavily constrained resources,
Right.
has to run really fast. What kind of insights have you learned from that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's too many insights. You're trying to create a neural net that will fit in what you have available, and you're always trying to optimize it. And we talked a lot about it on the AI day, and basically the triple backflips that the team is doing to make sure it all fits and utilizes the engine. So I think it's extremely good engineering. And then there's all kinds of little insights peppered in on how to do it properly.
Let's actually zoom out, because I don't think we talked about the data engine, the entirety of the layouts of this idea that I think is just beautiful, with humans in the loop. Can you describe the data engine?
Yeah, the data engine is what I call the almost biological feeling like process by which
Yeah.
you perfect the training sets for these neural networks. So because most of the programming now is in the level of these data sets and make sure they're large, diverse, and clean, basically you have a data set that you think is good, you train your neural net, you deploy it, and then you observe how well it's performing. And you're trying to always increase the quality of your data set. So you're trying to catch scenarios basically that are basically rare. And it is in these scenarios that the neural nets will typically struggle in, because they weren't told what to do in those rare cases in the data set. But now you can close the loop, because if you can now collect all those at scale, you can then feed them back into the reconstruction process I described and reconstruct the truth in those cases and add it to the data set. And so the whole thing ends up being like a staircase of improvement of perfecting your training set. And you have to go through deployments so that you can mine the parts that are not yet represented well in the data set. So your data set is basically imperfect. It needs to be diverse. It has pockets that are missing, and you need to pad out the pockets. You can sort of think of it that way in the data.
What role do humans play in this? So what's the this biological system, like a human body is made up of cells? What role, like how do you optimize the human system? The multiple engineers collaborating, figuring out what to focus on, what to contribute, which task to optimize in this neural network. Who's in charge of figuring out which task needs more data? What can you speak to the hyperparameters of the human system?
It really just comes down to extremely good execution from an engineering team who knows what they're doing. They understand intuitively the philosophical insights underlying the data engine and the process by which the system improves, and how to, again, like delegate the strategy of the data collection and how that works, and then just making sure it's all extremely well executed. And that's where most of the work is not even the philosophizing or the research or the ideas of it. It's just extremely good execution. It's so hard when you're dealing with data at that scale.
So your role in the data engine, executing well on it, is difficult and extremely important. Is there a priority of like a vision board of saying like, we really need to get better at stoplights?
Yep.
Like the prioritization of tasks. Is that essentially, and that comes from the data?
That comes to a very large extent to what we are trying to achieve in the product roadmap, the release we're trying to get out, the feedback from the QA team where the system is struggling or not, the things we're trying to improve.
And the QA team gives some signal, some information in aggregate about the performance of the system in various conditions.
That's right. And then, of course, all of us drive it, and we can also see it. It's really nice to work with a system that you can also experience yourself, and it drives you home.
Is there some insight you can draw from your individual experience that you just can't quite get from an aggregate statistical analysis of the data?
Yeah.
It's so weird, right?
Yes.
It's not scientific in a sense because you're just one anecdotal sample.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of it's a source of truth. It's your interaction with the system, and you can see it, you can play with it, you can perturb it, you can get a sense of it, you have an intuition for it. I think numbers just like have a way of numbers and plots and graphs are much harder. It hides a lot of.
It's like if you train a language model, it's a really powerful way is by you interacting with it.
Yeah, 100%.
Try to build up an intuition.
Yeah, I think like Elon also he always wanted to drive the system himself. He drives a lot, and I want to say almost daily. So he also sees this as a source of truth. You driving the system and it performing, and yeah.
So what do you think? Tough questions here. So Tesla last year removed radar from the sensor suite, and now just announced that it's going to remove ultrasonic sensors, relying solely on vision, so camera only. Does that make the perception problem harder or easier?
I would almost reframe the question in some way. So the thing is basically, you would think that additional sensors.
By the way, can I just interrupt?
Go ahead.
I wonder if a language model will ever do that if you prompt it. Let me reframe your question. That would be epic. That's the wrong prompt. Sorry.
So it's like a little bit of a wrong question, because basically you would think that these sensors are an asset to you.
Yeah.
But if you fully consider the entire product in its entirety, these sensors are actually potentially a liability, because these sensors aren't free. They don't just appear on your car. Suddenly you need to have an entire supply chain. You have people procuring it. There can be problems with them. They may need replacement. They are part of the manufacturing process. They can hold back the line in production. You need to source them. You need to maintain them. You have to have teams that write the firmware, all of it. And then you also have to incorporate them, fuse them into the system in some way. And so it actually bloats a lot of it. And I think Elon is really good at simplify. Best part is no part. And he always tries to throw away things that are not essential because he understands the entropy in organizations and an approach. And I think in this case, the cost is high, and you're not potentially seeing it if you're just a computer vision engineer. And I'm just trying to improve my network, and is it more useful or less useful? How useful is it? And the thing is, if once you consider the full cost of a sensor, it actually is potentially a liability, and you need to be really sure that it's giving you extremely useful information. In this case, we looked at using it or not using it, and the delta was not massive, and so it's not useful.
Is it also bloat in the data engine? Like having more sensors
100%.
is a distraction.
And these sensors, they can change over time. For example, you can have one type of, say, radar. You can have other type of radar. They change over time. Now suddenly you need to worry about it. Now suddenly you have a column in your SQLite telling you, oh, what sensor type was it? And they all have different distributions. And then they contribute noise and entropy into everything, and they bloat stuff. And also organizationally, it's been really fascinating to me that it can be very distracting. If all you want to get to work is vision, all the resources are on it, and you're building out a data engine, and you're actually making forward progress because that is the sensor with the most bandwidth, the most constraints in the world, and you're investing fully into that, and you can make that extremely good. If you have only a finite amount of sort of spend of focus across different facets of the system.
And this kind of reminds me of Rich Sutton's The Bitter Lesson. It just seems like simplifying the system.
Yeah.
In the long run. Now, of course, you don't know what the long run, and it seems to be always the right solution.
Yeah. Yes.
In that case, it was for RL, but it seems to apply generally across all systems that do computation.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the LiDAR as a crutch debate? The battle between point clouds and pixels.
Yeah, I think this debate is always like slightly confusing to me because it seems like the actual debate should be about like, do you have the fleet or not? That's like the really important thing about whether you can achieve a really good functioning of an AI system at this scale.
So data collection systems.
Yeah, do you have a fleet or not is significantly more important whether you have LiDAR or not. It's just another sensor. Yeah, I think similar to the radar discussion, basically, I don't think it basically doesn't offer extra information. It's extremely costly. It has all kinds of problems. You have to worry about it. You have to calibrate it, etc. It creates bloat and entropy. You have to be really sure that you need this sensor. In this case, I basically don't think you need it. And I think, honestly, I will make a stronger statement. I think the others, some of the other companies that are using it are probably going to drop it.
Yeah, so you have to consider the sensor in the full, considering, can you build a big fleet that collects a lot of data? And can you integrate that sensor with that data and that sensor into a data engine that's able to quickly find different parts of the data that then continuously improves whatever the model that you're using?
Yeah, another way to look at it is like vision is necessary in the sense that the world is designed for human visual consumption, so you need vision. It's necessary. And then also it is sufficient because it has all the information that you need for driving, and humans obviously use vision to drive. So it's both necessary and sufficient. So you want to focus resources, and you have to be really sure if you're going to bring in other sensors. You could add sensors to infinity. At some point, you need to draw the line. And I think in this case, you have to really consider the full cost of any one sensor that you're adopting, and do you really need it? And I think the answer in this case is no.
So what do you think about the idea of that the other companies are forming high-resolution maps and constraining heavily the geographic regions in which they operate? Is that approach not, in your view, not going to scale over time to the entirety of the United States?
I think,
it'll take too
as
long.
you mentioned, like they pre-map all the environments, and they need to refresh the map. And they have a perfect centimeter level accuracy map of everywhere they're going to drive. It's crazy. How are you going to, when we're talking about autonomy actually changing the world, we're talking about a deployment on a global scale of autonomous systems for transportation. And if you need to maintain a centimeter accurate map for Earth or like for many cities and keep them updated, it's a huge dependency that you're taking on, huge dependency. It's a massive, massive dependency. And now you need to ask yourself, do you really need it? And humans don't need it. Right? So it's very useful to have a low-level map of like, okay, the connectivity of your road. You know that there's a fork coming up. When you drive an environment, you sort of have that high-level understanding. It's like a small Google map, and Tesla uses Google Map, like similar kind of resolution information in its system, but it will not pre-map environments to centimeter-level accuracy. It's a crutch. It's a distraction. It costs entropy, and it diffuses the team. It dilutes the team, and you're not focusing on what's actually necessary, which is the computer vision problem.
What did you learn about machine learning, about engineering, about life, about yourself as one human being from working with Elon Musk?
I think the most I've learned is about how to sort of run organizations efficiently and how to create efficient organizations and how to fight entropy in an organization.
So human engineering in the fight against entropy.
Yeah. I think Elon is a very efficient warrior in the fight against entropy in organizations.
What does
He-
entropy in an organization look like exactly?
It's process, it's process, and it's
Inefficiencies in the form of meetings
inefficiencies.
and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, meetings. He hates meetings. He keeps telling people to skip meetings if they're not useful. He basically runs the world's biggest startups, I would say. Tesla, SpaceX are the world's biggest startups. Tesla actually is multiple startups. I think it's better to look at it that way. And so I think he's extremely good at that. And yeah, he's a very good intuition for streamlining processes, making everything efficient. Best part is no part, simplifying, focusing, and just kind of removing barriers, moving very quickly, making big moves. All this is very startup-y sort of seeming things, but at scale.
So strong drive to simplify.
Yeah.
From your perspective, I mean that also probably applies to just designing systems in machine learning and otherwise.
Yeah.
Like simplify.
Yes.
What do you think is the secret to maintaining the startup culture in a company that grows? Is there can you introspect that?
I do think he needs someone in a powerful position with a big hammer, like Elon, who's like the cheerleader for that idea and ruthlessly pursues it. If no one has a big enough hammer, everything turns into committees, democracy within the company, process, talking to stakeholders, decision making, just everything just crumbles.
Yeah.
If you have a big person who's also really smart and has a big hammer, things move quickly.
So you said your favorite scene in Interstellar is the intense docking scene with the AI and Cooper talking, saying, Cooper, what are you doing? Docking, it's not possible. No, it's necessary. Such a good line. By the way, just so many questions there. Why an AI in that scene presumably is supposed to be able to compute a lot more than the human is saying it's not optimal? Why the human? I mean, that's a movie, but shouldn't the AI know much better than the human? Anyway, what do you think is the value of setting seemingly impossible goals? So like our initial intuition, which seems like something that you have taken on, that Elon espouses, that where the initial intuition of the community might say this is very difficult, and then you take it on anyway with a crazy deadline. You just from a human engineering perspective, have you seen the value of that?
I wouldn't say that setting impossible goals exactly is a good idea, but I think setting very ambitious goals is a good idea. I think there's what I call sublinear scaling of difficulty, which means that 10x problems are not 10x hard. Usually 10x harder problem is like 2 or 3x harder to execute on. Because if you want to actually if you want to improve a system by 10%, it costs some amount of work. And if you want to 10x improve the system, it doesn't cost 100x amount of the work. And it's because you fundamentally change the approach. And if you start with that constraint, then some approaches are obviously dumb and not going to work. And it forces you to reevaluate. And I think it's a very interesting way of approaching problem solving.
But it requires a weird kind of thinking. It's just going back to your like PhD days. It's like, how do you think which ideas in the machine learning community are solvable?
Yes.
It requires what is that? I mean, there's the cliche of first principles thinking, but like it requires to basically ignore what the community is saying. Because doesn't a community in science usually draw lines of what is and isn't possible?
Right.
And like it's very hard to break out of that without going crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think a good example here is, the deep learning revolution in some sense, because you could be in computer vision at that time during the deep learning sort of revolution of 2012 and so on. You could be improving a computer vision stack by 10%, or you can just be saying, actually, all of this is useless. And how do I do 10x better computer vision? Well, it's not probably by tuning a hog feature detector. I need a different approach. I need something that is scalable, going back to Richard Sutton's and understanding sort of like the philosophy of the bitter lesson, and then being like, actually, I need a much more scalable system like a neural network that in principle works, and then having some deep believers that can actually execute on that mission and make it work. So that's the 10x solution.
What do you think is the timeline to solve the problem of autonomous driving? That's still in part an open question.
Yeah, I think the tough thing with timelines of self-driving, obviously, is that no one has created self-driving.
Yeah.
So it's not like, what do you think is the timeline to build this bridge? Well, we've built million bridges before. Here's how long that takes. No one has built autonomy. It's not obvious. Some parts turn out to be much easier than others. So it's really hard to forecast. You do your best based on trend lines and so on, and based on intuition. But that's why fundamentally it's just really hard to forecast this. No one has.
So even still, like being inside of it, it's hard
Yeah.
to do.
Yes, some things turn out to be much harder, and some things turn out to be much easier.
Do you try to avoid making forecasts? Because like Elon doesn't avoid them, right? And heads of car companies in the past have not avoided it either. Ford and other places have made predictions that we're going to solve level 4 driving by like 2020, 2021, whatever. And now they all kind of backtrack on that prediction. Are you, as an AI person, do you for yourself privately make predictions, or do they get in the way of like your actual ability to think about a thing?
Yeah, I would say like what's easy to say is that this problem is tractable, and that's an easy prediction to make. It's tractable.
solvable.
It's going to work. Yes, it's just really hard. Some things turn out to be harder, and some things turn out to be easier. But it definitely feels tractable, and it feels like at least the team at Tesla, which is what I saw internally, is definitely on track to that.
How do you form a strong representation that allows you to make a prediction about tractability? So like you're the leader of a lot of humans. You have to kind of say this is actually possible. Like how do you build up that intuition? It doesn't have to be even driving. It could be other tasks. It could be what difficult tasks did you work on in your life? I mean, classification, achieving certain, just on ImageNet, certain level of superhuman level performance.
Yeah, expert intuition. It's just intuition. It's belief.
So just like thinking about it long enough, like studying, looking at sample data, like you said, driving. My intuition is really flawed on this. Like I don't have a good intuition about tractability. It could be either. It could be anything. It could be solvable. Like the driving task could be simplified into something quite trivial. Like the solution to the problem would be quite trivial. And at scale, more and more cars driving perfectly might make the problem much easier. Like the more cars you have driving, and like people learn how to drive correctly, not correctly, but in a way that's more optimal for a heterogeneous system of autonomous and semi-autonomous and manually driven cars. That could change stuff. Then again, also I've spent a ridiculous number of hours just staring at pedestrians crossing streets and thinking about humans. And it feels like the way we use our eye contact, it sends really strong signals, and there's certain quirks and edge cases of behavior. And of course, a lot of the fatalities that happen have to do with drunk driving, and both on the pedestrian side and the driver's side. So there's that problem of driving at night and all that kind of. So I wonder, it's like the space of possible solution to autonomous driving includes so many human factor issues that it's almost impossible to predict. There could be super clean, nice solutions.
Yeah, I would say definitely, like, to use a game analogy, there's some fog of war, but you definitely also see the frontier of improvement, and you can measure historically how much you've made progress. And I think, for example, at least what I've seen in roughly 5 years at Tesla, when I joined, it barely kept lane on the highway. I think going up from Palo Alto to SF was like 3 or 4 interventions. Anytime the road would do anything geometrically or turn too much, it would just like not work. And so going from that to like a pretty competent system in 5 years and seeing what happens also under the hood and what the scale at which the team is operating now with respect to data and compute and everything else is just massive progress. So
it's you're climbing a mountain and it's fog, but you're making a lot of progress.
It's fog. You're making progress and you see what the next directions are. And you're looking at some of the remaining challenges, and they're not like they're not perturbing you, and they're not changing your philosophy, and you're not contorting yourself. You're like, actually, these are the things that we still need to do.
Yeah, the fundamental components of solving the problem seem to be there, from the data engine to the compute to the compute on the car to the compute for the training, all that kind of stuff. So you've done over the years you've been at Tesla, you've done a lot of amazing breakthrough ideas in engineering, all of it. From the data engine to the human side, all of it. Can you speak to why you chose to leave Tesla?
Basically, as I described, I think over time during those 5 years, I've kind of gotten myself into a little bit of a managerial position. Most of my days were, meetings and growing the organization and making decisions about sort of high-level strategic decisions about the team and what it should be working on and so on. And it's kind of like a corporate executive role, and I can do it. I think I'm okay at it, but it's not like fundamentally what I enjoy. And so I think when I joined, there was no computer vision team because Tesla was just going from the transition of using Mobileye, a third-party vendor for all of its computer vision, to having to build its computer vision system. So when I showed up, there were 2 people training deep neural networks, and they were training them at a computer at their legs, like down.
They're doing some kind of basic classification task.
Yeah, and so I kind of like grew that into what I think is a fairly respectable deep learning team, a massive compute cluster, a very good data annotation organization, and I was very happy with where that was. It became quite autonomous, and so I kind of stepped away. And I'm very excited to do much more technical things again. Yeah, and kind of like refocus on AGI.
What was that soul searching like? Because you took a little time off and think like, what? How many mushrooms did you take? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, what was going through your mind? The human lifetime is finite.
Yeah,
you did a few incredible things. You're one of the best teachers of AI in the world. You're one of the best. And I don't mean that, I mean that in the best possible way. You're one of the best tinkerers in the AI world, meaning like understanding the fundamentals of how something works by building it from scratch and playing with the basic intuitions. It's like Einstein, Feynman, we're all really good at this kind of stuff. Like small example of a thing to play with it, to try to understand it. So that, and obviously now with Tesla, you help build a team of machine learning like engineers and a system that actually accomplishes something in the real world. So given all that, like what was the soul searching like?
Well, it was hard because obviously I love the company a lot, and I love Elon, I love Tesla. I want so it was hard to leave. I love the team basically. But yeah, I think I would be potentially like interested in revisiting it, maybe coming back at some point, working in Optimus, working in AGI at Tesla. I think Tesla is going to do incredible things. It's basically like it's a massive, large-scale robotics kind of company with a ton of in-house talent for doing really incredible things. Yeah. And I think human robots are going to be amazing. I think autonomous transportation is going to be amazing. All this is happening at Tesla. So I think it's just a really amazing organization. So being part of it and helping it along, I think was basically I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, it was basically difficult for those reasons because I love the company. But I'm happy to potentially at some point come back for Act 2. Mm-hmm. But I felt like at this stage, I built the team. It felt autonomous, and I became a manager. And I wanted to do a lot more technical stuff. I wanted to learn stuff. I wanted to teach stuff. And I just kind of felt like it was a good time for a change of pace a little bit.
What do you think is the best movie sequel of all time? Speaking of Part 2, because most of them suck.
Movie sequels.
Movie sequels, yeah. And you tweeted about movies, so just in a tiny tangent. Is there what's like a favorite movie sequel? Godfather Part 2. Are you a fan of Godfather? Because you didn't even tweet or mention The Godfather.
Yeah, I don't love that movie. I know it has.
We're gonna edit that out. We're gonna edit out the hate towards The Godfather. How dare you disrespect?
I think I will make a strong statement. I don't know why. Yes. I don't know why, but yes. I basically don't like any movie before 1995, something like that.
Didn't you mention Terminator 2?
Okay. That's like Terminator 2 was a little bit later, 1990.
No, I think Terminator 2 was in the 80s.
And I like Terminator 1 as well. So, so like few exceptions, but by and large, for some reason, I don't like movies before 1995 or something. They feel very slow. The camera is like zoomed out. It's boring. It's kind of naive. It's kind of weird.
And also Terminator was very much ahead of its time.
Yes. And The Godfather, there's like no AGI. So
but you have Good Will Hunting was one of the movies you mentioned. And that doesn't have any AGI either. I guess that's mathematics.
Yeah, I guess occasionally I do enjoy movies that don't feature.
Or like Anchorman, that has no.
Anchorman is so good.
I don't understand. Speaking of AGI, because I don't understand why Will Ferrell is so funny. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. There's just something about him, and he's a singular human because you don't get that many comedies these days, and I wonder if it has to do about the culture or the machine of Hollywood, or does it have to do with just we got lucky with certain people in comedy? Mm-hmm. It came together because he is a singular human.
Yeah. I love his movies.
That was a ridiculous tangent. I apologize. But you mentioned humanoid robots. So what do you think about Optimus, about Tesla Bot? Do you think we'll have robots in the factory and in the home in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years?
Yeah. I think it's a very hard project. I think it's going to take a while. But who else is going to build humanoid robots at scale?
Yeah.
And I think it is a very good form factor to go after because, like I mentioned, the world is designed for humanoid form factor. These things would be able to operate our machines. They would be able to sit down in chairs, potentially even drive cars. Basically, the world is designed for humans. That's the form factor you want to invest into and make work over time. I think there's another school of thought, which is, okay, pick a problem and design a robot to it. But actually designing a robot and getting a whole data engine and everything behind it to work is actually an incredibly hard problem. So it makes sense to go after general interfaces that, they are not perfect for any one given task, but they actually have the generality of just with a prompt with English able to do something across. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to go after a general interface in the physical world. And I think it's a very difficult project. I think it's going to take time. But I see no other company that can execute on that vision. I think it's going to be amazing. Basically physical labor. Like if you think transportation is a large market, try physical labor. It's like insane.
Well, but it's not just physical labor. To me, the thing that's also exciting is the social robotics. So the relationship we'll have on different levels with those robots.
Yeah.
That's why I was really excited to see Optimus. Like people have criticized me for the excitement, but I've worked with a lot of research labs that do humanoid legged robots. Boston Dynamics, Unitree, there's a lot of companies that do legged robots, but that's the elegance of the movement is a tiny part of the big picture. So integrating the two big exciting things to me about Tesla doing humanoid or any legged robots is clearly integrating it into the data engine. So the data engine aspect, so the actual intelligence for the perception and the control and the planning and all that kind of stuff, integrating into this the fleet that you mentioned, right? And then speaking of fleet, the second thing is the mass manufacture, just knowing culturally driving towards a simple robot that's cheap to produce at scale.
Yeah.
And doing that well, having experience to do that well, that changes everything. That's why that's a very different culture and style than Boston Dynamics, who, by the way, those robots are just the way they move. It's like it'll be a very long time before Tesla can achieve the smoothness of movement. But that's not what it's about. It's about the entirety of the system, like we talked about, the data engine and the fleet. And that's super exciting. Even the initial sort of models. But that too was really surprising, that in a few months you can get a prototype.
Yep. And the reason that happened very quickly is, as you alluded to, there's a ton of copy paste from what's happening on the autopilot.
Yes.
A lot. The amount of expertise that came out of the woodworks at Tesla for building the human robot was incredible to see. Basically Elon said at one point, we're doing this. And then next day, basically, all these CAD models started to appear, and people talking about the supply chain and manufacturing.
Yeah.
And people showed up with screwdrivers and everything the other day and started to put together the body. And I was like, whoa, all these people exist at Tesla. And fundamentally, building a car is actually not that different from building a robot. The same, and that is true, not just for the hardware pieces. And also, let's not forget hardware, not just for a demo, but manufacturing of that hardware at scale is a whole different thing. But for software as well, basically this robot currently thinks it's a car.
It's going to have a midlife crisis at some point.
It thinks it's a car. Some of the earlier demos, actually, we were talking about potentially doing them outside in the parking lot, because that's where all of the computer vision was working out of the box.
That's funny.
Instead of inside. But all the operating system, everything just copy pastes. Computer vision mostly copy pastes. I mean, you have to retrain the neural nets, but the approach and everything, and data engine and offline trackers and the way we go about the occupancy tracker and so on, everything copy pastes. You just need to retrain the neural nets. And then the planning control, of course, has to change quite a bit. But there's a ton of copy paste from what's happening at Tesla. And so if you were to go with goal of okay, let's build 1 million human robots, and you're not Tesla, that's a lot to ask. If you're Tesla, it's actually it's not that crazy.
And then the follow-up question is then how difficult, just like with driving, how difficult is the manipulation task, such that it can have an impact at scale? I think, depending on the context, the really nice thing about robotics is that unless you're doing manufacturing and that kind of stuff, is there's more room for error.
Yep.
Driving is so safety critical, and so that and also time critical. Like a robot is allowed to move slower, which is nice.
Yes. I think it's going to take a long time, but the way you want to structure the development is you need to say, okay, it's going to take a long time. How can I set up the product development roadmap so that I'm making revenue along the way? I'm not setting myself up for a 0-1 loss function where it doesn't work until it works. You don't want to be in that position. You want to make it useful almost immediately, and then you want to slowly deploy it and
at scale,
generalize
hopefully.
At scale. And you want to set up your data engine, your improvement loops, the telemetry, the evaluation, the harness, and everything. And you want to improve the product over time incrementally, and you're making revenue along the way. That's extremely important, because otherwise you cannot build these large undertakings, just like don't make sense economically. And also from the point of view of the team working on it, they need the dopamine along the way. They're not just going to make a promise about this being useful. This is going to change the world in 10 years when it works. This is not where you want to be. You want to be in a place like I think Autopilot is today, where it's offering increased safety and convenience of driving today. People pay for it, people like it, people purchase it. And then you also have the greater mission that you're working towards.
Mm-hmm. And you see that, so the dopamine for the team, that was a source of happiness.
Yes,
and
100%.
satisfaction.
You're deploying this, people like it, people drive it, people pay for it, they care about it. There's all these YouTube videos. Your grandma drives it. She gives you feedback. People like it. People engage with it. You engage with it. Huge.
Do people that drive Teslas like recognize you and give you love? Like, hey, thanks for the for this nice feature that it's doing.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing is like some people really love you. Some people, unfortunately, like you're working on something that you think is extremely valuable, useful, etc. Some people do hate you. There's a lot of people who like hate me and the team and everything, the whole project.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
are they Tesla drivers?
In many cases, they're not actually.
Yeah, that's actually makes me sad about humans or the current ways that humans interact. I think that's actually fixable. I think humans want to be good to each other. I think Twitter and social media is part of the mechanism that actually somehow makes the negativity more viral, that it doesn't deserve, like disproportionately add of like a viral boost to the negativity. But like I wish people would just get excited about so suppress some of the jealousy, some of the ego, and just get excited for others. And then there's a karma aspect to that. You get excited for others, they'll get excited for you. Same thing in academia. If you're not careful, there is a dynamical system there. If you think of in silos and get jealous of somebody else being successful, that actually perhaps counterintuitively leads to less productivity of you as a community and you individually. I feel like if you keep celebrating others, that actually makes you more successful.
Yeah.
And I think people depending on the industry, haven't quite learned that yet.
Yeah. Some people are also very negative and very vocal. So there's a ton of people who are cheerleaders, but they're silent cheerleaders. And when you talk to people just in the world, they will all tell you, oh, it's amazing, it's great. Especially like people who understand how difficult it is to get this stuff working. Like people who have built products and makers, entrepreneurs, like making this work and changing something is incredibly hard. Those people are more likely to cheerlead you.
Well, one of the things that makes me sad is some folks in the robotics community don't do the cheerleading, and they should. There's because they know how difficult it is. Well, they actually sometimes don't know how difficult it is to create a product at scale, right?
Yeah.
To actually deploy in the real world. A lot of the development of robots and AI systems is done on very specific small benchmarks, and as opposed to real world conditions.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's really hard to work on robotics in academic setting.
Or AI systems that apply in the real world. You've criticized, flourished and loved for a time the ImageNet, the famed ImageNet data set, and have recently had some words of criticism that the academic research ML community gives a little too much love still to the ImageNet or like those kinds of benchmarks. Can you speak to the strengths and weaknesses of data sets used in machine learning research?
Actually, I don't know that I recall a specific instance where I was unhappy or criticizing ImageNet. I think ImageNet has been extremely valuable. It was basically a benchmark that allowed the deep learning community to demonstrate that deep neural networks actually work.
Yes.
It was there's a massive value in that. So I think ImageNet was useful, but basically it's become a bit of an MNIST at this point. So MNIST is like the little 28 by 28 grayscale digits. There's kind of a joke data set that everyone like just crushes.
There's
ImageNet,
still papers written on MNIST though, right?
maybe there
Like
shouldn't be,
strong
but
papers.
yeah.
Like papers that focus on like how do we learn with a small amount of data, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I could see that being helpful, but not in sort of like mainline computer vision research anymore, of course.
I think the way I've heard you somewhere, maybe I'm just imagining things, but I think you said like ImageNet was a huge contribution to the community for a long time, and now it's time to move past those kinds of.
Well, ImageNet has been crushed. I mean, the error rates are, we're getting like 90% accuracy in 1,000 classification way prediction, and I've seen those images, and it's like really high. That's really good. If I remember correctly, the top 5 error rate is now like 1% or something.
Given your experience with a gigantic real-world data set, would you like to see benchmarks move into certain directions that the research community uses?
Unfortunately, I don't think academics currently have the next ImageNet. I think we've crushed MNIST. We've basically kind of crushed ImageNet, and there's no next sort of big benchmark that the entire community rallies behind and uses, for further development of these networks.
I wonder what it takes for a data set to captivate the imagination of everybody, like where they all get behind it. That could also need like a leader, right?
Yeah.
Somebody with popularity. I mean, why did ImageNet take off? Is it just the accident of history?
It was the right amount of difficult. It was the right amount of difficult and simple and interesting enough. It just kind of like it was the right time for that kind of a data set.
Question from Reddit. What are your thoughts on the role that synthetic data and game engines will play in the future of neural net model development?
I think as neural nets converge to humans, the value of simulation to neural nets will be similar to value of simulation to humans. So people use simulation because they can learn something in that kind of a system, and without having to actually experience it.
But are you referring to the simulation we do in our head? Isn't that what
No,
thinking
sorry,
is?
simulation. I mean like video games or other forms of simulation for various professionals.
Well, so let me push back on that, because maybe there's simulation that we do in our heads, like simulate if I do this, what do I think will happen?
Okay, that's like internal simulation.
Yeah, internal. Isn't that what we're doing as humans before we act?
Yeah, but that's independent from like the use of simulation in the sense of like computer games or using simulation for training set creation or
Is it independent or is it just loosely correlated? Because like, isn't that useful to do like counterfactual or like edge case simulation to like, what happens if there's a nuclear war? What happens if there's, like those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a different simulation from like Unreal Engine. That's how I interpreted the question.
So like simulation of the average case. Is that what's Unreal Engine? What do you mean by Unreal Engine? So simulating a world, the physics of that world. Why is that different? Like, because you also can add behavior to that world, and you can try all kinds of stuff, right? Like. You could throw all kinds of weird things into it. So Unreal Engine is not just about simulating. I mean, I guess it is about simulating the physics of the world. It's also doing something with that.
Yeah, the graphics, the physics, and the agents that you put into the environment and stuff like that. Yeah.
See, I think I feel like you said that it's not that important, I guess, for the future of AI development. Is that correct to interpret you that way?
I think humans use simulators for. Humans use simulators and they find them useful. And so computers will use simulators and find them useful.
Okay, so you're saying it's not... I don't use simulators very often. I play a video game every once in a while, but I don't think I derive any wisdom about my own existence from those video games. It's a momentary escape from reality versus a source of wisdom about reality. So I think that's a very polite way of saying simulation is not that useful.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't see it as like a fundamental, really important part of like training neural nets currently. But I think as neural nets become more and more powerful, I think you will need fewer examples to train additional behaviors. And simulation is, of course, there's a domain gap in a simulation. That's not the real world. It's slightly something different. But with a powerful enough neural net, you need the domain gap can be bigger, I think, because the neural net will sort of understand that even though it's not the real world, it like has all this high level structure that I'm supposed to be able to like learn from.
So the neural net will actually, it will be able to leverage the synthetic data better.
Yes.
By closing the gap, by understanding in which ways this is not real data.
Exactly.
Reddit, do better questions next time. That was a question, but no, I'm just kidding. All right. So is it possible, do you think, speaking of MNIST, to construct neural nets and training processes that require very little data? So we've been talking about huge data sets like the internet for training. I mean, one way to say that is, like you said, like the querying itself is another level of training, I guess, and that requires little data.
Yeah.
But do you see any value in doing research and kind of going down the direction of, can we use very little data to train, to construct a knowledge base?
100%. I just think like at some point you need a massive data set. And then when you pre-train your massive neural net and get something that, is like a GPT or something, then you're able to be very efficient at training any arbitrary new task. So a lot of these GPTs, you can do tasks like sentiment analysis or translation or so on, just by being prompted with very few examples. Here's the kind of thing I want you to do. Like, here's an input sentence, here's the translation into German. Input sentence, translation to German. Input sentence, blank, and the neural net will complete the translation to German just by looking at sort of the example you've provided. And so that's an example of a very few shot learning in the activations of the neural net instead of the weights of the neural net. And so I think basically, just like humans, neural nets will become very data efficient at learning any other new task. But at some point, you need a massive data set to pre-train your network.
To get that, and probably we humans have something like that. Do we have something like that? Do we have a passive in the background model constructing thing that just runs all the time in a self-supervised way? We're not conscious of it.
I think humans definitely. I mean, obviously, we learn a lot during our lifespan, but also we have a ton of hardware that helps us at initialization, coming from sort of evolution. And so I think that's also a really big component. A lot of people in the field, I think they just talk about the amounts of like seconds and that a person has lived, pretending that this is a tabula rasa, sort of like a zero initialization of a neural net. And it's not. Like, you can look at a lot of animals, like, for example, zebras. Zebras get born and they see and they can run. There's zero training data in their lifespan. They can just do that. So somehow, I have no idea how, evolution has found a way to encode these algorithms and these neural net initializations that are extremely good into ATCGs. And I have no idea how this works, but apparently it's possible, because here's a proof by existence.
There's something magical about going from a single cell to an organism that is born to the first few years of life. I kind of like the idea that the reason we don't remember anything about the first few years of our life is that it's a really painful process. Like, it's a very difficult, challenging training process.
Yeah.
Like, intellectually. Like, and maybe, why don't we remember any of that? There might be some crazy training going on, and maybe that's the background model training that is very painful. And so it's best for the system, once it's trained, not to remember how it's constructed.
I think it's just like the hardware for long-term memory is just not fully developed.
Sure.
I kind of feel like the first few years of infants is not actually like learning; it's brain maturing.
Yeah.
We're born premature. There's a theory along those lines because of the birth canal and the swelling of the brain. And so we're born premature, and then the first few years, we're just the brain's maturing. And then there's some learning eventually. That's my current view on it.
What do you think? Do you think neural nets can have long-term memory? Like, that approaches something like humans. Do you think do you think there needs to be another meta architecture on top of it to add something like a knowledge base that learns facts about the world and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, but I don't know to what extent it will be explicitly constructed. It might take unintuitive forms where you are telling the GPT, like, hey, you have a declarative memory bank to which you can store and retrieve data from. And whenever you encounter some information that you find useful, just save it to your memory bank. And here's an example of something you have retrieved, and here's how you say it, and here's how you load from it. You just say load, whatever. You teach it in text in English, and then it might learn to use a memory bank from that.
Oh, so so the neural net is the architecture for the background model, the base thing, and then
Yeah.
everything else is just on top of it. That's
So it's
pretty
not just
easy to-
text, right? It's you're giving it gadgets and gizmos. So you're teaching it some kind of a special language by which it can save arbitrary information and retrieve it at a later time.
Yeah.
And you're telling it about these special tokens and how to arrange them to use these interfaces. It's like, hey, you can use a calculator. Here's how you use it. Just do 5, 3 plus 4, 1 equals. And when equals is there, a calculator will actually read out the answer, and you don't have to calculate it yourself. And you just like tell it in English. This might actually work.
Do you think, in that sense, Gato is interesting? The DeepMind system, that it's not just new language, but actually throws it all in the same pile. Images, actions, all that kind of stuff. That's basically what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I think so. So Gato is very much a kitchen sink of approach to like reinforcement learning in lots of different environments with a single fixed transformer model, right? I think it's a very sort of early result in that realm, but I think it's along the lines of what I think things will eventually look like.
Right. So this is the early days of a system that eventually will look like this, like from a Rich
Yeah.
Sutton perspective.
Yeah, I'm not super huge fan of, I think, all these interfaces that like look very different. I would want everything to be normalized into the same API. So for example, screen pixels, very same API, instead of having like different world environments that have very different physics and joint configurations and appearances and whatever, and you're having some kind of special tokens for different games that you can plug. I'd rather just normalize everything to a single interface, so it looks the same to the neural net, if that makes sense.
So it's all going to be pixel-based Pong in the end.
I think so.
Okay. Let me ask you about your own personal life. A lot of people want to know, you're one of the most productive and brilliant people in the history of AI. What does a productive day in the life of Andrej Karpathy look like? What time do you wake up usually? Because imagine some kind of dance between the average productive day and a perfect productive day. So the perfect productive day is the thing we strive towards, and the average is kind of what it kind of converges to, given all the mistakes and human eventualities and so on.
Yep.
So what time do you wake up? Are you a morning person?
I'm not a morning person. I'm a night owl for sure.
Is it stable or not?
It's semi-stable, like 8 or 9 or something like that. During my PhD, it was even later. I used to go to sleep usually at 3 a.m. I think the AM hours are precious and very interesting time to work because everyone is asleep. At 8 a.m. or 7 a.m., the East Coast is awake. So there's already activity. There's already some text messages, whatever. There's stuff happening. You can go on like some news website and there's stuff happening. It's distracting. At 3 a.m., everything is totally quiet. And so you're not going to be bothered and you have solid chunks of time to do work. So I like those periods, night owl by default. And then I think like productive time, basically, what I like to do is you need to like build some momentum on the problem without too much distraction. And you need to load your RAM, your working memory with that problem. And then you need to be obsessed with it when you're taking a shower, when you're falling asleep. You need to be obsessed with the problem and it's fully in your memory and you're ready to wake up and work on it right there.
So does the scale of, is this in a temporal scale of a single day or a couple of days, a week, a month?
So I can't talk about one day basically in isolation because it's a whole process. When I want to get productive in the problem, I feel like I need a span of a few days where I can really get in on that problem. And I don't want to be interrupted. And I'm going to just be completely obsessed with that problem. And that's where I do most of my good work, I would say.
You've done a bunch of cool, like little projects in a very short amount of time, very quickly. So that requires you just focusing on it.
Yeah, basically I need to load my working memory with the problem and I need to be productive because there's always like a huge fixed cost to approaching any problem. I was struggling with this, for example, at Tesla because I want to work on like small side project. But okay, you first need to figure out, I need to SSH into my cluster. I need to bring up a VS Code editor so I can like work on this. I run into some stupid error because of some reason. Like you're not at a point where you can be just productive right away. You are facing barriers. And so it's about really removing all of that barrier and you're able to go into the problem and you have the full problem loaded in your memory.
And somehow avoiding distractions of all different forms, like news stories, emails, but also distractions from other interesting projects that you previously worked on or currently working on and so on. You just want to really focus your mind.
And I mean, I can take some time off for distractions and in between, but I think it can't be too much. Most of your day is sort of like spent on that problem. And then, I drink coffee, I have my morning routine, I look at some news, Twitter, Hacker News, Wall Street Journal, etc.
So
It's great.
So basically, you wake up, you have some coffee. Are you trying to get to work as quickly as possible? Or do you take in this diet of like what the hell is happening in the world first?
I do find it interesting to know about the world. I don't know that it's useful or good, but it is part of my routine right now. So I do read through a bunch of news articles, and I want to be informed. And I'm suspicious of it. I'm suspicious of the practice, but currently that's where I am.
Oh, you mean suspicious about the positive effect
Yeah.
of that practice on your productivity and your well-being as
My well-being psychologically,
and also on your ability to deeply understand the world, because there's a bunch of sources of information. You're not really focused on deeply integrating
yeah,
it.
it's a little bit distracting. Yeah.
In terms of a perfectly productive day, for how long of a stretch of time in one session do you try to work and focus on a thing? Is it a couple hours? Is it 1 hour? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 10 minutes?
I can probably go like a small few hours, and then I need some breaks in between for like food and stuff. And yeah, but I think like it's still really hard to accumulate hours. I was using a tracker that told me exactly how much time I spent coding any one day. And even on a very productive day, I still spent only like 6 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
And it's just because there's so much padding, commute, talking to people, food, etc. There's like the cost of life, just living and sustaining and homeostasis and just maintaining yourself as a human is very high.
And that there seems to be a desire within the human mind to participate in society that creates that padding.
Yeah.
Because the most productive days I've ever had is just completely from start to finish, just tuning out everything.
Yeah.
And just
Yes.
sitting there.
Yes.
And then you could do more than 6 and 8 hours.
Yeah.
Is there some wisdom about what gives you strength to do like tough days of long focus?
Yeah, just like whenever I get obsessed about a problem, something just needs to work, something just needs to exist.
It needs to exist, and you're able to deal with bugs and programming issues and technical issues and design decisions that turn out to be the wrong ones. You're able to think through all of
Yeah.
that, given that you want
Yeah.
a thing to exist.
Yeah, it needs to exist. And then I think to me also a big factor is, are other humans are going to appreciate it? Are they going to like it? That's a big part of my motivation. If I'm helping humans and they seem happy, they say nice things, they tweet about it or whatever, that gives me pleasure because I'm doing something useful.
So like you do see yourself sharing it with the world, like whether it's on GitHub or through blog posts or through videos.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, suppose I did all these things but did not share them. I don't think I would have the same amount of motivation that I can build up.
You enjoy the feeling of other people gaining value and happiness from the stuff you've created.
Yeah.
What about diet? Is there? I saw you played with intermittent fasting. You fast? Does that
I played
help?
with everything.
You played with the things you played. What's been most beneficial to your ability to mentally focus on a thing and just mental productivity and happiness? You still fast?
Yeah, I still fast, but I do intermittent fasting. But really what it means at the end of the day is I skip breakfast.
Yeah.
So I do 18-6 roughly by default when I'm in my steady state. If I'm traveling or doing something else, I will break the rules. But in my steady state, I do 18-6. So I eat only from 12 to 6. Not a hard rule, and I break it often, but that's my default. And then, I've done a bunch of random experiments. For the most part right now, where I've been for the last year and a half, I want to say, is I'm plant-based or plant-forward. I heard plant-forward. It sounds better.
Exactly.
I don't actually know what the difference is, but it sounds better in my mind. But it just means I prefer plant-based food. And
raw or cooked? Or
I prefer cooked and plant-based.
So plant-based, forgive me, I don't actually know how wide the category of plant entails.
Well, plant-based just means that you're not militant about it, and you can flex.
Yeah.
And you just prefer to eat plants, and you're not trying to influence other people. And if you come to someone's house party and they serve you a steak that they're really proud of, you will eat it.
Yes.
Right.
So you're not judgmental. Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, that's I'm the flip side of that, but I'm very sort of flexible. Have you tried doing one meal a day?
I have accidentally, not consistently, but I've accidentally had that. I don't like it. I think it makes me feel not good. It's too much of a hit.
Yeah.
And so currently I have about 2 meals a day, 12 and 6.
I do that nonstop. I'm doing it now. I
Mhm.
do it 1 meal a day.
Okay.
It's interesting. It's an interesting feeling. Have you ever fasted longer than a day?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of water fasts because I was curious what happens.
What happened? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what's interesting is that you're hungry for 2 days, and then starting day 3 or so, you're not hungry. It's like such a weird feeling because you haven't eaten in a few days and you're not
Yeah.
hungry.
Isn't that weird?
It's
Is that
really weird.
one of the many weird things about human biology?
Yeah.
It figures something out. It finds another source of energy or something like that, or relaxes the system. I don't know how that
Yeah,
works.
the body is like, you're hungry, and then it just gives up. It's like, okay, I guess we're fasting now. There's
Yeah.
nothing. And then it's just kind of like focuses on trying to make you not hungry and not feel the damage of that, and trying to give you some space to figure out the food situation.
So are you still to this day most productive at night?
I would say I am, but it is really hard to maintain my PhD schedule. Especially when I was, say, working at Tesla and so on. It's a non-starter. But even now, like, people want to meet for various events. Society lives in a certain period of time,
Yeah.
and you sort of have to like work
So
with that.
it's hard to like do a social thing and then after that return and do work.
Yeah, it's just really hard.
That's why I try when I do social things. I try not to do too much drinking, so I can return and continue doing work. But at Tesla, is there convergence? Not Tesla, but any company, is there convergence towards a schedule, or is there more? Is that how humans behave when they collaborate? I need to learn about this. Do they try to keep a consistent schedule where you're all awake at the same time?
I mean, I do try to create a routine, and I try to create a steady state in which I'm comfortable in. So I have a morning routine, I have a day routine. I try to keep things to a steady state, and things are predictable. And then you can sort of just like, your body just sort of like sticks to that. And if you try to stress that a little too much, it will create, when you're traveling and you're dealing with jet lag, you're not able to really ascend to, where you need to go.
Yeah, that's
In your
weird too
mind.
about humans with the habits and stuff. What are your thoughts on work-life balance throughout a human lifetime? So Tesla in part was known for sort of pushing people to their limits in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of how much they work, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I will say Tesla gets a little too much bad rep for this, because what's happening is Tesla it's a bursty environment. So I would say the baseline, my only point of reference is Google, where I've interned 3 times and I saw what it's like inside Google and DeepMind. I would say the baseline is higher than that, but then there's a punctuated equilibrium where once in a while there's a fire and people work really hard. And so it's spiky and bursty. And then all the stories get collected at
About the
peaks.
bursts. Yeah.
And then it gives the appearance of like total insanity, but actually it's just a bit more intense environment. And there are fires and sprints. And so I think, definitely though, I would say it's a more intense environment than something you would get at Google.
But in your personal, forget all of that. Just in your own personal life, what do you think about the happiness of a human being, a brilliant person like yourself, about finding a balance between work and life, or is such a thing not a good thought experiment?
Yeah, I think balance is good, but I also love to have sprints that are out of distribution, and that's when I think I've been pretty creative and as well.
So sprints out of distribution means that most of the time you have a quote unquote balance.
I have balance most of the time,
And then
but I like
sprint.
being obsessed with something once in a while.
Once in a while is what? Once a week, once a month, once a year?
Yeah, probably like say once a month or something. Yeah.
And that's when we get a new GitHub repo from Andre.
Yeah, that's when you like really care about a problem. It must exist. This will be awesome. You're obsessed with it. And now you can't just do it on that day. You need to pay the fixed cost of getting into the groove.
Yeah.
And then you need to stay there for a while. And then society will come and they will try to mess with you and they will try to distract you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst thing is like a person who's like, I just need 5 minutes of your time.
Yeah.
The cost of that is not 5 minutes.
Yes.
And society needs to change how it thinks about just 5 minutes of your time.
Right. It's never just 1 minute, just 30 seconds, just a quick
What's the
thing.
big deal? Why are you being so?
Yeah. No. What's your computer setup? What's like the perfect? Are you somebody that's flexible to no matter what, laptop, 4 screens,
Yeah.
or do you prefer a certain setup that you're most productive?
I guess the one that I'm familiar with is one large screen, 27-inch, and my laptop on the side.
What operating system?
I do Macs. That's my primary.
For all tasks.
I would say OS X, but when you're working on deep learning, everything is Linux. You're SSH'd into a cluster and you're working remotely.
But what about the actual development, like using the IDE? So
Yeah, you would use, I think a good way is you just run VS Code, my favorite editor right now, on your Mac, but you have a remote folder through SSH. So the actual files that you're manipulating are on the cluster somewhere else.
So what's the best IDE? VS Code. What else do people use? So I use Emacs still.
That's cool.
So it may be cool. I don't know if it's maximum productivity. So what do you recommend in terms of editors? You worked with a lot of software engineers, editors for Python, C++, machine learning applications.
I think the current answer is VS Code. Currently, I believe that's the best IDE. It's got a huge amount of extensions. It has GitHub Copilot integration, which I think is very valuable.
What do you think about the Copilot integration? I was actually, I got to talk a bunch with Guido Rossum, who's the creator of Python, and he loves Copilot. He programs a lot with it.
Yep.
Do you?
Yeah, I use Copilot. I love it. And it's free for me, but I would pay for it. Yeah, I think it's very good. And the utility that I found with it I would say there's a learning curve, and you need to figure out when it's helpful and when to pay attention to its outputs, and when it's not going to be helpful, where you should not pay attention to it. Because if you're just reading its suggestions all the time, it's not a good way of interacting with it. But I think I was able to sort of like mold myself to it. I find it's very helpful, number one, in copy, paste, and replace some parts. So I don't, when the pattern is clear, it's really good at completing the pattern. And number two, sometimes it suggests APIs that I'm not aware of. So it tells you about something that you didn't know.
And that's an opportunity to discover a new
It's
API.
an opportunity so I would never take Copilot code as given. I almost always copy paste into a Google search, and you see what this function is doing, and then you're like, oh, it's actually exactly what I need. Thank you, Copilot. So you learned something.
So it's in part a search engine, a part maybe getting the exact syntax correctly, that once you see it, it's that NP hard thing. It's like once you see it, you know
yes, exactly.
it's correct.
Exactly.
But you yourself
can verify.
struggle. You can verify efficiently, but you can't generate efficiently.
Yeah. And Copilot really, I mean, it's autopilot for programming, right? And currently is doing the lane following, which is like the simple copy paste and sometimes suggest. But over time, it's going to become more and more autonomous. And so the same thing will play out in not just coding, but actually across many, many different things, probably.
But coding is an important one, right?
Very
Like writing programs.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of that developing? The program synthesis, like being able to write programs that are more and more complicated. Because right now, it's human supervised in interesting ways.
Yes.
Like it feels like the transition will be very painful.
My mental model for it is the same thing will happen as with the autopilot. So currently he's doing lane following, he's doing some simple stuff. And eventually we'll be doing autonomy, and people will have to intervene less and less.
And there could be like testing mechanisms. Like if it writes a function and that function looks pretty damn correct, but how do you know it's correct? Because you're like getting lazier and lazier as a programmer. Like your ability to, because like little bugs, but I guess it won't make little.
No, it will. Copilot will make off by one subtle bugs. It has done that to me.
But do you think future systems will? Or is it really the off by one is actually a fundamental challenge of programming?
In that case, it wasn't fundamental, and I think things can improve. But I think humans have to supervise. I am nervous about people not supervising what comes out and what happens to, for example, the proliferation of bugs in all of our systems. I'm nervous about that, but I think there will probably be some other copilots for bug finding and stuff like that at some point. And so there will be like a lot more automation for.
Oh man, so it's like a program, a copilot that generates a compiler, one that does a linter,
yes,
one that does like a type checker,
yeah. It's a committee of like a GPT sort of like,
and then there'll be like a manager for the committee.
Yeah.
And then there'll be somebody that says a new version of this is needed.
Yeah.
We need to regenerate it.
Yeah. There were 10 GPTs that were forwarded and gave 50 suggestions. Another one looked at it and picked a few that they like. A bug one looked at it and it was like, it's probably a bug. They got re-ranked by some other thing. And then a final ensemble GPT comes in and is like, okay, given everything you guys have told me, this is probably the next token.
You know, the feeling is the number of programmers in the world has been growing and growing very quickly.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that it'll actually level out and drop to like a very low number with this kind of world? Because then you'll be doing software 2.0 programming, and you'll be doing this kind of generation of Copilot type systems programming, but you won't be doing the old school software 1.0 programming.
I don't currently think that they're just going to replace human programmers. I'm so hesitant saying stuff like this, right?
Yeah,
because
this is going to be replaced in 5 years. I mean, no, it's going to show that like this is where we thought. Because I agree with you, but I think we might be very surprised, right? Like, what are the next? What's your sense of where we stand with language models? Like, does it feel like the beginning or the middle or the end?
The beginning, 100%. I think the big question in my mind is, for sure, GPT will be able to program quite well, competently, and so on. Yeah. How do you steer the system? You still have to provide some guidance to what you actually are looking for. And so how do you steer it? And how do you talk to it? How do you audit it and verify that what is done is correct? And how do you like work with this? And it's as much not just an AI problem, but a UI UX problem.
Yeah.
So beautiful, fertile ground for so much interesting work for VS Code++, where it's not just human programming anymore. It's amazing.
Yeah. So you're interacting with the system. So not just one prompt, but it's iterative prompting.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out having a conversation with the system.
Yeah.
That actually, I mean, to me, that's super exciting to have a conversation with the program I'm writing.
Yeah, maybe at some point you're just conversing with it. It's like, okay, here's what I want to do. Actually, this variable, maybe it's not even that low level as a variable, but.
You can also imagine like, can you translate this to C++ and back to Python? And
yeah,
back
that already kind of exists in some
No, but
ways.
just like doing it as part of the program experience. Like, I think I'd like to write this function in C++. Or like you just keep changing for different different programs because they have different syntax. Maybe I want to convert this into a functional language.
Yep.
And so like you get to become multilingual as a programmer and dance back and forth efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, I think the UI UX of it, though, is like still very hard to think through because it's not just about writing code on a page. You have an entire developer environment. You have a bunch of hardware on it. You have some environmental variables. You have some scripts that are running in a cron job. Like there's a lot going on to like working with computers. And how do these systems set up environment flags and work across multiple machines and set up screen sessions and automate different processes? Like how all that works and is auditable by humans and so on is like massive question in my mind.
You've built Archive Sanity. What is Archive and what is the future of academic research publishing that you would like to see?
So Archive is this preprint server. So if you have a paper, you can submit it for publication to journals or conferences and then wait 6 months and then maybe get a decision, pass or fail. Or you can just upload it to Archive. And then people can tweet about it 3 minutes later. And then everyone sees it, everyone reads it, and everyone can profit from it in their own little ways.
And you can cite it, and it has an official look to it. It feels like a publication process.
Yeah.
It feels different than if you just put it in a blog post.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a paper. And usually the bar is higher for something that you would expect on Archive as opposed to something you would see in a blog post.
Well, the culture created the bar. Because you could probably post a pretty crappy paper on Archive.
Yes.
So what's that make you feel like? What's that make you feel about peer review? So rigorous peer review by 2-3 experts versus the peer review of the community right as it's written.
Yeah. Basically, I think the community is very well able to peer review things very quickly on Twitter. And I think maybe it just has to do something with AI machine learning field specifically, though. I feel like things are more easily auditable and the verification is easier potentially than the verification somewhere else. So it's kind of like you can think of these scientific publications as like little blockchains where everyone's building on each other's work and citing each other. And you sort of have AI, which is kind of like this much faster and loose blockchain. But then you have, and any one individual entry is like very cheap to make. And then you have other fields where maybe that model doesn't make as much sense. And so I think in AI, at least, things are pretty easily verifiable. And so that's why when people upload papers, they're a really good idea and so on. People can try it out like the next day. And they can be the final arbiter of whether it works or not on their problem. And the whole thing just moves significantly faster. So I kind of feel like academia still has a place. Sorry, this like conference journal process still has a place. But it's sort of like it lags behind, I think. And it's a bit more maybe higher quality process. But it's not sort of the place where you will discover cutting edge work anymore.
Yeah.
It used to be the case when I was starting my PhD that you go to conferences and journals and you discuss all the latest research. Now, when you go to a conference or a journal, like no one discusses anything that's there because it's already like 3 generations ago irrelevant.
Yeah, it's, which makes me sad about like DeepMind, for example, where they still publish in Nature and these big prestigious. I mean, there's still value, I suppose, to the prestige that comes with these big venues, but the result is that they'll announce some breakthrough performance, and it will take like a year to actually publish the details. I mean, and those details, if they were published immediately, would inspire the community to move in certain directions with ideas.
Yeah, it would speed up the rest of the community, but I don't know to what extent that's part of their objective function also.
That's true. So it's not just the prestige, a little bit of the delay is part.
Yeah, they certainly, DeepMind specifically has been working in the regime of having slightly higher quality, basically process and latency, and publishing those papers that way.
Another question from Reddit. Do you or have you suffered from imposter syndrome? Being the director of AI at Tesla, being this person when you're at Stanford, where like the world looks at you as the expert in AI to teach the world about machine learning.
When I was leaving Tesla after 5 years, I spent a ton of time in meeting rooms, and I would read papers. In the beginning, when I joined Tesla, I was writing code, and then I was writing less and less code, and I was reading code, and then I was reading less and less code. And so this is just a natural progression that happens, I think. And definitely, I would say near the tail end, that's when it sort of like starts to hit you a bit more that you're supposed to be an expert, but actually the source of truth is the code that people are writing, the GitHub, and the actual code itself. And you're not as familiar with that as you used to be. And so I would say maybe there's some like insecurity there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty profound. That a lot of the insecurity has to do with not writing the code in the computer science space, like that, because that is the truth. That right there.
The code is the source of truth. The papers and everything else, it's a high-level summary. I don't. It's just a high-level summary. But at the end of the day, you have to read code. It's impossible to translate all that code into actual, paper form. So when things come out, especially when they have a source code available, that's my favorite place to go.
So, like I said, you're one of the greatest teachers of machine learning, AI ever. From CS 231N to today, what advice would you give to beginners interested in getting into machine learning?
Beginners are often focused on like what to do, and I think the focus should be more like how much you do. So I am kind of like believer on a high level in this 10,000 hours kind of concept, where you just kind of have to just pick the things where you can spend time and you care about and you're interested in. You literally have to put in 10,000 hours of work. It doesn't even like matter as much like where you put it, and you'll iterate and you'll improve and you'll waste some time. I don't know if there's a better way. You need to put in 10,000 hours. But I think it's actually really nice because I feel like there's some sense of determinism about being an expert at a thing if you spend 10,000 hours. You can literally pick an arbitrary thing. And I think if you spend 10,000 hours of deliberate effort and work, you actually will become an expert at it. And so I think it's kind of like a nice thought. And so basically I would focus more on like, are you spending 10,000 hours? That's what I would focus on.
So, and then thinking about what kind of mechanisms maximize your likelihood of getting to 10,000 hours.
Exactly.
Which for us silly humans means probably forming a daily habit of like every single day actually doing the thing.
Whatever helps you. So I do think to a large extent it's a psychological problem for yourself. One other thing that I think is helpful for the psychology of it is many times people compare themselves to others in the area. I think this is very harmful. Only compare yourself to you from some time ago, like say a year ago. Are you better than you a year ago? This is the only way to think. And I think then you can see your progress, and it's very motivating.
That's so interesting that focus on the quantity of hours. Because I think a lot of people in the beginner stage, but actually throughout, get paralyzed by the choice. Like, which one do I pick, this path or this path? Like they'll literally get paralyzed by like which IDE to use.
Well, they're worried. They're worried about all these things. But the thing is, you will waste time doing something wrong. You will eventually figure out it's not right. You will accumulate scar tissue, and next time you will grow stronger because next time you'll have the scar tissue, and next time you'll learn from it. And now next time you come to a similar situation, you'll be like, oh, I messed up. I've spent a lot of time working on things that never materialize into anything, and I have all that scar tissue, and I have some intuitions about what was useful, what wasn't useful, how things turned out. So all those mistakes were not dead work, So I just think they should just focus on working. What have you done? What have you done last week?
That's a good question actually to ask on for a lot of things, not just machine learning. It's a good way to cut the I forgot what the term we used, but the fluff, the blubber, whatever the inefficiencies in life. What do you love about teaching? You seem to find yourself often in the like drawn to teaching. You're very good at it, but you're also drawn to it.
I mean, I don't think I love teaching. I love happy humans. And happy humans like when I teach.
Yes.
I wouldn't say I hate teaching. I tolerate teaching, but it's
Yes.
not like the act of teaching that I like. It's
Yeah.
it's that I have something. I'm actually okay at it.
Yes.
I'm okay at teaching, and people appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
And so I'm just happy to try to be helpful. And teaching itself is not like the most. I mean, it's really it can be really annoying, frustrating. I was working on a bunch of lectures just now. I was reminded back to my days of 231N just how much work it is to create some of these materials and make them good. The amount of iteration and thought, and you go down blind alleys, and just how much you change it. So creating something good, in terms of like educational value, is really hard, and it's not fun.
It's difficult. So for people should definitely go watch your new stuff you put out. There are lectures where you're actually building the thing, like from, like you said, the code is truth. So discussing backpropagation by building it, by looking through it, and just the whole thing. So how difficult is that to prepare for? I think that's a really powerful way to teach. How did you have to prepare for that, or are you just live thinking through it?
I will typically do like say 3 takes, and then I take like the better take. So I do multiple takes, and I take some of the better takes, and then I just build out a lecture that way. Sometimes I have to delete 30 minutes of content because it just went down an alley that I didn't like too much. So there's a bunch of iteration, and it probably takes me, somewhere around 10 hours to create 1 hour of content.
To get 1 hour. It's interesting. I mean, is it difficult to go back to the basics? Do you draw a lot of like wisdom from going back to the basics?
Yeah, going back to backpropagation, loss functions, where they come from. And one thing I like about teaching a lot, honestly, is it definitely strengthens your understanding. So it's not a purely altruistic activity. It's a way to learn. If you have to explain something to someone, you realize you have gaps in knowledge. And so I even surprise myself in those lectures, like, oh, so the result will obviously look like this, and then the result doesn't look like it. And I'm like, okay, I thought I understood this.
Yeah. But that's why it's really cool to literally code. You run it in a notebook, and it gives you a result, and you're like, oh, wow.
Yes.
And like actual numbers, actual input, actual code.
Yeah, it's not mathematical symbols, etc. The source of truth is the code. It's not slides. It's just like, let's build it.
It's beautiful. You're a rare human in that sense. What advice would you give to researchers trying to develop and publish ideas that have a big impact in the world of AI? So maybe undergrads, maybe early graduate students.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like they definitely have to be a little bit more strategic than I had to be as a PhD student because of the way AI is evolving. It's going the way of physics, where, in physics, you used to be able to do experiments on your benchtop and everything was great and you could make progress. And now you have to work in like LHC or like CERN. And so AI is going in that direction as well. So there's certain kinds of things that's just not possible to do on the benchtop anymore. And I think that didn't used to be the case at the time.
Do you still think that there's like GAN type papers to be written where like like very simple idea that requires just one computer to illustrate a simple example?
I mean, one example that's been very influential recently is diffusion models. Diffusion models are amazing. Diffusion models are 6 years old. For the longest time, people were kind of ignoring them, as far as I can tell. And they're an amazing generative model, especially in images. And so stable diffusion and so on, it's all diffusion based. Diffusion is new. It was not there, and it came from Google, but a researcher could have come up with it. In fact, some of the first, actually, no, those came from Google as well. But a researcher could come up with that in an academic institution.
Yeah, what do you find most fascinating about diffusion models? So from the societal impact to the technical architecture.
What I like about diffusion is it works so well.
Is that surprising to you? The amount of the variety, almost the novelty of the synthetic data it's generating.
Yeah, so the stable diffusion images are incredible. The speed of improvement in generating images has been insane. We went very quickly from generating like tiny digits to tiny faces, and it all looked messed up, and now we have stable diffusion. And that happened very quickly. There's a lot that academia can still contribute. For example, flash attention is a very efficient kernel for running the attention operation inside a transformer. That came from academic environment. It's a very clever way to structure the kernel that does the calculation, so it doesn't materialize the attention matrix. And so I think there's still like lots of things to contribute, but you have to be just more strategic.
Do you think neural networks can be made to reason?
Yes.
Do you think they already reason?
Yes.
What's your definition of reasoning?
Information processing. Or
So in the way that humans think through a problem and come up with novel ideas, it feels like reasoning.
Yeah.
So the novelty, I don't want to say, but out of distribution ideas, you think it's possible?
Yes, and I think we're seeing that already in the current neural nets. You're able to remix the training set information into true generalization in some sense.
That doesn't appear.
It doesn't
in a
appear
fundamental way
verbatim in the training set. Like you're doing something interesting algorithmically. You're manipulating, some symbols, and you're coming up with some correct, a unique answer in a new setting.
What would illustrate to you, holy shit, this thing is definitely thinking?
To me, thinking or reasoning is just information processing and generalization. And I think the neural nets already do that today.
So being able to perceive the world or perceive whatever the inputs are, and to make predictions based on that or actions based on that, that's reasoning.
Yeah, you're giving correct answers in novel settings by manipulating information. You've learned the correct algorithm. You're not doing just some kind of a lookup table and nearest neighbor search, something like that.
Let me ask you about AGI. What are some moonshot ideas you think might make significant progress towards AGI? Or maybe another way is, what are the big blockers that we're missing now?
So basically, I am fairly bullish on our ability to build AGIs. Basically, automated systems that we can interact with and are very human-like, and we can interact with them in the digital realm or physical realm. Currently, it seems most of the models that sort of do these sort of magical tasks are in a text realm. I think, as I mentioned, I'm suspicious that the text realm is not enough to actually build full understanding of the world. I do actually think you need to go into pixels and understand the physical world and how it works. So I do think that we need to extend these models to consume images and videos and train on a lot more data that is multimodal in that way.
Do you think you need to touch the world to understand it also?
Well, that's the big open question, I would say, in my mind, is if you also require the embodiment and the ability to sort of interact with the world, run experiments, and have data of that form, then you need to go to Optimus or something like that. And so I would say Optimus in some way is like a hedge in AGI, because it seems to me that it's possible that just having data from the internet is not enough. If that is the case, then Optimus may lead to AGI, because Optimus, to me, there's nothing beyond Optimus. You have like this humanoid form factor that can actually like do stuff in the world. You can have millions of them interacting with humans and so on. And if that doesn't give rise to AGI at some point, like I'm not sure what will. So from a completeness perspective, I think that's a really good platform, but it's a much harder platform because you are dealing with atoms and you need to actually like build these things and integrate them into society. So I think that path takes longer, but it's much more certain. And then there's a path of the internet and just like training these compression models effectively on trying to compress all the internet. And that might also give these agents as well.
Compress the internet, but also interact with the internet.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious to me. In fact, I suspect you can reach AGI without ever entering the physical world. And which is a little bit more concerning, because that results in it happening faster. So it just feels like we're in boiling water. We won't know as it's happening. I would like to. I'm not afraid of AGI. I'm excited about it. There's always concerns, but I would like to know when it happens.
Yeah.
And have like hints about when it happens, like a year from now it will happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like in the digital realm it just might happen.
Yeah. I think all we have available to us, because no one has built AGI again, so all we have available to us is there enough fertile ground on the periphery? I would say yes. And we have the progress so far, which has been very rapid. And there are next steps that are available. And so I would say, it's quite likely that we'll be interacting with digital entities.
How will you know that somebody has built AGI?
It's going to be I think it's going to be a slow incremental transition. It's going to be product-based and focused. It's going to be GitHub Copilot getting better. And then GPTs helping you write. And then these oracles that you can go to with mathematical problems. I think we're on a verge of being able to ask very complex questions in chemistry, physics, math of these oracles and have them complete solutions.
So AGI to use primarily focus on intelligence, so consciousness doesn't enter into it.
So in my mind, consciousness is not a special thing you will figure out and bolt on. I think it's an emergent phenomenon of a large enough and complex enough generative model, sort of. So if you have a complex enough world model that understands the world, then it also understands its predicament in the world as being a language model, which to me is a form of consciousness or self-awareness. And
so in order to understand the world deeply, you probably have to integrate yourself into the world.
Yeah.
And in order to interact with humans and other living beings, consciousness is a very useful tool.
I think consciousness is like a modeling insight.
Modeling insight.
Yeah, you have a powerful enough model of understanding the world that you actually understand that you are an entity in it.
Yeah, but there's also this, perhaps just a narrative we tell ourselves. It feels like something to experience the world. The hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
But that could be just a narrative that we tell ourselves.
Yeah, I think it will emerge. I think it's going to be something very boring. Like we'll be talking to these digital AIs. They will claim they're conscious. They will appear conscious. They will do all the things that you would expect of other humans. And it's going to just be a stalemate.
I think there would be a lot of actual fascinating ethical questions, like Supreme Court level questions of whether you're allowed to turn off a conscious AI, if you're allowed to build a conscious AI. Maybe there would have to be the same kind of debates that you have around, sorry to bring up a political topic, but abortion, which is the deeper question with abortion, is what is life? And the deep question with AI is also what is life and what is conscious? And I think that'll be very fascinating to bring up. It might become illegal to build systems that are capable, like of such level of intelligence that consciousness would emerge, and therefore the capacity to suffer would emerge. And a system that says, "No, please don't kill me."
Well, that's what the Lambda chatbot already told this Google engineer, right? Like it was talking about not wanting to die or so on.
So that might become illegal to do that,
right?
Because otherwise you might have a lot of creatures that don't want to die, and they will.
You can just spawn infinity of them on a cluster,
and then that might lead to like horrible consequences. Because then there might be a lot of people that secretly love murder, and they'll start practicing murder on those systems. I mean, there's just, to me, all of this stuff just brings a beautiful mirror to the human condition and human nature, and we'll get to explore it. And that's what like the best of
and I think there's some canary in the coal mines even with what we have today. Like for example, there's these like waifus that you can like work with, and some people are trying to like, this company is going to shut down, but this person really like loved their waifu and like is trying to like port it somewhere else, and like it's not possible. And like I think like definitely people will have feelings towards these systems, because in some sense they are like a mirror of humanity, because they are like sort of like a big average of humanity in the way that it's trained.
But that average, we can actually watch. It's nice to be able to interact with the big average of humanity and do like a search query on it.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. And we can also, of course, also like shape it. It's not just a pure average. We can mess with the training data. We can mess with the objective. We can fine tune them in various ways. So we have some on what those systems look like.
Answer clearly, or would it answer poetically?
I would expect it to give solutions. I would expect it to be like, well, I've read all of these textbooks and I know all these things that you've produced. And it seems to me like here are the experiments that I think it would be useful to run next. And here's some gene therapies that I think would be helpful. And here are the kinds of experiments that you should run.
Okay, let's go with this thought experiment, okay? Imagine that mortality is actually a prerequisite for happiness. So if we become immortal, we'll actually become deeply unhappy. And the model is able to know that. So what is it supposed to tell you, stupid human, about it? Yes, you can become immortal, but you'll become deeply unhappy. If the model is, if the AGI system is trying to empathize with you, human, what is it supposed to tell you? That yes, you don't have to die, but you're really not going to like it? Is it going to be deeply honest? Like there's a Interstellar, what is it? The AI says like, humans want 90% honesty.
Mm.
So like you have to pick how honest do I want to answer these practical questions.
Yeah. I love AI Interstellar, by the way. I think it's like such a sidekick to the entire story, but at the same time, it's like really interesting.
It's kind of limited in certain ways, right?
Yeah, it's limited. And I think that's totally fine, by the way. I think it's fine and plausible to have limited and imperfect AGIs.
Is that a feature almost?
As an example, like it has a fixed amount of compute on its physical body. And it might just be that even though you can have a super amazing mega brain, super intelligent AI, you also can have like, less intelligent AIs that you can deploy in a power efficient way. And then they're not perfect. They might make mistakes.
No, I meant more like, say you had infinite compute and it's still good to make mistakes sometimes. Like in order to integrate yourself, like, what is it? Going back to Good Will Hunting, Robin Williams' character says like the human imperfections, that's the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that like we don't want perfect, we want flaws in part to form connections with each other, because it feels like something you can attach your feelings to, the flaws. And in that same way, you want an AI that's flawed. I don't know. I feel like perfection is
But
cold,
then you're saying, okay, yeah.
but that's not AGI. But see, AGI would need to be intelligent enough to give answers to humans that humans don't understand. And I think perfect is something humans can't understand. Because even science doesn't give perfect answers. There's always gaps and mysteries, and I don't know. I don't know if humans want perfect.
Yeah, I can imagine just having a conversation with this kind of oracle entity as you'd imagine them. And maybe it can tell you about
truth, probably including myself, like the deep truth of the human condition. I don't know if I can handle it. Like what if there's some dark stuff? What if we are an alien science experiment and it realizes that? What if it hacked? I mean,
this is the Matrix, the all
Matrix.
over again.
I don't know. I would. What would I talk about? I don't even. Yeah, I probably I will go with the safer scientific questions at first that have nothing to do with my own personal life and mortality, just like about physics and so on.
Yeah.
To build up, like, let's see where it's at, or maybe see if it has a sense of humor. That's another question. Would it be able to, presumably, in order to, if it understands humans deeply, would it be able to generate, humor?
Yeah, I think that's actually a wonderful benchmark almost. Like, is it able, I think that's a really good point, basically.
To make you laugh.
Yeah, if it's able to be like a very effective stand-up comedian that is doing something very interesting computationally, I think being funny is extremely hard.
Yeah, because it's hard in a way, like a Turing test. The original intent of the Turing test is hard because you have to convince humans, and there's nothing. That's why when comedians talk about this, like this is deeply honest, because if people can't help but laugh. And if they don't laugh, that means you're not funny. If they laugh, it's funny.
And you're showing you need a lot of knowledge to create humor about like you mentioned human condition and so on, and then you need to be clever with it.
You mentioned a few movies. You tweeted movies that I've seen 5+ times, but am ready and willing to keep watching: Interstellar, Gladiator, Contact, Good Will Hunting, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, all three, Avatar, Fifth Element, so on. It goes on. Terminator 2. Mean Girls, I'm not going to ask about that one.
But Mean Girls is great.
What are some that jump out to your memory that you love and why? Like you mentioned The Matrix. As a computer person, why do you love The Matrix?
There's so many properties that make it like beautiful and interesting. So there's all these philosophical questions, but then there's also AGIs and there's simulation and it's cool. And there's, the black,
the look of it, the feel of it.
Yeah, the look of it, the feel of it, the action, the bullet time. It was just like innovating in so many ways.
And then Good Will Hunting. Why do you like that one?
Yeah, I really like this tortured genius sort of character who's like grappling with whether or not he has like any responsibility or like what to do with this gift that he was given or like how to think about the whole thing. And
but there's also a dance between the genius and the personal, like what it means to love another human being. And
there's a lot of themes there. It's just a beautiful movie.
And then the fatherly figure, the mentor in the psychiatrist and
it like really like it messes with you. There's some movies that just like really mess with you. on a deep level.
Do you relate to that movie at all?
No.
It's not your fault, Andre, as I said. Lord of the Rings, that's self-explanatory. Terminator 2, which is interesting. You rewatched that a lot. Is that better than Terminator 1? You like Arnold?
I do like Terminator 1 as well. I like Terminator 2 a little bit more, but in terms of like its surface properties.
Do you think Skynet is at all a possibility?
Yes.
Like the actual sort of autonomous weapon system kind of thing. Do you worry about that stuff?
I do worry
AI
about it,
being used
100%.
for war.
I 100% worry about it. And so some of these fears of AGIs and how this will plan out. I mean, these will be like very powerful entities probably at some point. And so for a long time, they're going to be tools in the hands of humans. People talk about like alignment of AGIs and how to make. The problem is like even humans are not aligned. So how this will be used and what this is going to look like is, it's troubling. So,
do you think it'll happen slowly enough that we'll be able to, as a human civilization, think through the problems?
Yes, that's my hope, is that it happens slowly enough and in an open enough way where a lot of people can see and participate in it. Just figure out how to deal with this transition, I think, which is going to be interesting.
I draw a lot of inspiration from nuclear weapons because I sure thought it would be fucked once they develop nuclear weapons. Yeah. But like, it's almost like when the systems are not so dangerous they destroy human civilization, we deploy them and learn the lessons, and then we quickly, if it's too dangerous, we go towards a bad direction and it escalates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or become